Live look at staging for our first race of the day here at the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. Joe Creason Park for another great weekend of racing. They've been racing all week down here in Kentucky, but now it's time to put this one on air. Welcome to our live coverage here on FloBikes. Brad Soner here, as always, with Ellen Noble as we get ready for another year of cross racing here in Louisville. Ellen, doesn't get much better than this. We have so much history here in Louisville. It goes way back. I know we talked about the World Championships, our past national championships here, but it is really good to be back in what is really a hotbed of cross in America.
It really is. I don't want to jinx anything, but if previous experiences indicate anything, we are in for a very exciting day of racing.
Weather is going to be a big part on a lot of people's minds today. There is a chance that some rain moves in a little later today. We'll be monitoring that. But I want to talk a little bit about this course before we get there. Very similar to past years. If riders have been here before, they'll recognize a lot of the very similar features. But I got to think that every year is just a little different enough that you got to pre-ride that course.
Yeah, I heard that they made a couple of key changes that the elite riders will be racing today that they really like. The course is kind of broken up into a long pedaling section with some technicality in the middle and then a bit of elevation change at the end. So really distinct sections on this course that I think play into different people's hands.
Let's take a look at our course map presented by Gooder, as again, this will be very familiar to a lot of riders if you've raced here in Louisville before. The start finish pretty straightforward as they come off of the pavement, but then as they start to move their way over, that's where things are really going to get interesting. So, and as they go back over, you see the flyover over the road. And then talk to me about this sort of technical section. You think this is where this race is really going to be won and lost on the backside of the course?
Yeah, after they go by pit one, they head into what people call Mansion Hill. There's a lot of off cambers, a lot of corners, just a lot of room for mistakes. So whether someone's able to win the race here remains to be seen, but there is a lot of potential for a mistake that could lose the race for someone. After that, they're going to head into a good bit of elevation change into pit two, then a lot of long pedaling all the way to the finish.
And then the other part is going to be the conditions. Obviously, if there's any moisture, that's where the real slippery part comes in. So that'll be a big question. I know you had a chance to ride this course earlier this week. Anything you noticed when you were out there? It was a couple days ago when you raced the single speed, but
yes.
What did you learn from your time pinning on a number?
For all of the days that we've been here since Wednesday, the course has been rock solid in the morning and it has gotten progressively softer and slipperier as the day goes on. So that's something that I think we can expect to see. It's just you have to be able to keep your wits about you. You can't lose focus. The moment you lose focus on a course like this, you're going to start seeing mistakes.
We did see some frozen ruts this morning, but we do expect those to melt away as the day goes on. Let's talk about some of the top names in this field for our junior men's race. A lot of talent in this group, but Ellen, this is a field that could have a real wild card performance. When you get into these junior ranks, you really never know what to expect here.
No, you really don't. One of our top-ranked rider on the front row right now, we have our Continental champion, Garrett Bashore. We also have our silver medalist from the Continental Championship, who was our top-ranked rider here in the junior category last year, Benjamin Braverman. All of the other riders from last year in the junior category have aged out, so we do have a lot of potential for a wild card at this age with riders aging out of the category every year. We see a constant turnover of talent. Another rider with some elite wins this year is Aiden Volmuth, rating for Fincraft. So very excited to see what they do today.
And this field goes deep as well in our junior men's race. Again, doing junior men first, then we'll have junior women. We move to U23s later today, and then the elites wrapping up the day today. So you see the riders getting their call up. Ellen, how important is a front row start on this course? Can you win this race from the second row, third row? How far is too far back?
That's a great question. I mean, I think in a race like this is a pretty short race for the juniors, so that will be a factor. In the longer races, it's not as big of a deal. We have 67 riders. I think that they're going to have their work cut out for them, especially in a junior category like this. Everyone is going to be going feral for a good start position.
And we'll watch this very important start coming off of the pavement and onto the grass as our riders lining up. We're going to take a quick break here, and when we come back, we'll have your first start of the day. Junior men coming up next.
I ride because I love it.
I ride for the friendships that develop on the bike.
I met all my friends through cycling.
I ride my bike because it's part of my soul.
I ride because it's awesome.
I ride to find stories. I ride to find rhythm in my life.
I ride because it makes me happy.
I ride for adventure.
I ride to be a part of something that's bigger than myself.
Traditional schools weren't built for athletes like you. They box you in, slow you down, dull your dreams. But you don't play by someone else's rules. You're here to push limits, break records,
Well, I cracked.
and own every inch of your journey. US Performance Academy was born to fuel that fire. An online school that aligns with your ambition, respects your grind, balances your dedication to athletics and academics. This is where you learn what you're truly capable of. Let's go. US Performance Academy, official academic partner of USA Cycling. GoUSPA.org.
Welcome back. Live look overhead of your junior men's grid, in line and ready to go. Ellen, this is such a tense moment before the start. Take me through what's going through your mind in such an important race at the national championships.
Oh gosh, Brad. I mean, even just seeing this, I'm feeling a little bit of residual nerves. This is a very, very important moment for a lot of these riders. This is the culmination of their season. Few of these riders will be heading over to Europe, but for the vast majority of this 67 rider field, this is the last day to leave it all out there for the rest of the year.
Tough conditions for the start here. This is one where you're really going to want to have someone with you at the start. See a lot of people dumping jackets and gloves and hats and things like that. Are you just trying to stay as warm as you can on this start line?
Yeah, you stay as warm as you can for as long as you can. Usually when they give you a 2-minute warning, that's when you start to shed the jacket, throw it over to whoever you have on the, we can see them, the jackets flying across the crowd now. Very long start straight here, a lot of pedaling, so it'll be interesting to see who ends up with the real significant hole shot, kind of who's leading by the time they go by pit 1.
And that's going to be inside about 90 seconds to race start here. See the officials giving the last instructions. Good look at our double-sided pit here. Ellen, how important is this going to be today with the conditions right now? Let's say for this junior 17-18 race, how often are you pitting?
In this race, I would have to expect that unless things start to change, we won't be seeing any pitting unless someone needs mechanical support. So unless their bike is malfunctioning or they want to change their tire pressure, we're probably not going to see a significant amount of mud collecting on the bikes, which is the only reason people would be pitting with any frequency. It looks like the ground is still frozen solid out there, so I think this will be hopefully a pretty uneventful day in the pits for the junior men.
Hopefully these mechanics get an easy day. We'll see how that progresses throughout the day today as the weather continues to change here in Louisville. Inside 1 minute to race start now. They'll get the 30-second countdown and then the random start. They do have the lighting system here at the National Championships. That'll be unique for a lot of riders. They use the stoplight system, very, very Euro style.
Very Euro. Good practice for the few riders that will be heading over to Europe after this.
That's going to go just outside of 30 seconds here. Officials moving out of the way. That means this start can come at any time. There's the 15-second warning. And underway and rolling as our 17-18 junior men get today started. Already riders unclipping over on the right side. Their rough start in the neon jersey. Looks like Boulder Junior Cycling going to get onto the pavement first.
That'll be Garrett Bashore racing for BJC. He's our continental champion, so that's what that white jersey with all the colorful stripes indicate. It means that he is the best rider in North America in the junior men.
All right, so Bashore going to get the whole shot off of the front of the junior men. Looks like they're going to let him stay there for a little while. And down goes some riders here in the corner. Maybe slippery here. What do you think happened there?
Could be a little bit slippery, but also just a lot of people moving around very quickly, so it could be just some erratic movements.
Oh, and more riders in a traffic jam right in front of our camera position here. This one's going wild out there in the field. Meanwhile, Bashore still staying on the front. They are elbowing their way up through this group. It is getting downright physical out there in this field early on.
Yeah, Brad, if you had me put money on which race was going to be the most chaotic of the 6 that we'll see today, beyond a shadow of a doubt, I would have picked the junior men.
There's something about 17, 18-year-old boys. They just have that ability to push themselves, try crazy things, but now things start to string out a little bit, so it's going to calm down a little bit here now as Bashore starts to string them out on the front. And really, Ellen, this is a crucial part too, because you're going to see that first group form. We're going to see this split happen somewhere in this line. It's really just a matter of making sure that you make that first selection. You're on the right side of that first split, or if there is a split, you close it as quickly as you can.
Yeah, you don't want to be making your day any harder than it already is going to be. But there is enough time in this race for groups to separate and come back together, especially on the latter half of this course. But I think that it looks like Aiden Volmuth is on Garrett Bashor's wheel right now. He does not want to let him get out of his sights. I think these two have each other very, very marked at this point.
Bashor not looking too worried about Volmuth taking over the front of the bike race here. Volmuth in that dark blue Fincraft kit. He's going to move to the front, and Bashor not really showing any alarm. Maybe a little early to be worried about being the race leader here on lap 1. This is the sort of backside of the course that we were talking about, arguably the most technical section here. It's not really a feature that we're talking about. It's really just every single one of these turns has the potential to be slippery. This is where the race, most of the races were won and lost last year. It really came down to mistakes here in Louisville, as opposed to who can, do the stairs fastest. The race is not won on the stairs or the barriers or anything like that. It's really won on a random corner, it seems.
Yeah, and what we're not seeing with this drone footage is that all of this is on a hillside. So it looks dead flat right now, but our riders, you can get a smaller indication of the elevation right now, that everything on this is either significantly up or significantly down, and that will play a factor, and it makes the corners much more difficult.
Onto the backside next for these guys. That'll be the far corner of the course, and then this long downhill run. This one's going to be a little sketchy too, because they're going to lose a lot of elevation here as they head back out to the other corner of the course.
Yes, and this is one of the sections that our race leaders are on now. That's on the black course. All of the amateurs who have raced this week have done the blue course, so this is a slight variation or deviation from the course that I raced on and that the other amateurs raced on earlier this week. They're now reconnecting with the traditional course, but some of what they're going to do has not been raced on yet this event.
You can see how quickly this one spread out, just 3.5 minutes in, and already some riders well down on this group. More traffic jams into the corners. I think that's going to be the story for a lot of these races early. It's a tight course here in Louisville.
Yeah, a lot of crashes causing separation as well. Definitely a chaotic beginning to this morning, which we love. That's why we love cyclocross, right? Is the chaos and the unpredictability.
Never know what you're going to get, even up until race morning. Depends on the conditions. That is frost that you're seeing here from the drone right there, that on top of the grass. You can't really see it from the cameras on the ground, but it's a good view from the drone. That's probably going to be the worst conditions that we'll see for anyone today. That frost is going to be much worse than like a little bit of rain that would come in, but that'll burn off here in the next probably 10 or 15 minutes. We won't see much more of it. Mechanical here, trying to get some help. Gonna have to run to the pit. Part of the unpredictability of cross. All right, back up to the front. Volmuth still there, and Bashor looking happy in second. I think Bashor is happy to just sit on Aiden Volmuth for probably as long as he wants.
And it looks like, I'm going to guess that that's Ben Braveman on the Bear national team, trying to bridge the gap up to our 2 leaders. And on his wheel, I would have to guess Dylan Haynes, but we will try to get more confirmation on our leading 4 now.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and call this a front group of 4, because I do think Braveman is going to get up there eventually. Although it's taken a long time to close the gap. Does he need to get there? I mean, just in cross, do you want to get up to that wheel ASAP? Is it okay to take your time to get up to that front group?
You know, it kind of depends on the course. They're about to head, now that they've passed pit 2, they're about to head into a pretty significant amount of pedaling. So they're about to take a right-hand turn and have pretty uninterrupted road for a couple of moments. They'll do a couple corners and then they'll go through the start finish, which also leads to a lot more pedaling. So being on a wheel for this is pretty significant. And actually, very interesting strategy here. So our rider who was 4th on course racing for BJC, who we're trying to identify, the moment he made contact, he moved to the front of the group, which is a very good thing to do. The worst thing you can do is work to catch the group and then still end up on the back and get yo-yoed. So really great aggressive racing coming from this BJC rider.
Confirming that is 109, Dylan Haynes up on the front in the red jersey. So Haynes, your new leader in a group of what is rapidly becoming more than 4. We thought we were going to have that separation early on. There you see Volmuth and Bashore now at the very back, but they're about to have some company on their back door. Call it 3 more coming up here.
This is about to become maybe a little crowded for some of these riders' preferences. I know that I would certainly feel a little bit of pressure if I was one of our leading 4. If this group eventually became a group of 7, I think that we're going to see an attack trying to thin this out a little bit. I don't think that these riders want to be racing in a group of 7 on a course with enough slipperiness that people are making mistakes.
Braveman's like, I'm out of here. He's getting to the front before the barrier's out. He knew he was going to hop it. That's why. Very smart riding here from Benjamin Braveman, the Bear National rider. Finds his way to the front as Volmuth, I think, goes down, up and over.
Aiden Volmuth slowing down Garrett Bashore. Those are our 2 race favorites. If I had to say, I would have put them as my 2 favorites for this race. And now there are equidistant gaps between all of our leading 7.
I think Braveman and Haynes realize that they have a golden opportunity right here. They've been granted a chance to be in that front group. Not only now be in the front group, but you are now dropping the 2 race favorites. So I think Benjamin Braveman realizes that now, and he's going to work with Dylan Haynes here to try to get rid of these guys.
Yeah, this is a golden opportunity for Braveman. He was 2nd at the Continental Championships behind Garrett Bashore just a couple weeks ago, so he knows what he's capable of. This isn't a dark horse ride from him at all, but if you're able to get some separation over the rider that narrowly beat you in Montana, I think that you're going to run with it.
Insanely fast lap times for these junior men. That's going to be 8 minutes on lap number 1, so we'll keep an eye on that. Is this Volmuth running here?
Yes, chain off the bike, devastating day for Aiden Volmuth. I expected big things from him, but sometimes this is just how it goes in cyclocross, which is part of the heartbreak of the sport.
Oh, well, Volmuth, after getting tangled up in the barriers, yeah, it's going to be a drivetrain issue. You can see that chain hanging down right there. He's going to try and fix it right here. But, Ellen, this is such a hard thing to do. You have the adrenaline pumping through. You're in the middle of the course. This is one of the hardest things in bike racing, to work on your bike, try and get that chain back on. It just seems like whenever you're in a race, the chain is 10 times harder to get back on your cassette.
Oh, gosh, yes. And you know what? You're emotional. This is devastating. I'm sure Aiden predicted or visualized himself leaving here with a Stars and Stripes jersey. And now all of a sudden he's trying to figure out how to put his chain back on. It's a heartbreaking thing, and that's just kind of how the sport goes sometimes. But
well, that will be one less rider in this front group that they've got to worry about. So I'm not sure that they know what happened to Aiden Volmuth, but pretty soon they're going to take inventory and realize that Volmuth is not in the conversation here. So that is good news for these guys, with some bad luck for Aiden Volmuth.
we're definitely seeing more mistakes from Benjamin Braveman at the front. So he had a bit of a gap, but we've seen multiple slip outs now. Kind of hard to notice unless you're really paying attention, but now the gap has come back. I'm going to wonder if he pits at some point during this race to maybe drop his tire pressure a little bit. I'm just seeing him have to put his foot out and catch himself a little more often than you would like.
Hasn't really had the chance yet. You got to ride one lap, I guess, to get the lay of the land here. Maybe pass some information to the pits the first time through, let them know what you want, and then try and get those tires on the other side.
Yep, there's a potential that when he rode by, he could have said, drop pressure or something like that, but he could also pit for a new bike and tell them then and say, I'm coming back in for the adjusted pressure.
And then Fincraft's Jack Bernard, sounds like, also went down. He was in that group. And now
yeah, he had a
Bernard's starting
mistake
to drop.
just as they came around the corner coming into pit one. He slid out. It didn't look too significant, but I think it really goes to show just how unpredictable patch of grass, but this course is very unpredictable. Everything that they're riding right now is significantly off camber. A lot of it's rutted and frozen, so this is not a course where you're able to really let your guard down.
Another separation in that front group, and man, we are feeling for the junior men today. A lot of bad luck out there for these guys early on. That's to be expected in such a physical race. I mean, the way we saw the first 3 or 4 minutes of that racing go, no surprise that there were that many incidents.
Oh, and we just saw another crash.
It's really coming down to a lot of these U-turns. All right, so we'll call this your front group. I guess we still call it 5 here. I think these guys are still in contention.
Yeah, they're definitely still in contention, and we've seen on the first lap or so how quickly gaps can grow and dissolve. So we just saw, I believe that was Benjamin Braveman on the front, who I think just took that corner a little wide and then immediately was passed by our 2 new leaders. So we're seeing that gaps close and open up very quickly on this course. Some courses 4 seconds can be insurmountable, but on a course like this, it looks like there are enough mistakes that I would consider this a front group of 5, especially now they're very close together.
We talked about the bad luck of Aiden Volmuth earlier. He had big hopes for this one coming in. We had a chance to catch up with him yesterday and hear a little bit about his thoughts coming into this one today.
I'm curious to see how the race will be on Saturday in the morning and how the conditions might change, but so far I'm feeling confident. This year I did a lot more endurance, and I built myself a bigger base, and then on top of that, raced fewer races and focused on getting to the World Cups, and I just think I improved on a lot of things over the summer.
Shame to see that improvement end in the way that it did here, but Ellen, that's part of, if you're going to try and be a professional, which this is absolutely the path that a kid like Aiden Volmuth is on, this is part of the sport. The setbacks are a normal part of the path to the pros.
They really are, and you know, it breaks my heart, especially with these young riders. You know, you just don't want anyone to feel too discouraged, but like when I was a junior, gosh, I had some very devastating races, and it all worked out okay. It feels like the end of the world at the time, but you know, Aiden Volmuth talked in his interview. He said that he made a lot of improvements over the summer, and he certainly did. He was 14th here last year in the junior men, and this year coming in as a final year junior. He came in as one of the pre-race favorites, so he had some unfortunate luck, but I think that he has made a lot of improvements. So we'll miss seeing him at the front, but it's not the end.
Haynes and Bashore leading the way here. Benjamin Braveman still trying to close down that gap. In fact, he's going to get passed here by Ethan Brown in that Midwest Devo kit. So it looks like this is going to calm down a little bit. They are still changing positions, though, so they're obviously not quite ready to just settle in and ride a couple laps here. Still making passes, but Boulder Junior Cycling spending a lot of time up here on the front with Dylan Haynes. And it looks like Garrett Bashore, who appeared to be the early aggressor, is going to get back up there now.
Yeah, we actually have 3 Boulder Junior cyclists represented at the front of this race. Garrett Bashore racing in the Pan American Champion kit, so you don't see that he's wearing the same kit as his teammates, but there could be maybe not some tactics unfolding necessarily, but you'd like to imagine that these riders are not actively impeding each other. This is Aiden Volmuth now chasing up through some of the further back riders, trying to salvage any result. There are UCI points on the line.
Yeah, you know, you got to appreciate this ride. I like that he's still riding, he's still racing, he's still picking off points. Aiden Volmuth was like, am I going to get first or second going into the day when you're a favorite? Now you're racing, am I going to get 17th or 18th? A lot of riders would say, you know what, I had a bad nationals, I had a problem, mechanical crash, whatever it was, but he's going to keep racing this one. So bravo, well done out there for Aiden Volmuth.
Yeah.
Back over the barriers here. Remember, this is where Volmuth had his problem. Ooh, and everybody making it safely up and over. Ethan Brown jumping the barriers.
I only go like right here, otherwise I come back.
Yeah, these barriers very dramatic on the first lap. Happy to see now 6 riders over them without issue.
You know what I love about these barriers? It is split right down the middle as to whether you ride this one or run it, because about half of the field is riding it and about half of the field is running it as Jack Bernard goes up and over.
I have to point out for our fans at home, these barriers are very, very tall. They're the max height of 40 centimeters, but some barriers, depending on how they're positioned, sometimes feel taller than that. So hopping these is no small feat.
Aaron Connolly up and over as our front group makes their way back onto the pavement here.
Looks like Garrett Bashore starting to turn the screws at the front a little bit, putting the two riders on the back on notice. We're starting to see a small separation.
Yeah, Bashore, you're absolutely right. Turn the screws on the pavement there. Gapped a couple off the back here, but again, plenty of time to chase back on. It's going to be Ethan Brown that's got to do the work to close down this gap. Meanwhile, more riders rolling through. There's Bernard, the Fincraft rider, going off camera. Try and pick up our top 10 as they roll through here. The other thing we're looking for are any good battles forming back here for a top 10, top 15, top 20 ride. We're looking for those small groups that are battling it out. Whatever unfortunate soul got linked up with Aiden Volmuth back here in the field. Yeah, sometimes these will be the best battles. Just a couple riders locked in. They're going to fight all day here. It's going to be Isaiah Colbreth, the Oklahoma Flyers rider, at the back of that group. And a good look at Aaron Connolly. By the way, if you're watching at home, there is live timing available on the USA Cycling event website. You'll be able to follow if you're looking for a rider out there in any of these fields. Find the Cyclocross National Championship homepage on usacycling.org. They'll have a link to live timing there.
So Benjamin Braveman slipping out again, seeing him having to catch himself with his foot yet again, but it seems that it's not slowing him down. He's at the front. He just did a quick look over his shoulder. He is putting Garrett Bashore on notice. Dylan Haynes, the BJC rider that came across the line in third, was the only rider that looked like he was really able to go with him.
Tough place to be all by yourself out here 19 minutes in. But now Jack Bernard going to have to carry the flag for Fincraft as Volmuth goes down early, back up to the front. And this looks like, oh, this is going to be Braveman who's moved to the front here. So now as that group goes through, oh man, these gaps are right on the edge, Ellen.
Yeah, it looks like the rubber band has extended once again, and the real question is it going to come back together, or is it finally going to snap? Because we've seen Benjamin Braveman has been off the front with a small gap several times already just in the 19 minutes that we've been racing, but he's had a couple critical mistakes that have allowed the chasers to bring him back, but he seems to be, if not the strongest, the most confident and brave out there today.
Well, paying off so far again for Benjamin Braveman, wearing number 103 for the Bear national team on the front right now. Not only on the front, but he is opening up gaps. This is Braveman's show. And I think you're right, Ellen. He was not happy with the size of this group. 5 is too many. The other thing, he's got to deal with these Boulder Junior cycling riders. I mean, you cannot deny the fact that you've got to be worried when you see 3 BJC riders in your group.
Yeah, 2's company, 3's a crowd. He said, I got to go. You know, the thing that I'm thinking about right now, Brad, Benjamin Braveman, was second at the Continental Championships in November in Montana. Very, very different course, very different conditions from this. So this might be a course that generally suits him a little bit better, or maybe favors him at least over Garrett Bashore. So I think he's trying to turn the screws and put more pressure on Garrett, who did beat him by about 20 seconds in Montana. And it looks like he's kind of trying to put Garrett Bashore on notice, and at the moment, seems to be working.
Great form on the bike here for Benjamin Braveman as he'll take a look up onto the pavement here. They drop back down. We're calling this sort of the bowl area because they have a lot of ups and downs. Go back through the pit here shortly. Haven't seen much action in the pit. Seems like everyone pretty happy with what they started with. Look at this, Braveman staying on it. Oh yeah, he's putting the hurt on these guys. So now Bashore is going to go with his teammate. Oh, down goes Braveman.
Another mistake from Braveman. He has had a foot out of the pedal or has been on the ground
such
a good handful of times already in this race, Brad. I've been expecting to see him pitting. Shocked to see that he hasn't.
Really tough place to put a foot down. He was in the wrong gear to restart. He's lucky he was able to get going there. I mean, that is just pure power, pure strength right there.
He had a really great gap as well. That's got to be, that'll take a little bit of wind out of your sails.
Bashore knows it. He is like, hey man, how you feeling? Let's give you a little taste of your own medicine, as now Bashore going to get to the front and hit the gas.
Yeah, these races can often be a death by 1,000 cuts, and typically that's inflicted by someone else, but right now for Benjamin Braveman, he's really been the person that's, he's been putting the pressure on, but he's also been making, from where we're sitting, the most mistakes.
Well, now we'll get a real tell on the pavement because you can pretty much do whatever you want. If you want to get to the front, this is the place to do it.
I'm very surprised to see this race back together. I really thought that Braveman's gap was going to be going out. But that's the thing with cyclocross. We're going to say it all day, but it's just so unpredictable, and that's what makes the sport so exciting.
Called a group of 4 as you see what I think is Ethan Brown trying to chase back on here. Oh, another foot down for Braveman. Struggling out there today. Now Bashore back up to the front.
Oh, and just as we said it, a mistake from Garrett Bashore as well. I mean, it's clearly slippery out there.
Everyone's safely up and over. Braveman and Brown ride the barriers. Look at Ethan Brown coming like a freight train back into the group.
Wow, he said, now's my chance. He just slipped right past, was that Dylan Hayes?
Oh, that group safely up and over. 5 back together. We're going to take a quick break here from Louisville and pay some bills. When we come back, we'll have the finish of your junior men's race coming up next.
Got one of them rolling this one down the home straight. So Dylan Hayes actually starting to split the group just a little bit, drawn to his teammate Bashore, clear Braveman, trying to bring things back together. Moore sitting on Braveman's wheel, and Ethan Brown is still. He's the hardest working guy in the group right now, desperately trying to maintain contact on the back of that bus. And Chris, I got to ask you, you're over there by the McKenzie Range barriers. A couple of those riders obviously are riding them with the weather that we've had, with the buses that we've had. Is there a little bit of a dip because for that first barrier making it a little more challenging? Those guys are riding back and spot them back to them. I will do it. Looks like a team is looking like Bashore and Brown are making short work of it for sure. But I'll see what the issue looks like.
Front group still all together with 5 riders up the front of this race. Garrett Bashore continuing to lead the way in the Pan Am Champs kit. But Ellen, this one has been all over the place in the junior men, mistake after mistake after mistake. A lot of slipping going on out there. But the amazing thing, we haven't seen anyone pit yet.
I know, honestly, Brad, I'm shocked. If I had had to put some money on it, I really would have guessed that we'd see a couple of people making modifications to their tire pressure at the front. You can kind of see that the course is starting to soften up. So it's going to become a little bit top slick, so it's going to become even more unpredictable. I feel exhausted. We've had so many lead changes this course. This race has just been so dynamic. We've had so many kind of false starts with who's going to be taking the lead, and then small mistakes. And
again, gaps forming, starting to spread out again. This one was all back together just about 30 seconds ago. This will be Bashore first up. Gonna go Braveman next.
I think that's Dylan Haynes on his wheel.
This is really just a matter of waiting for the next slip up here.
Yeah, it's really, the race is not over for any of these leading 5. Even for Ethan Brown, who's a little bit further back, and his BJC compatriot, both of them are still in contention. We've had enough mistakes on a course that's unpredictable enough that they're absolutely still in contention with about a lap and a half left to go. For those of you who are keeping track at home, Aiden Volmuth has actually moved back up into 12th place. So he's 1 minute and 25 seconds down, but considering that he was running for a significant portion of the lap, he's made very good headway through this field.
Yeah, Volmuth deserves a lot of credit for his effort. This will be kind of the second group on course here.
I think that's Kalen Brown making his way up the stairs just beneath Mansion Hill.
To the front with Garrett Bashore gapping things off here. Ooh, Bashore got a nice gap here. Braveman needs to close this.
Yeah, definitely the pressure is on Braveman right now, but Garrett Bashore has not been making as many mistakes as Benjamin Braveman, but not to say that he hasn't had a couple of slips as well. So this race is far from over, but this is, I would say this is very threatening.
Bashore picking his way through the technical section here. This race a great example of not how you start, it's how you finish, right? Because remember, at one point Bashore was on the ropes when Benjamin Braveman was putting the pressure on him. And now the tables have turned.
You know, something that you don't always see, especially at this age in like the junior categories, is the sort of mental calmness that it can take to win a race, especially under unpredictable circumstances. I don't know how the race played out in Montana when Garrett Bashore became Pan American champion, but this is a great example of a lot of just calm mental maturity to be able to not be in the lead for a good portion of the race, but really put the power down when it starts to count.
Hardly anyone pitting, even through the back of the group, not seeing many riders going. Maybe there's nothing you can do. I mean, it may not be a tire pressure issue. It could just be a course condition issue. The best tires or pressure in the world ain't going to help you out there if there's a layer of ice on the top of the grass.
Yeah, and that just may be how Benjamin Braveman rides. He may be used to riding a little bit loose, so he may not be needing to pit if that's how he's used to riding. Sometimes if you're making a lot of mistakes, it's an indication that your pressure's too high. But yeah, like you said, for some people, there might not be anything that they can do or want to do.
Nice look at that front group from up above. Bashore continuing to put time into him.
I would say that this is the biggest gap that we have seen in the race so far today. We're not too far from the finish where he'll be getting the bell for 1 lap to go. So we'll be able to get an official count on the gap over our 2 chasers.
Gonna go Haynes and Braveman, then comes Ethan Brown up and over.
Great save by Ethan Brown. Bunny hopped the first barrier, foot came out of the pedal, and was able to unclip and dismount before he went over the bars on the second barrier.
And then Desmond Moore trying to tack on here as well for Boulder Junior Cycling. Back up to the chase group, second and third on course right here. Braveman is taken over.
So our leader, Garrett Bashore, about to come through, get the bell for 1 lap to go. The race is not over. He's in a tough spot right now. He has a good gap that he can work with, but really 1 mistake in this race would be back together again. This is definitely a stressful position to be in for Garrett Bashore, but also for Benjamin Braveman and Dylan Haynes.
Ooh, Braveman closing the gap here. They're reeling Bashore back in. And now Braveman has a big ask on his plate, because this is really where you're going to, the only way that you're going to fix this problem is by throwing watts at it. I mean, this is a power issue right now for Braveman. He's got to get up there. You can't count on Bashore to make a mistake and say, you know what, I'll just wait until he slips to catch on. I think you got to go all in if you're Benjamin Braveman right now and try and close this, but not too much that you blow up, obviously. That is the fine line of racing at the highest level here, but Braveman also has to worry about his partner back here in the race for second and third. So if you're Braveman, do you worry about trying to win this race? Do you try and defend silver? Like, what are you thinking in this situation?
It depends on his values. If he's really just proud of a podium position, and I think that you can be happy with second, you try to win the group. But what I would be considering right now is that Braveman and Haynes are only 3 seconds behind our race leader, and they're 12 seconds ahead of 4th place. So right now, they are closer to winning the race than they are to being off the podium. So I think at this point, you got to be willing to lose the race to win it. I think that you go all in, you know, take a big risk, and if you end up with a bronze instead of a silver, then I think that's just how it goes.
Braveman giving it his all up here. I think you can see Dylan Haynes has a little left in the tank. He's kind of checking up a little bit, I think, when he gets to the back of Benjamin Braveman here. So Haynes not going to do anything to help Braveman get up to his BJC teammate. But if I'm Haynes right now, I'm thinking about how I can just sit on and snag a silver medal.
Yeah, you take the free ride.
Oh, it's so close. Braveman can taste it.
So now we're heading into a section, of course, where we have seen a lot of mistakes from really all involved parties. Really, the only thing slower than cautious is crashing, is what I always say.
Look at this, Braveman getting the gap now.
Yes, he has started to achieve some separation over Dylan Haynes.
Made up a little time up to Bashore. Bashore, Braveman, Haynes, Brown up next. And man, hard to believe that this was at one time a tightly locked group of 6 that then became 5, and now this one falling apart at the seams. Bashore dropping down.
You know, this is good news for Garrett Bashore. We're in the final, I think just over half a lap to go in our junior men's national championships. Every moment that he is in the lead, he's a moment closer to securing his title. But this has been a nail biter of a race since the gun.
I said that Braveman was going to have to use power. He is starting to run out of places to use it is the problem here, because there aren't many wide open power sections or places where he can pass. So there's only a few more opportunities here. One, you got to be there. Now Braveman having a little trouble, I think, in that corner. And that's going to allow Haynes to get back up there.
There is one section where I think that Braveman looked a little bit better than Bashore, our race leader, and they're heading into it now. So this is actually a pretty steep downhill into two long, hard pedaling uphills. We saw pretty significant lead changes here in our elite men's race last year. So all of this that Garrett Bashore is on now is uphill. So this could be an important section for Braveman if he's going to use some power to bring back our leader. But now he has Dylan Haynes back on his wheel, so I don't know what that says about the pace of our chasers.
Locking up the rear wheel for Benjamin Braveman on that little downhill. Oh, look at this effort from Garrett Bashore. He knows Braveman's doing the exact same thing behind him.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, you are all in. You hope to go smooth brain mode. Doesn't matter what your legs are saying, what your body's saying. You just pedal like your life depends on it. Very small mistake, I think, from Dylan Haynes, but doesn't look to have caused him any strife. Actually, I wonder if Braveman is now starting to maybe have a little bit of a body mechanical.
Yeah, I think Haynes has been sort of waiting to strike here. He's just kind of been sitting back a little bit on Braveman, waiting for the right time to strike. I think Haynes feels that Braveman may be starting to fade a little bit here. So now I think if you're Braveman, this is a clear indication that you are now racing for second place. This is no longer a chase for gold. You are trying to sort out a silver medal in this scenario.
Yeah, at this point, if he's not feeling amazing, and I mean,
yeah, look
that
at
is
this gap.
a significant gap. At this point, yeah, he's trying to salvage the best ride that he can.
So that is second and third right there on the pavement. So it's about the length of this paved section is your gap right here, as now Braveman going to go back to the front on the pavement. So he's feeling good enough to get to the front of this group.
Yeah, there aren't a ton of passing opportunities between now and the finish. There's a lot of turning, and also we know that Braveman is hopping the barriers, which is an advantage if he's able to do it cleanly. So for him to be in the lead going into the barriers could be one of his last cards to play.
You should just be able to see Bashore at the top of the picture there. Oh, there's a great shot. It's so tough and cross. You can see the riders, but a lot of times there's 4 or 5 lengths of tape in between you and the leader.
So we're in the closing moments for our leader, Garrett Bashore. So he has a good gap. Really now what he needs to do is focus on not making a mistake to the finish. Okay, Braveman over the barriers with a gap to Dylan Haynes. So if he's able to maintain that, that'll be good for silver for him.
Wow, gonna get a nice gap for Haynes.
Wow.
Into the closing turns here. But meanwhile, back up to the front is Garrett Bashore into the last few meters of racing. And I think at this point, he may realize that he's got this one in the bag. This looks very clear, like Benjamin Braveman gonna hold on for second. And that'll be your last turn for Garrett Bashore onto the pavement and onto the podium for the Pan Am champ.
But he's about to pull on the Stars and Stripes, your junior national champion for 2024. This is Garrett Bashore.
You can see the emotion for Bashore across the line, and Benjamin Braveman clearly disappointed with his effort today.
Bronze medalist today. What a phenomenal battle between two of the top teams in the junior cyclocross.
Oh, and a big hug between teammates Dylan Haynes, our third place finisher, and Garrett Bashore, our winner. We'd love to see it.
Robin from the Bear CX National Squad with a silver medal performance. What a great ride by these three young men.
You know, really no reason for a Braveman to be disappointed with that one. You saw him bang his bars coming across the line, but I think it was probably just because he did taste that gold medal at one point, so he had it in his mind that he had a chance to do it. But taking a second to Garrett Bashore is not a bad day at the National
No,
Championships.
and especially with a race like that, gosh, that was, I mean, I feel like I need a deep breath before we move to the junior women, because that race was so action-packed. Really a great way to kick off a big day of cyclocross racing.
This will be fourth place on the day. I think Desmond Moore. Yeah, confirmed that'll be Moore across the line for fourth.
I think Ethan Brown was our fourth place rider in Midwest Evo, and then Desmond Moore in fifth. Unfortunately for our UCI junior races, only 3 deep on the podium. Some of our events at Nationals do go 5 deep, the wide angle podium, but for today, just the top 3 getting recognized with a medal.
Porter Melvin finishing up next for Team Stampede. Had a good ride today to get out there. And then Fincraft back through with Aiden Volmuth recovering into what I think is going to be a top 10 ride for Volmuth.
Wow, yes it is.
Nice.
Wow. That is a very, very impressive ride from Aiden Volmuth. Also just shows so much maturity to be able to come back from a pretty devastating hand being dealt at Nationals.
Now the rest of our top 20 riders rolling in. Jack Bernard up next. He'll be second on the Fincraft team.
Congratulations.
And then back out to the rest of our Boulder junior cycling riders.
You can slip this on.
Back through. The rest of the riders finishing up a tough day out here in Louisville as they continue to roll in. This is going to be a 8 or 9 minute field as we'll watch into our top 30 now making their way through. A lot of riders just happy to finish this one up right, Ellen.
Yeah, you love to see the further back riders celebrating coming across the line. You know, there's a lot to celebrate, not just first place.
As our riders rolling through, being joined in the booth right now by our race winner. Garrett, thanks for making it straight over here, straight off the bike and into the booth with us here. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Take me through the course out there. Like, if you were going to give some recon to your maybe junior women's teammates racing next, what do you say about this course?
I'd say be really careful in those corners right now because it's kind of melting a lot and it's really slick out there. Like, I had a few crashes because I was pushing it too hard. And, yeah, I'd mainly say just be careful.
Talk to me about the battle with Braveman up at the front. You guys were trading blows all day.
Yeah.
When did you kind of realize that you had a chance and you needed to accelerate and go?
So my teammate Dylan Haynes, he kind of got a gap off the front, and I bridged to him. And I looked back, like coming through the start-finish straight, and I realized we had a little bit of a gap, so I told him we should just pin it. And just from there, I kind of got a little bit of gap from him, and then I just held it from there.
What was your pressure and tread today? What were you running out there?
I was running the Baby Lemus, and I was running about 23 in the back and 21 in the front.
Did you, at any point, think about changing that? Were you pretty happy with it from the gun?
I think I maybe could have gone down maybe like 1 PSI or maybe half, and I could have gotten a little bit more grip, but I think it was pretty good for the conditions today.
Well, this has certainly got to be a nice end to your season, middle of your season. Where are you in your cross season
Kind of
here?
the middle. I'll be heading to Belgium this Tuesday to get some World Cup racing and some of the other races out there.
Right on. So you got a nice big block of confidence headed over to Europe.
Yeah.
How does that change? I mean, you've won big races, obviously wearing a Pan Am Champs jersey, but how's the national championship stack up?
Oh, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's a lot of pressure, but it really is nice.
Well, hopefully you get at least a little time to celebrate tonight. When is your flight? Like, how quickly are you over there?
It's on Tuesday, but
Okay.
I'm going to head home, do a couple finals at home, and then get on a plane to go to Belgium.
This is what we love about junior bike racing right here. Got to take a few exams and finish that up and then get back on the plane. Well, I hope you get at least a little time to celebrate with some friends and family. I know you're going to have some teammates racing later here today, so we'll let you get out there and celebrate with them. But congratulations, a big win today in the Junior Men's 17-18 National Championship for Garrett Bashore. We're going to take a quick break here from Louisville. When we come back, Junior Women coming up next from the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships on FloBikes.
Look at that. And that. And those. And, boy, where did we get something to eat? Where do we sleep? Where are we going to hang out? Oh, now we're talking. How about that? And that is everything you ever wanted in a weekend getaway. Plus everything else you'd ever want to. Louisville, Bourbon City.
To every single day.
It's what I know, like it's who I am.
All I'm thinking about is the finish line.
I race for progression and I race for improvement.
Just to have fun and go really, really fast.
I race for team.
I race for women.
My favorite is definitely cyclocross.
Techie mountain bike riding.
It's like a balance between pushing yourself and then other people.
People are stoked to see you out there.
You may not win, but you learn. Adrenaline.
The adrenaline.
Welcome back. Junior men have just wrapped up here in Louisville and now getting ready for our junior women up next at Joe Creason Park as our live coverage here on FloBikes continues. See our last riders finishing up out of that junior men's field. They are making the last call to staging for the junior women up next. But really exciting junior men's race that just wrapped up. Ellen, let's go back and talk a little bit about that. It started with a pretty chaotic lap number one. There were riders all over the course in that junior men's 17-18 first lap.
Yeah, we saw a lot of crashes, a lot of fall downs, runovers.
And it really started on the pavement and then into turn one, but we did see the whole shot from Garrett Bashore, and that would be a telling start to the race. Who would go on to win the day, but it was really about the other riders that survived all those feet down and mistakes and riders going down like this right here. And we even saw Aiden Volmuth, one of the pre-race favorites, have a little trouble in the barriers. That turned into a mechanical. He did his best to get that back on, but by that time he had lost some significant placing, so he would spend the rest of his day trying to pick his way back through the field as they slowly whittled down the lead group. And at one point, Ellen, it looked like we were going to see Benjamin Braveman roll away here until he had a mistake.
Yeah, we saw a lot of mistakes, but really the last rider to kind of put it all together cleanly was Garrett Bashore, and he was able to take a commanding and clearly emotional win, which you love to see.
Well, emotional all the way down the podium as Bashore celebrates. Braveman clearly disappointed with his result on the line. He was so close, he could taste the victory, but just didn't have the legs to do it today. So he'll go second. And then a very impressive ride for Dylan Haynes into third for Boulder Junior Cycling. That'll be your podium as BJC goes 1 and 3. Ellen, really to be expected with a program like Boulder Junior Cycling. That is one of the premier cross programs in America. So can't really call it a surprise to see the boys in red go 1 and 3.
No, absolutely not. I think really the main surprise would actually be if there was a junior podium that didn't have a BJC rider on it. That would be the bigger upset, I think, on a day like today.
And I would expect we'll see more of those red jerseys as we head to our junior women's race up next. They'll have a few riders on that squad, so we'll keep an eye on that. But our last riders in the junior men's race just rolling in across the line. I think that's going to be our last rider onto the pavement here. So now the junior women going to make their way into the grid. Ellen, if you're a junior women's racer, are you watching this junior men's race? I mean, what do you do in the hour before your race if there's racing going on as a junior women's racer?
Yeah, I mean, in the hour before your race, you're hopefully warming up and trying to get focused, but you're definitely paying attention. If you have a teammate that you trust and that you look up to, you definitely ask you know, if they have any feedback. Like we saw with our junior men, Garrett Bashore said he probably could have gotten away with slightly lower pressure. That's important. And also that it's getting slippery and unpredictable. You definitely want to know all that. And then sometimes there can be a key feature, like watch out for this rut. It's really causing trouble. So those are all things that you want to know without spending too much time focusing on it.
Again, all the advice in the world may not really matter because these conditions are going to continue to change out there. Not a whole lot of mud yet, but I will say once this thaws out on the top level, I think it will start to get a little muddier, but we've hardly seen any action in the pits so far, and really not much other than maybe the occasional pressure change.
Yeah, we actually had a surprising lack of action, I would say, in the junior men's race. I wonder if that will be different for the junior women just as things start to soften up. There's definitely a little bit more precedent for pitting and trying to get a fresh bike, but I don't know if we're quite there yet. Time will tell.
Meanwhile, the tire check underway. Ellen, explain to the viewers at home if they are new, what were they looking for there, the officials checking the tires coming into the grid?
The officials are doing two things right now. They're checking for your tires to make sure that they aren't past the maximum width of 33 millimeters. So our tires can only be so wide. Otherwise, people would be riding mountain bike tires, right? And that would be a different sport. And also, they are, if you ever see them touching a bike with an iPad, they're actually checking for a motor.
You see your junior men's results here. They have just wrapped up. Jack Bernard finding a top 10 ride out there today. Aiden Volmuth into 7th, though, maybe my MVP of the day, most improved out there, making the best of it. And you see Bashore, Braveman, and Haynes, 1, 2, and 3. So maybe a little surprise up here. I don't know that there's any big surprises inside this top 10. Everyone in this group deserves to be here for sure, but this one, let's say it didn't stick to the race predictor. Go a little further down inside our top 10 as our junior women look like they are getting their call-ups. They do the Euro-style call-ups here as well. That's a new change here at the National Championships where they're going to call the riders up from the line. They'll ride down to the grid. Good chance to kind of look at them. But this is a departure from the normal ceremony here at USA Cycling National Championships.
They used to do that at the Grand Prix of Gloucester, and it was like what made me want to go pro. I was like, I want to do that so I can do the Euro start.
Well, let's talk about some of the big names in this field. I want to start with a rider that just got her call-up, Lydia Cusack, having maybe the best couple weeks of any American out there, fresh off a UCI World Cup win over in Dublin, Ireland. Ellen, how much does that mean for Lydia Cusack and American bike racers?
Oh gosh, I mean, it's massive. I think it's a huge confidence boost for her. I know that it's kind of been a topic of discussion for a couple of her competitors, but she made history. She's the first junior to win a World Cup, American junior to win a World Cup, so very significant.
Cusack in the lineup just behind Ada Watson, Alyssa White.
Alyssa White, I think, has a very good, a very good amount of pressure on her today. She was second here last year. Vita Lopez de San Roman winning the junior women's race, who has now aged out. So Alyssa is our top-ranked rider from last year that's still in the junior category.
Their go time will be at 9:40. So we are
3 minutes to your start. 3 minutes. You are racing for 40 minutes.
All right, getting the 3-minute warning here. Plenty of time for the nerves to set in before the national championships. Relatively small field here for our junior women, 31 riders on the grid. There's our first customer into the power washers. This looks more cosmetic than anything.
Got to make sure that the bike's clean before you pack it up in the trailer for the ride home.
30 seconds after I leave the grid, the start can take place at any point in time.
One other rider that I think is a favorite going into this race is our continental champion, Alyssa Sarkisov. So she's going to be racing for the CXD Trek Bikes team along with her teammates Lydia Cusack and Ada Watson. So we'll definitely be seeing some CXD riders at the front of this race.
2 minutes to start.
A lot of very strong names in this group. We talked to Lydia Cusack as she got a chance to pre-ride the course yesterday.
Here today as well. We are inside of 2 minutes until go time. Inside of 2
Check that.
minutes.
Try and get that in for you here. Lydia Cusack obviously coming off a big result, but Ellen, you're only as good as your most recent race, right? So now none of that matters when you're on the start line at the national championships. You got to back up what you did in Dublin here.
Anticipating what's about to go down over the next 40-odd minutes of racing.
All right, there's the 1-minute warning.
We are officially inside that 1 minute.
And the last jackets come off. Hopefully this one will be a little less chaotic with a slightly smaller field here of 31 riders. We'll see when they get the 30-second warning. There it is.
With a big victory today, we are inside of 30 seconds until go time. And Louisville, we're going to continue to show these athletes a little bit of love. When that light goes green, I want to hear y'all make a little bit of noise here and show them why we keep bringing the championships back here to Joe Greason.
All right, officials out of the way. This start can come at any time.
Eyes are on the light.
And there we go, underway.
That means go. Our junior women are officially underway. Let's make
And this looks like Nicole Clamon going to get the whole shot. Check that. One of the Boulder Junior cycling riders caught her just up the outside. Clamon in that blue and black jersey into second spot now. That must have been Rachel Levtov, maybe?
Definitely could have been Rachel Levtov. She's had some really good results. I think she was maybe 5th here in the junior women last year, so not a surprise to see her if she's at the front.
At the front and hammering here, opening up a gap. Well, we saw this in the junior men's race. No reason to panic then. The CXD train behind her with Sarkisov, Watson, Cusack, and Sonneman. That group mostly all together up and over the stairs.
Wow, just in that short period of time since we last saw that CXD group come through, we've now seen Lydia Cusack move into second. She made very quick work of moving up through, I'd say 3 or 4 positions on course.
You can see a berm starting to burn in here in this corner. That is partially due to the moisture that has just been ridden over and over and over. So we'll see how much this changes for the junior women here. Up and over the flyover.
riders now about to go through pit 1. This corner has been tricky. It caused a lot of trouble for our junior men. Looks like our top 10 riders making pretty easy work of it. And now Alyssa Sarkisov, I believe, heading into the pit. So clearly she's having a problem, or else you wouldn't be going into the pit on the first lap. She was a little further back than I would have expected from our top-ranked rider, so kind of stands to reason that she is having a bike issue, and that's why she's not quite as far up as we would have expected.
Sarkisov in that white jersey, a little farther back in the group than she would like. But if there's one rider that can fight back through this group, it will be Sarkisov, so don't count her out just yet.
Yeah, and you know, one of the indicators that we got from the junior men's race is that just a lot of room to move up and close down gaps on this course. It's really not a matter of if you'll make a mistake, but when on a course like this, you know, with such unpredictable conditions. So you can't let a bad start or a couple of mistakes bum you out. You just have to keep kind of moving forward and keep your head up. That is Lydia Cusack on the front.
Levtov going to drop down to second here. Ooh, little slip. He's still slippery. That's a Jam Fund kit.
That's Bridget Wilson, my teammate.
Right on. Holy moly, look at this gap on the front. Goodbye, Lydia Cusack. So now this is looking like it's going to be solely on Rachel Levtov to try to close this one down to Cusack, because behind Levtov are two of Cusack's CXD teammates. It's a really unique scenario with teams in cross. There's a small element of wanting to help your teammate, but at the same time, you're certainly riding for yourself first and foremost.
Yes, I think my understanding and my experience has always been you're not going to ride against them. So you're probably not going to chop that person, at least in the first couple laps, until you get down to like the really business end of the race. But realistically, you're probably not working together all that much. Significant gap for Lydia Cusack already.
They should be starting to make their way back up the hill already. We know again that line back up out of the bowl.
Cusack clearly coming into her own this season here, having an amazing 2024-25 season.
Yeah, she's had a very good year. If not a small cyclocross calendar. She's only done 2 UCI races in the US and the World Cup in Ireland, which she won. So she's had a very successful calendar. She started later than usual, but seems to be paying off very well. She will be heading over to Europe to do more of the World Cups and some of the bigger European races. So seems like she's trying out a new strategy, and it looks like it's working.
It's so tough for the junior riders to put together a season-long schedule because they have to be 17 and 18-year-olds. There's a lot that goes into you know, your life outside of bike racing. There's school, there's family, there's friends, there's other sports that these riders may be doing. So you see a lot of unique schedules in these junior ranks. Part of it is also probably resource-based. The 17, 18-year-olds typically don't have maybe as many resources as the elite teams to make as many trips over, but the CXD team has been an incredible program.
Yeah, a big departure for Lydia Cusack this year was doing a lot of races on the road. She competed, I believe, in the World Championships for time trial and road this year. So I think she raced a bit later into her road season than you typically would if you were trying to only focus on cyclocross. So I think she took a bit of a break and is now making her arrival, just like the likes of Mathieu van der Poel and Wout van Aert coming in for the latter half of the season.
Race for second place starting to heat up right here. As you see the pass being made by Ada Watson. Getting up and over Rachel Levtov. So now Watson will move into second. Levtov down to third. And I did want to point out, I think I saw Alyssa Sarkisov get back onto the back of this group. That would put her into like 4th or 5th position back there, but I do think I saw that white Pan Am's jersey make it back up.
I think you're right. I think that we're about to see her come through in 4th. It does look like Levtov is going backwards a little bit. She started really hard, so that's kind of to be expected for someone who gets the whole shot. They're going to struggle a little bit later on in the lap. Hopefully she's able to take a deep breath and kind of rally back from that. But yes, it does look like our slower starters from the CXD team are starting to make their move later on in this lap.
Looks like a mechanical for Nicole Klayman, the Blue Ridge cross rider. Unfortunately having to carry the bike after a good start. Had a nice ride off the pavement onto the grass, but something happening on the opening lap here is Klayman now carrying the bike. The CXD fan club out in force for Lydia Cusack today. Gonna carry the bike up and over the barriers.
Wow, that's a significant gap.
A different zip code.
We're only 8 minutes in.
Well, how do you argue with a World Cup winner? As now Ada Watson up and over.
Well, Brad, if you want to feel old, the riders that are out on course at the moment were born in 2007 and 2008.
Nice, the year I graduated high school.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. I do feel old, thank you. Back onto the pavement for lap number 1. Look at the mud coming off of Lydia Cusack's wheel. It is starting to get muddy out there, Ellen. So again, conditions are changing all the time out here in Louisville. You can see the mud just rooster tailing off. There is Sarkisov through, so not only has she made it, I would say, into this group, but she's starting to pick her way through this group now. Sarkisov on the way back. Lily Sonneman going to be the back marker for the front group for CXD as her teammate. Lydia Cusack takes the front marker. And then comes Watson, Levtov. And look at this, Sarkisov going to ride up into 4th now.
Very composed ride from Sarkisov happening here. We talked a little bit in the junior men's race that at this age, not all of the riders have composure because they're very young, but every now and then you see riders kind of riding wise beyond their years. I think that we're kind of seeing that unfold with Alyssa Sarkisov having what looked to be a mechanical or at least a bike issue early on. It doesn't seem to be holding her back. She seems to be very, very composed.
And this group going to lock in together. So Watson, Levtov, and Sarkisov now going to race for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on course.
You know, we have a lot of racing left, so it's definitely too soon to say, but if this was a group that you had on the last lap of Nationals, you're going to be pretty nervous because it means that one of these trick-or-treaters is going home without any candy.
Look at the mud on the finished pavement here. That was not there a lap ago.
Alyssa Sarkisov now moving to the front.
So an important note out there, I caught on the coverage one of the Blue Ridge cross riders running one of the sections, fight on the shoulder. We know there's a couple of...
It's a great ride for Sarkisov. Certainly one of those that makes you wonder what if. And meanwhile, Lydia Cusack in her own little world up here at the front of the bike race.
She's probably lonely up there. You can just see her mechanic is the only rider, or the only mechanic walking across the pit. I bet her mechanic is lonely too.
Here's race for second back through the pits.
Yeah, and you can just see how tricky these corners are becoming based on how slowly the riders are going through them. Just trying not to overcook the turn and crash or dump the bike.
I saw that big effort that Sarkisov had to do out of the corner.
So at the close of lap 1, Lydia Cusack with a 29-second gap. This is Bridget Wilson riding for the Jam Fund. We saw her on camera earlier. She had some good results this year in the elite race, so I'm not surprised to see her having such a good ride in the junior women's field.
So it looked like, I'm not sure if you might be able to see the progress on your monitor, but it looked like Sarkisov.
Back up and over onto the backside of the mansion, the technical part of this course.
Looks like they have dispatched Levtov a little bit as they go into the stairs on Mansion Hill. Just a small gap forming.
And really, they're having their own race back there as Lydia Cusack continues to dominate on the front. Let's see if we can play her interview. Remember, we caught up with her yesterday. Here's what Lydia Cusack had to say.
Yeah, I do. It's super fun. I like a good mix of power sections and really hard techie sections. I think this course does a perfect job of balancing both. Yeah, I mean, it was a great race, super fun. I honestly had not very high standards for myself, but I went out there, gave it my all, and was able to come away with the win. I'm super happy with it. To trust the process and that one bad race isn't the end-all be-all. Kind of just turn over a new page and look forward to the next one.
Do your standards change after you win a World Cup, Ellen? I mean, she talked about not putting too much pressure on herself, but I have to imagine the level ups itself a little bit when you become the first junior American women's winner of a World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they can change, right? But maybe, like she said, maybe they shouldn't. I think that you can put so much pressure on yourself to expect, well, if I was able to do something that kind of puts me in a league of my own in America, then I should be able to, this, that, and the other thing. And I think that those expectations can be really hard to manage. So what she said in that interview is a great mark of maturity.
Cusack in her new reality after knocking out lap number 1. Heard Cusack talking about the courses that she likes. She a nice mix of technical and power sections. Couldn't have picked a better course for her then, because very technical on the backside, and then there's 3 or 4 wide open sections where you can really lay down some power. And if you are a power rider, you can certainly change the race on those sections like this right here. I mean,
Yes.
if you can throw watts at this, you can absolutely open up time here.
Absolutely, and we certainly know that Lydia Cusack is capable of putting down the watts. She's time trial national champion in the junior women, so no surprise that she is very, very proficient with power. Great to know that she also likes the technical sections because that will, of course, play to her advantage in the sport of cyclocross.
And now Sarkisov to the front of the chase group. This will be second place on course. Look at the mud sticking to her tire. I see it coming out of the front fork there.
Yeah, what a different set of conditions than we saw even less than an hour ago in the junior men. So I suspect that we will see some pitting in the junior women's race, most likely, especially if things continue to soften up. The bikes are just going to start to get a little bit heavier.
Ada Watson picking her way through. Great riding.
So this will be a 4-lap race for our junior women. It's always a tough balance. The officials are trying to get the race as close as they can to 40 minutes. So with a 9-minute lap, they have to decide between doing about a 36 or a 38-minute race or a 45 to a 48-minute race. So they'll be racing on the short side. For Lydia Cusack, I don't know if it's going to make that much of a difference.
Take all the time you want. Cusack can do this no problem.
Yeah. So we are starting to see riders coming into the pit now for fresh bikes. That's my bike. Sorry.
No way.
That was my old bike, yeah.
Right on. That's pretty cool to see that
cool.
Go through the generations.
Yeah, we got a couple out there this weekend.
I was always amazed. Louisville has a really, really strong domestic cross scene, I guess I would call it, from junior categories up to. It's been funny watching the lineage of these like aluminum cross bikes all the way back to the 2013 era. They're still out there and kicking. There are still 9 and 10-year-olds lining up on a red line.
Oh yeah, no one has bought a new red line
10 years ago.
Yeah, no one's bought a new red line in 15 years, but they're still like the official bike of juniors 10 through 12.
It is one of the really cool parts about cross. It has not fallen victim to the bike industry industrial complex. You can still ride a 10-year-old bike and be just fine.
Absolutely.
Found Cycling back here, another great program with Bella Krutel picking her way through. As we go back up to Alyssa Sarkisov, trying to work her way back up and over.
Whoa, Alyssa Sarkisov hopping these barriers.
Nice.
Significant, especially for a rider Alyssa's height. Those are probably up to her kneecaps. And a small mistake from Lydia Cusack. She's back up, honestly, before we were even able to finish our sentence. But just goes to show, this course is getting very, very slippery at this point.
Even Lydia Cusack, your race leader by 30+ seconds, finding herself off the bike on this course as the conditions continue to change. And now looks like Sarkisov has gapped off 3rd, 4th, 5th place. She's going to be in her own battle here for silver.
So I'm getting official word that the course is starting to get a little bit more sticky, so riders are now pitting for clean drivetrains and tires. Particularly the frames are starting to hold a lot of grass, which over the course of a lap or two can add a good bit of weight to the bike. And it can also just increase the risk of a mechanical, which is not something that you want. If you're in Lydia's position or even Alyssa's position, you would hate to lose that race because of a mechanical that's fully preventable if you have an identical bike waiting for you at the pit.
It's a good point that there is still a lot of grass on this course. It was pretty cold for the first few days of the national championship, so we really didn't see a dirt mud line get burnt in here, but now we're starting to see that grass get picked up, as this is the first time that this ground will have thawed on that top layer for the last few days. It's really been frozen grass that a lot of the earlier fields have been racing on, so you're watching in real time this course get muddier and muddier as the day goes on.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would suspect that we'll have almost completely different conditions for all 6 races that we see out there today. So it looks like Lydia Cusack's gap is starting to stabilize just a little bit. It's not exponential. So Lydia Cusack coming through at the close of lap 2 in first place. She has a 41-second gap over second place Alyssa Sarkisov. In third place we have Ada Watson, 51 seconds back. So that's a tight battle. 10 seconds separating Alyssa Sarkisov to Ada Watson. Then we have Rachel Levtov, Lily Sonneman, Adeline Hamilton, Lily Edwards, Bridget Wilson for the Jam Fund, and Kira Mullins make up your top 9, and then Skylar Haggy in 10th. So those are our top 10 riders as we are now officially halfway through our junior women's race here at the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships.
We are officially into the second half of this race. Time-wise, 22 minutes on the clock. Remember, 40 minutes is what we are aiming for our junior women's event.
Tongue out, feeling the effort.
It's Liliana Edwards for the Baltimore Youth Cycling Program, another long-standing program that has really become a pillar of American junior racing.
I'll put the Jam Fund on that list as well.
Absolutely.
Just saw Bridget Wilson rolling by.
I think that's Skylar Hagee and Kira Mullins,
yep.
I believe.
Cusack not looking stressed at all up here at the front. I mean, just does not look worried, does not look pressured. We really only saw one mistake from her. It was a pretty relatively big mistake. I mean, she came off the bike. It wasn't just a foot down, but other than that, we haven't seen a ton of issues for Lydia Cusack up there. It seems like she's kind of figured out the limit that she can ride that bike.
Yeah, she has really nothing to be worried about. The main thing that I would say, if I were in Lydia's position, the biggest stress for her is not getting distracted and making a massive mistake, which is possible. You know, you get a little too comfortable, you start to think about other stuff. Maybe you start thinking about your victory celebration, or your next race, or what you're going to have for dinner, and that's when you crash into the course tape and get it tangled up, or any number of things. I'm speaking from experience that I did that last week, and that's where things can come unglued. So as long as she's able to stay focused, and pit for a clean bike so she can avoid a mechanical, yeah, she doesn't have too much to be flustered about.
Second place, Alyssa Sarkisov dropping her way down into the bowl. And Ada Watson into third on your screen right now. Gaps all over the place out here. This one much different than that junior men's race, where these riders are going to start locking into their individual battles at this point. When you watch Lydia Cusack ride away this far, this quickly, it becomes pretty clear that you're not going to be chasing for that gold medal. And so now you start to maybe start that battle a little earlier than we saw in that junior men's race, because they're realizing a little earlier that this race is going to be a solo winner. All right, Cusack on the way back to the line, where she will get the bell for one lap to go. We're going to get ready to send her off on one last lap of racing. But first, we're going to take one more quick break here from Louisville. And when we come back, we'll have your junior women
Welcome back. Last lap of racing for our junior women on the way here as Lydia Cusack has put her stamp on this race so far, opening up a significant 20-plus second gap on lap number 1 and hasn't looked back since.
No, she really has not looked back since. I think someone's probably telling her.
Yeah, I would say literally and figuratively
Literally
hasn't
and
looked back.
figuratively. Someone said, you know, you have a huge gap. Just really keep your eyes forward. Don't risk a crash. And she's just been cool as a cucumber, super smooth. And she's about to come through to get 1 lap to go, so we'll get the final tally on her gap, which is probably dangerously close to a minute.
And there is the nearest chaser with Alyssa Sarkisov.
She's our Pan American champion.
We're going to see a few of those Pan Am jerseys throughout the day today. Sarkisov up and over.
I am blown away that she is hopping those barriers. They are so tall. They're hard to run.
It's an interesting way she's doing it, too. She gets the front wheel up onto it and then kind of rides up. It's not a clean hop.
Yeah, it's kind of the technique that you have to use if you're going slowly. Like with this level of moisture on the ground, you can't really go at them super fast. So she's doing it very well, but at a lower speed. If we were on, you know, flat, dry grass, she'd probably be doing it in a slightly more fluid motion, which is easier, actually.
Sarkisov going to come onto the pavement for her last lap. And I love this style of riding. Out of the saddle, head down, elbows out, as if she's got someone on her wheel.
She's giving it, I like you said, Brad, I love riders like this that are, you know, they're giving it everything. It's as if she can see Lydia Cusack all of a sudden. Like, she's not giving her an inch. You know, all three, I believe, yeah, we have a CXD sweep right now. These riders are not giving any of their teammates any concessions. Actually, Alyssa Sarkisov did pull back 3 seconds on Lydia Cusack on that last lap, so the gap has stabilized. We're at 38 seconds now. I think not enough real estate left for Alyssa Sarkisov to be able to bring back Lydia Cusack, but she's not going to make it easy for her if she has anything to do with it.
Just saw Ada Watson rolling through the line in 3rd. This will be the battle for 4th place right here.
Rachel Lebtov and Lily Soneman.
And this is going to be the closest battle that we'll have in this race because 1, 2, and 3 are all by themselves out there. 4 and 5 are the first 2 riders in contact. Liliana Edwards up next from Baltimore Youth Cycling. Boy, it's not going to be much longer for this grass. Its time is limited here, seeing how much mud is getting kicked up. You also see that sun starting to shine. That's going to be a big part of it.
Yeah, I'd say most, especially of the elite racers, are hoping for some precipitation or some semblance of chaos. And I think that just with the freeze thaw and the sun alone, I think that this race is going to be good for it.
Bridget Wilson into 7th place on course right now, heading onto the pavement for her last lap. Wilson doing the same out of the saddle. Meanwhile, we go back to Alyssa Sarkisov, 2nd place on course. She's going to pit here.
Presumably this will be her last pit of the race. She'll have a clean bike for just under 1 lap.
Good exchange all the way through the pit.
Squad is going to be a heck of a party at their team compound.
I can only assume that's the Lucy Millar fan club down there. Now you're going to see Cusack onto this section one more time. If you're going to lose the race, it's going to happen on this back section of the course. It's going to happen over there by the mansion here in the park.
Yeah, she has a couple of tough sweeping corners left, and then it's really just a lot of hard pedaling and a couple of flat corners left towards the finish.
Super cool venue here. We talk about the mansion that you've been hearing us say, sort of that section that we just saw with the drone overhead here in a legendary Frederick Law Olmsted designed Joe Creason Park, one of the great park system designers of the last couple hundred years, the Central Park, Prospect Park designer, and also did a few parks here in Louisville. The mansion on the grounds, believe it or not, built almost entirely out of concrete. It was built by a concrete magnate who actually rebuilt the house, but if you try and hang a picture in there, you're going to have a hard time. It is literally concrete walls all the way through. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Sounds cold.
Beautiful building, though. Very impressive. A lot of woodwork in there. Craftsmanship.
They let us race our bikes around it, so we like it even more, yeah.
Big shout out to Louisville Parks and Recreation, the Sports Commission, a big part of making this happen. But it takes someone who gets it, who understands what cross is all about, to let you come into a park and do this. But I know the Parks Department here is not only willing to let us race, I would call them cross fans.
Well, for that, we are grateful.
Back up to Lydia Cusack, about a half lap away from picking up a national championship here. To the top.
And our battle for 4th and 5th still locked in. Yeah, so this is our closest battle of the race between Rachel Levtov of Boulder Junior Cycling and Lily Sonneman for CXD Trek Bikes, because our top 3 riders all have pretty comfortable gaps between each other. Lydia Cusack, our leader on camera now, Alyssa Sarkisov for CXD Trek Bikes as well, about 40 seconds behind Lydia, and then Ada Watson, another 30 seconds behind Alyssa Sarkisov.
That might be one of the hardest sections of the course right there, trying to carry that momentum up and over onto the pavement. It'd be so easy to just take it, you got that downhill waiting for you, just coast across, but that's the difference between an elite junior rider and me.
Yeah, I mean, during the single speed race, I had to run that section because
Well,
I'm also not Alyssa Sarkisov.
Come on.
Lydia Cusack opting for a fresh bike. Maybe just a bit of precaution.
Yeah, why not, right?
Not to take the risk. Also, it doesn't hurt to finish on a clean bike, you know? Like, it's going to look extra good in the photos.
Especially the team gets a lot of support from Trek Bikes. Do a little thank you to them.
They really do. I mean, the entire TFR tent is here this week. It's like they're in the pits of a downhill race, but it's Cyclocross Nationals.
Looking at Ada Watson here, 3rd place on course. Teammate of Lydia Cusack. See Watson's head bobbing side to side, picking through this. While Levtov and Sonneman still locked in. Levtov in the red, Sonneman in the gray. There goes Levtov down. Trying to stay calm here, but you can see some disappointment and frustration in Levtov now.
Yes. It also means that our only challenger to the CXD Trek Bikes sweep is now on the back foot.
So now Sonneman up into a commanding fourth. And Rachel Levtov's got about a quarter lap to try to pick her way back through here. These mistakes are almost magnified on the last lap, Ellen, both in terms of the gap that comes for them, but also the mentality of it. You know, having a mistake on lap one, you can get over that. Having a mistake on the final lap, you get really frustrated.
Yeah, especially, you know, you start to get tired, so everything feels a little bit magnified. We are in our closing moments for our leader, Lydia Cusack.
Sarkisov going to come through solo as well, as Cusack going to have that start-finish arch in sight from up on top of the hill. She'll drop down, a few more turns, and then onto the pavement to accept her national championship. Meanwhile, Sarkisov riding the barriers one more time, successfully up and over.
I'm obsessed.
Now Cusack can start celebrating. Got this one in the bag. What a year for Lydia Cusack. A UCI World Cup, and now she'll add a national championship to the 2024-25 campaign. As CXD, you can't escape the purple. And they certainly couldn't escape Lydia Cusack today.
Wow, and there is nothing better when you're claiming a national title to have the space and the time to do the celebration that you want. Big hug from support right there. Now her teammate, Alyssa Sarkisov, going to come across the line and join her in her celebrations.
So you got to think Sarkisov will be excited about this result here. A second place with her teammate on the top step of the podium. It is a good day to be on the CXD Trek Bike squad.
Very, very impressive ride from both of these young riders today.
And again, you see that mud continuing to end up on the pavement. There's a proud Bill Scheiken making his way off course. Now we await Ada Watson. This will be third place on the day to complete the CXD sweep. And Watson still giving it a go here. I love this racing. And then remember, behind this will be the battle for 4 and 5. We saw Sonneman and Levtov battling earlier.
Oh, big smile from Ada Watson.
Nice.
Post up across the line. She's thrilled with her ride.
It's a great ride and a sweep for CXD. And I think this is going to be Sonneman on her way in. With no company behind her, that means CXD will go 1 through 4 in our junior women's race here.
Well, it is safe to say that CXD is the team for especially junior women's talent, but we'll also see them later on in some of our U23 and elite races.
So that'll be Lily Sonneman in for 4th. You're going to see Rachel Levtov just behind her in the red Boulder junior cycling jersey, making her way onto the pavement for 5th.
Great ride by Rachel Levtov. Disappointing finish, but it happens.
Had a couple mistakes out there, went down in one crucial slip up on that last lap. But that's bike racing. That's why we come out here and race every year.
Someone has to get fifth.
That's right. Back to Liliana Edwards, Baltimore Youth Cycling up next. Looks like Edwards about to pull out a 6th place here today. Great ride here as well. Edwards been silently consistent back there. Having a great ride in 6th.
Great ride for the BYC rider, and there's a sprint shaping up behind her. That's going to be Kira Mullets and Bridget Wilson.
Mullins and Wilson going to go to the line.
Oh, and Bridget just makes it.
This will be Adeline Hamilton up next, maybe. Good ride for Hamilton. Moved up a lot out there today. Hamilton coming from the 3rd row. Get into the top 10 here. Nicely done.
Very impressive ride.
And then the post-race debrief. Here as well, the teammates, the competitors, the friends, the foes, the family, the team staff. All wrapping up their day together. Schuler Haggy up next. Green Mountain CX onto the pavement. Now in the top 15 riders finishing up out there in our junior women's field. Just outside our top 20 up next, rolling their way through. And as those riders work their way in, we are now being joined in the booth by our new national champion. Welcoming in Lydia Cusack. Congratulations on a dominant ride out there, Lydia. Way to go. You are having one of the best years of your life. Tell me what this season has been like for you, from the World Cup to the national championships. What's going through your mind now?
It's amazing. I'm just on such a high. I'd say it was a pretty risky season. I waited to race until Dublin pretty much. So I was watching everyone else race, get their points, and then go to Pan Ams and do well at Pan Ams. And I was just watching my ranking in the world go down, down, down. But I just trusted the process, showed up at Dublin, got a 3rd row call up, so not ideal. But then from there, I mean, being able to build up properly, it's obviously playing off, and I'm just feeling so great with the season.
Did you surprise yourself in Dublin? I mean, was that a surprise result for you? Did you know you had it this season with the training? I know it was probably tough, that being one of your first races of the year.
Yeah, I was definitely shocked. I was going into the race with the goal of a top 10. It was kind of just watching everyone else. I didn't know where I would stand against everyone else, but I was able to trust the legs, then come away with the 1st place.
Well, I think this will be the end of you being shocked by good results, because now you got a World Cup, you got a national championship. What does the rest of your season look like? Do you carry this fitness on?
Yeah, so I'll head over for Christmas. I go on Tuesday, race the next 3 World Cups, and then come home and train, so that then I'll take a little break and train up for Worlds. Should be good. That is
awesome. I'm so pumped to have you representing your team, CXD, and the United States over in Europe. Hey, I want to ask you about the Mud Fund. I know that was a big part of kind of helping you get over. You were a benefactor of some of those grants, a big part of the junior riders to get over there. How important is it to be able to go to Europe and race those World Cup races? Would you be able to do this without the trip over there?
Yeah, I think racing the World Cups is the most important thing. You can just see that based off how I decided to plan my season, fully based around World Cups, and none of that would be possible without the Mud Fund. And getting junior riders over there to represent in as many World Cups as possible is just so necessary for the growth of cyclocross in the States, and without the Mud Fund, none of it would be possible. So it's been great, the support and all the stipends and everything. It's been amazing.
I want to give a shout out to your team as well, CXD. I saw a great sign. You can't escape the purple wave out there.
Yeah.
How good is this for your team today?
Oh, it's amazing. I think we went 1, 2, 3, 4. So, I mean, it just cannot be any better. That's just an amazing result. I'm so proud of everyone on the team.
An incredible sweep today for CXD as we congratulate Lydia Cusack, your new national champion in the junior women's field. Keep an eye on this name because you're going to hear more about Lydia Cusack in the coming years. Lydia, congratulations. We're going to take a quick break here from Louisville, and when we come back, more racing from the national championships.
Thank you.
I ride because I love it.
I ride for the friendships that develop on the bike.
I met all my friends through cycling.
I ride my bike because it's part of my soul.
I ride because it's awesome.
I ride to find stories. I ride to find rhythm in my life.
I ride because it makes me happy.
I ride for adventure.
I ride to be a part of something that's bigger than myself.
Traditional schools weren't built for athletes like you. They box you in, slow you down, dull your dreams. But you don't play by someone else's rules. You're here to push limits, break records,
Well, I cracked.
and own every inch of your journey. US Performance Academy was born to fuel that fire. An online school that aligns with your ambition, respects your grind, balances your dedication to athletics and academics. This is where you learn what you're truly capable of. Let's go. US Performance Academy, official academic partner of USA Cycling. Go USPA.org.
Welcome back. Just wrapping up our junior women's race with a dominant performance out there from Lydia Cusack on the front. But there were some great battles forming behind her. Ellen, I think the most notable part of this race, I know I keep hammering on it, but the changing course conditions. Even Lydia Cusack had to change bikes. She was making some adjustments, so I think that's going to continue as you see riders cleaning up. But let's go back and talk about how this race played out. It started with a relatively calm hole shot. I say that in relativity to our junior men's start out there today.
Yeah, thankfully not a lot of drama at the start, just good clean racing. Fortunately, no crashes. Then we pretty quickly saw Lydia Cusack move to the front within the first. By the time they went by the pit number 1, she was in the lead.
We really saw a train of those CXD riders forming on the front. It didn't take long, though, for Cusack to make her way up to the front. We also saw Alyssa Sarkisov have a very rough start. Remember, she was well back in the group at this point, so Sarkisov would spend the rest of her race picking her way back up through the group to find her way back into the podium area. And this was the early battle from Rachel Levtov, who gave it a good go early on. Certainly took a gamble out there today, but if you want to win big, you got to risk losing big, and Levtov certainly did that today. We saw her end up going down when she got locked into this battle with Lily Sonneman, and then would recover and hold on, but Sonneman picking up the best out of that group of 2. Meanwhile, though, Lydia Cusack onto the pavement and celebrating another win this season, again coming off of a historic UCI World Cup win, and now she'll add the national championships to her resume, and she's not done yet. That's the best part. Headed back over to Europe after this. She's going to carry that fitness back over, and we may see another podium from Cusack in Europe over the next few weeks. I'm not going to count it out. And how sweet the celebration is. Cusack celebrating on the line as she would be able to watch her teammates roll in for second, third, and fourth place with Sarkisov, Watson, and Soneman, and then Rachel Levtov rounding out the top 5 with Lily Edwards from Baltimore Youth Cycling having a great ride in there for 6th. Bridget Wilson holding on for 7th from the Jam Fun squad, and then Kira Mullins taking 8th place on the day. Boulder Junior Cycling getting another into the top 10 with Adeline Hamilton in 9th, and then Charlotte Hagee for the Green Mountain CX team pulling out a top 10 ride. Great ride. Look how big these gaps are, though. 10th place, almost 5 minutes down on the leader. It just goes to show you how strong Lydia Cusack is and how strong this field is. Riders still finishing up out on course right now. Our last few of the 31 starters in our junior women's race finishing up. Take a short break here in the racing action. We'll stick around for our podium presentation and then get ready for our U23 races coming up a little later today. Back at 11:50 local time, and that is Eastern time here in Louisville for our U23 women and U23 men. Got another break in between the U23s and elites, and then we'll pick the action back up this afternoon with elite women and elite men at 2:45 and 4 o'clock respectively. Full day racing on tap, that's for sure. Ellen, a little change this year, racing the elites on Saturday instead of the traditional Sundays. Does that affect the elites at all? I mean, does that change anything if you're trying to ride at the top level? Maybe your travel tomorrow. I don't know what real difference it would have. Less riding before your race. That I mean, I think that's probably a factor in that junior women's race that we just saw. If they raced on Sunday, there is going to be a burned-in line by the time the race comes around on Sunday, but they're still racing on grass today.
Yeah, part of that has to do with the part of the course is separate. So the course that is being raced on today has not yet been raced on this week. But in general, really the Saturday versus Sunday doesn't make that big of a difference, particularly because most of these racers, most of the year, are racing 2-day races, aside from the World Cups, which are only 1 day. The rest of the races, especially in the U.S., are 2-day races. So whether they race on Saturday or Sunday isn't going to make that big of a difference. It really just changes your timeline a little bit.
I see the podium awaiting our junior riders now. Something special about a national championship podium being up there. Even if you don't get that jersey, a podium at nationals is super cool. This is also, for a lot of these riders, it's the only time all year that they're all going to race together, right? That you'll have everyone together in one place. Not everyone is doing the same schedule all year, but nationals is maybe the one universal race that pretty much everyone is going to do in these fields.
Yeah, because even Pan Am's not everyone went out to. Lydia Cusack even said that she skipped Pan Am's this year, so nationals really is kind of a league of its own.
As much a social event as it is a racing event. It's one of the great things that Cross is still maintained. I gotta say, it is still, the vibes are still good, right? The stoke is still high out here. Even if you got pit 13. Working our way through the food trucks here. Ellen, you got a favorite here yet? I had the donut truck earlier today. It was pretty good.
I haven't eaten here yet this year, but last year I found someone that had fried plantains.
Oh, very nice.
Always a favorite.
Stop by the merch tent, get yourself a bobblehead hat thing. The Euros love those.
Or a sweatshirt.
Or a national championship sweatshirt. our friend Tom Maines. The World Champion Stripes hat has been very popular around the venue. I've been seeing a lot of the rainbow stripes.
See one in the booth right now.
Meanwhile, the next generation getting a look at the course here. Chance to see that is the kind of bike that will go generations.
Yes. We'll be seeing her in the junior women in a couple years, and we'll be commentating. I remember watching her ride around at Nationals in 2024.
Spear wheels didn't get much work out there today, at least so far. I think we're both surprised by how little pitting is going on relative to how much slipping is going on, right? I would think if you slip twice, like there's something wrong with your tires. They're over-pressured or on the wrong tread. So I was a little surprised to see how many riders didn't take that hit. It may just be an issue if they didn't have, another tread. Maybe you could just drop a couple PSI or a bar or whatever, but...
Yeah, and sometimes you have a strong preference for one bike versus the other, too. Like, even if they should be identical, sometimes they don't actually feel identical. But I think that by the time we get to our noon race for our U23 men, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more pitting. I think we're going to see a pretty... high action pit for our U23 races.
There's my donut truck. You can watch them being made. It's got a little like window, little view in. Nice little tour of the grounds here. Different venue here in Joe Creason Park than the World Championship course that we raced on over at Eva Bandman Park. If you got a chance to join us back in 2013. But this Joe Creason Park has been awesome for racing. And again, Parks Department and Louisville Sports Commission, big part of welcoming us in.
One key feature of Joe Creason Park is that there isn't a river to flood the course. So that really, I think a lot of people see that as an asset for this venue.
This one actually drains really well. Also, it's sort of a hill right in the middle of the venue, so it really kind of runs down a lot there. So there's quite a bit of runoff out there. I think we actually have video of 2013. We'll see if we can pull that up in the truck, because it really was a feat for the, there we go, a feat for the ages back in 2013. They called in the Army Corps of Engineers. They called in the city. They called in the state, the county. An incredible amount of work went into keeping the Ohio River at bay, but they did it. Much to the excitement of our foreign guests from Canada, our Belgian friend here. Truly a legendary time of bike racing in the U.S., and it all happened here in Louisville, Kentucky. A great era of champions during that time as well. I'm enjoying the walk down memory lane here. Well, what a crop of American riders. Jamie Driscoll, Jeremy Powers. I saw Tim Johnson out there earlier. Didn't get much better than that. As our final riders finishing up out there in our junior women's race. But 2 races already down, including a big victory for Garrett Bashore in the junior men's 17-18, and then we just watched Lydia Cusack dominating in our junior women's 17-18 group. So 2 races down and 4 to go here in Louisville as we get ready for our U23s and then our elites up later today. We're going to take a quick break here from Louisville, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have your podium. Stick around on FloBikes. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky, where we are underway with the 2024 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. We just wrapped up our junior block of races, now getting ready for our U23 races this afternoon, followed by our elites a little bit later today. Beautiful conditions here in Joe Creason Park. It was a little chilly this morning, some frost on the ground when we arrived, but Ellen, things are starting to warm up. The mud's starting to loosen, and it is starting to get downright nasty out there.
Brad, the conditions of the course are the talk of the town. Today is sure to be a treat if these conditions are any indication.
Well, we have seen the conditions change from when we started racing at just before 9 a.m. this morning to where they are now. There was really hardly any condition to talk about earlier this morning when we saw our junior women's and then our junior men's, but both turned into great races. And just wrap those up. We did have a chance to catch the podiums earlier as we got to celebrate our 17 and 18-year-old junior podiums. It started with our junior women's field making their way up to the blocks. Junior men on their way up to the blocks. And no surprise here as we saw a dominant performance from Garrett Bashir in your Pan Am Champs jersey. A lot of back and forth in that one, but Bashir comes out on top of the 17-18 men's race. And that would just be a preview of what was to come as he got his Stars and Stripes jersey and celebrated with the team, the friends, the family, and then it was onto our junior women's podium where the American hero, Lydia Cusack, finds her way to the top step of the podium in a CXD Trek Bikes sweep, going 4 deep inside the top 5 for that team. What an incredible ride for CXD, Ellen.
Absolutely incredible, and they're headed off the stage now with their Louisville Sluggers. One
of the best podium gifts, podium trophies in the business for sure. I know you still have your Louisville Slugger from your national championship here.
I do.
They got the red, white, and blue ones out here for this year's national championship as, again, we are into a full day of racing, doing our juniors, U23s, and elites all in one day here today. So we just knocked out the junior block. We're going to do our U23s back-to-back here, and then the elites to wrap up the day, ending with our elite men at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So I want to talk a little bit more about the course, the changing conditions. The biggest thing that we're seeing is more and more mud starting to show up on the bikes and showing up on the pavement as well. So if you're a bike racer, you watch these first 2 races, they just had a chance to pre-ride. Are you making changes to your bike at this point in the day?
To your bike, no, but to your tires and your tire pressure, absolutely. The conditions continue to change by the minute. The longer the sun is out, the slicker the course is going to get. So I think people are really starting to consider just what type of tire tread is going to give them the best traction.
Let's take a look at our course here in Joe Creason Park one more time. I want you to take me through it, starting with the start-finish stretch. This one has really, in that junior men's race, had a major impact on the race as they were coming off of the pavement and onto the grass. You got to get to the front on this start stretch.
Yeah, we have a long start-finish, a lot of pedaling into the stairs and into the flyover by pit 1. Then we head into Mansion Hill. A lot of technicality here. I've heard that it's actually gotten even more technical since our last race. And then on the final third of the course, they go by pit 2, and there's a considerable amount of elevation and then flat pedaling into the finish. There are a set of barriers in there as well as they head just before the finish line. But the course is really broken up into thirds, I would say.
Sort of a power section, a technical section, and then maybe an in-between as you're coming into the finish line.
Yes.
So it is a well-balanced course, that's for sure. We have had worthy winners all week, really, but certainly in our first 2 races today. But you were saying it's not really about the features on this course. It's about the conditions, about how slippery it is, and that is proven for our juniors so far. So that will continue throughout the day today. The big question is whether or not any rain is going to move in as the day progresses on. They're saying that there may be some precipitation hitting a little bit later this afternoon. If it does hit, it's going to be right at the end of that elite men's race. So depending on how hard that front hits, it could be really interesting end of the day today.
It would be very dramatic.
Right now, though, 44 degrees, pretty calm out there. The sun's starting to peek out after a chilly morning here. But, Ellen, all things considered, for cross conditions, 44 degrees, not a bad day at the office.
No, definitely going to feel like beach conditions compared to some of what these racers race in on a given day.
Forecasted high today, should go over 50 degrees, so it is going to continue to warm up there.
UCI podium so far this year, Kaya Musgrave.
Riders starting to line up here as looks like they are getting called into the grid. Let's talk about some of the stars in this U23 field, Ellen.
Our top-ranked rider for today is going to be our Continental champion, Lauren Zorner, racing for Competitive Edge. Our third-place finisher at the Pan American Championships, Kaya Musgraves, for the Cervelo Orange Living Team. I think that she isn't quite a dark horse, but I think we could be surprised by a good performance by her today. Ella Brenneman, another one of the CX Devo riders, maybe going to try the look to continue the winning streak from the junior women's category.
I see a familiar last name on this list as well, in Sarkisov.
Yes, Catherine Sarkisov, the very talented older sister of Alyssa Sarkisov, who is our silver medal finisher in our junior women's category.
Well, and you see more of the CXD Trek Bikes jerseys out there, and Brenneman and Bond, that's going to be an interesting duo to watch out there. You go a little further down, looking at names like Kellerman, Westenfelder, Drost, Dalton. These are riders that'll have a second or third row start, but sometimes that's the best performance of the day.
You know, one other rider that isn't ranked super highly, but I think could be a favorite, would be Cassidy Hickey. She's a very talented road racer, has a long history with cyclocross, very, very good, solid engine on her, so I wouldn't be surprised to see her mixing it up at the front today.
As you said, Lauren Zorner, the favorite headed into this one. On paper, we had a chance to catch up with her yesterday while she checked out the course.
Well, my favorite part about this course right now is probably the downhills, I would have to say. But because I haven't ridden the course yet, I can't fully answer that question.
What kind of tire pressure are you planning on running on Saturday?
Probably maybe 20 bar, maybe 21 bar. I think that's probably good. If it stays dry, I will go higher on pressure. But if it gets wet somehow with the forecast, I'm not sure that's going to happen. But if it gets wet, I'll drop, obviously. This season, last year, I had the flu here. So this season, I got to train. And isn't that a bonus? Yeah, so this year I actually got to do cyclocross start intervals, 40-20s. Thanks a lot, Jim. And it was very fun.
What's your goal for this weekend?
I would like to add another championship title to my repertoire, but you know, can't throw it too far out there because that will give me bad mojo, and I don't like bad mojo. Who likes bad mojo? So I'm just here to have a good time, maybe pick up some bling along the way. Who knows?
Who's got a better attitude than Lauren Zorner out there? Knows how to have fun.
Yeah, she had some cheeky comments too about running 20 bar, which I think we might need to fact check.
It was actually fun yesterday with her. After we finished filming, she said, "Can we keep filming? Is that thing still on?" She wanted to have a go at some commentating. I think we saved some of it from yesterday.
She's coming for my job.
This is a corner. This is a corner of the course. As you can see, it is a turn, and he turned on it. Very professional. These two, look at that, look at that, look at that. Foot out,
So fun.
technique. Do you think we should serenade them?
Yes, absolutely.
H-O-T-T-O-G-O, you can take me hard to go. Go faster! And that's how I cheer for all of my friends.
We need more people in the sport like Lauren Zorner. That's a rider who knows how to have fun.
Is that what she thinks that we sound like?
H-O-T-T-O-T-O, let's talk about the front row. Cassidy Hickey up there for CCB Racing, first up on the line here. Next to her, Georgia Bond, that CXD team. That's going to be a big one. Again, we've been watching those purple jerseys all day today. And then here's a team we haven't talked a lot about, Comp Edge Racing. They came to play this week.
We will definitely be talking about them more as our U23 men come up next. They have some of the favorites, but Mia Asseltine having a really good comeback this year. Huge performance boost for her. Same thing, Lauren Zorner, her teammate.
A tire check for Zorner as well.
Kaya Musgrave, one of the younger U23 racers in the field, and then I think that's Ella Brenneman.
They're going to be very close to this start. You see the riders locked in as Musgrave there in the Cervelo kit. And your last two CXD riders on the front row. Brenneman and Sarkisov.
That's Madeline Fisher rounding out our front row.
It looks like they have just gone inside of 30 seconds. The jackets are off. The spring is loaded. And now we wait for the start here. There's a green light. U23 women underway and racing the sprint.
No
The
surprise.
unmistakable form of Lauren Zorner here.
Lauren starts harder than pretty much any rider I've ever raced against. If there's a race where she doesn't get the whole shot, I think we need to be concerned.
Zorner gonna go clear one rider, going down hard on that wet.
Olivia Sandoval for the Jam Fund, unfortunately taking a hard hit.
Meanwhile, the rest of the riders sorting it out. Already gaps forming in the group. And again, Ellen, there's no better bang for your buck to pick up places than the first 2 minutes of a cross race like this. So it is crucial right here. The riders on the front are good where they are. As long as you're inside the top 5 or the most to gain by trying to move up right now. So we'll be looking for those riders to maybe start taking a few gambles early on here.
Yeah, I'm afraid of people taking gambles. The course is going to be different than what it was like when they were previewing it earlier on today. It's going to be much, much more slippery. So if riders are going too fast, I think we're going to see a lot more of those types of crashes that we saw from Olivia Sandoval at the start.
And already a small split forming up in our first small group here. Looks like Cassidy Hickey comfortable up on the front. Another rider with a lot of road experience brings it over to cross. A lot of power. At CCBT.
It's just kind of at the edge of our frame, but it looked like Lauren actually ran that U-turn and was able to gain a place over who I believe is Kaya Musgrave. So that's definitely a new line and a new tactic from what we've seen earlier today in our junior races.
Zorner not looking too worried.
No, Lauren rode that corner very, very well. Cassidy Hickey staying tighter, having to put a foot down. Lauren went wide, looked for grip, and was able to kind of just keep her speed going a little bit more consistently.
Another little tangle as a few more riders try to go wide. Is there a strategy here on a U-turn like this? I mean, is there a preferred line to go outside? Would you prefer to go inside and try and grab the post? Like, what's the better line here, I guess?
In these current conditions, you're going to try to look for traction. So kind of like what Lauren did, where she, you know, if you're turning left, she swung wide to the right and then was able to go wider on the grass. You don't really want to stay tight. It's a lot of force on your front wheel, and there's really no traction to keep your front wheel planted. So you're a lot more likely to end up having to put a foot down like we saw with Cassidy. So now this section was not easy to ride, but was very rideable during our junior races, and now the course is deteriorating so quickly that all of our riders are about to get off and start running if they haven't begun running already. Wow, this is a very, very different bike race than we saw even an hour ago.
Riders going down all over the place on these sections, and again, we haven't seen anyone go down on a feature yet. They're just going down on these random slippery corners.
Every corner is now a feature.
They're just picking through this mud at this point. Remember, the junior men earlier today rode almost the entire course. I mean, there weren't many corners that you couldn't ride. And now at this point, we're starting to see more and more corners become unrideable where running is the faster line.
Yeah, and the more people run, the more the course needs to be run, because once people start running it, it starts to get chewed up. So I think that we're going to see a lot of running becoming a factor in the elite races later on today. So small separation for Cassidy Hickey over Lauren Zorner, Kaya Musgrave. But as we saw in the earlier races, gaps open and close very quickly on this course, especially on the first lap. Riders are still figuring out kind of what sort of course they're racing on.
Cassidy Hickey holding her own up on the front.
Oh, that's my bike too.
How many bikes did you have?
A lot of them, Brad.
Carnage at the bottom of this hill. This also really gets tough. Well, I was going to say when you're in a group, but that rider's struggling without a group. It's just downright slippery. That's all there is to it. Look at that, the Colonel. Colonel's seen better days. Look, that's a cyclocross Colonel. Be interesting to see what lap times are. Our juniors were doing like 8-minute laps out there earlier today.
Yeah, as the course continues to thaw and things become messier, we actually saw a relatively significant change in lap times just over the course of the junior women's race. I think maybe a 30-second variance in Lydia Cusack's first lap versus her last lap, just because the course is continuing to get softer and heavier. So I think that the lap times that our U23 women are going to be doing, it's like they're racing on a different course from what the junior men saw at 9 a.m.
Meanwhile, Lauren Zorner has moved up to the front with Cassidy Hickey. They got a nice gap going here. Zorner in the white, Hickey in the pink here. Oh, they're going to go head-to-head, tire to the line. Zorner wants to be on the front of this one, that's for sure. That was a clear acceleration to get there at the bottom, so she wants to lead from the front today, and I think she's probably realizing she's got a good opportunity here. Take one with her and try and get rid of these two behind them.
This section spelled trouble for a lot of our racers earlier on today. So I'm curious to see how things shape up. Tricky off camber into like a long, heavy pedaling section. I believe that this was the section that I heard in the pit area. People are starting to run now because it's getting just very, very taxing to ride.
Oh, look at this power from Cassidy Hickey. Right past Lauren Zorner. Didn't even have to get out of the saddle to do it. It's interesting to see these two riders taking noticeably different lines. Like every corner, they're taking different lines.
Yeah, it looks like Lauren's trying to use more of the course. Cassidy's kind of sticking to the burned in line. At the moment, it looks like it's working for her, but there's still a lot of racing left.
Lauren Zorner and Cassidy Hickey certainly will know each other's strengths and weaknesses. They would have met on the road and in cross multiple times.
Something must have happened off camera to Lauren Zorner because she's now pitting in 4th or 5th place, and Kaya Musgrave is now in 2nd place on course.
Zorner going to have to pick her way back through.
Wow. Yeah, this puts Lauren Zorner on the back foot. She was, I would say, the odds-on favorite for today, especially coming in as multi-time Pan American champion. This is great news for Cassidy Hickey, who now has a significant amount of separation on course. Bad news for Lauren Zorner.
Must have been a significant issue for Zorner. I'm looking for mud on her kit. I don't know if she went down. Maybe it was just a foot down. Oh man, you can see the slog starting to form out here. See a little bit of wind blowing the course tape as well. Really the only effect that's going to have, Ellen, is maybe drying that top layer out a little bit faster. Not going to affect the riding. You don't really need to worry about ducking the wind or drafting or anything like that. The only effect that would have, I think, is probably just drying this course out a little bit. Some drive trains taking hits out there. Calla Robinson trying to get over
the mud here in Louisville. The other problem with picking up the first round of mud out is like that's the heaviest mud out there, right? Because the water hasn't set in, it doesn't really run off yet. This is more like clay, and your bike gets, you were saying the grass too, your bike gets very heavy very quickly.
This may sound like a paradox, but the dry mud like this is so difficult, and it makes your bike so heavy and it makes it so slow. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing riders pitting pretty much every half a lap.
Kai Musgrave looking good up into second, but Zorner has regained contact with that chase group behind Musgrave. So Zorner is in what we'll call the third place group, I guess, although it looks like they're about to get up to Musgrave. So pretty soon this is going to be Cassidy Hickey versus the world.
Big opportunity for Cassidy Hickey here. It looked like things were shaping up to be a good battle with Lauren Zorner, and then just as quickly as that opportunity appeared, it disappeared. So this is a big opportunity for Cassidy to establish a lead over a very competitive group trying to compete, 6 riders competing for the final 2 spots on the podium.
And they still got Hickey in sight here. Kai Musgrave onto the pavement in the white just behind her. Going to lead the charge to bring it back. There is Zorner, second to last in this group. A good look at our top 10 a little further down. See Chloe Frazier here, the Bear CX rider. Lap time's about a minute slower than our juniors here. They were right around 11. Remember, our juniors were doing about 10. So, yeah, it is getting significantly worse out there for this race.
Brad, a rider that we haven't talked about much racing in the CMU kit is McKenna Kellerman. This is a phenomenal ride from this rider racing for the Colorado Mesa University.
Could be a second row start for Kellerman. Found her way up into the front group here. Cassidy Hickey back up onto the pavement on top. Boy, this might become a group of 3 pretty quickly here. Musgrave and Kellerman are on their way up here to Cassidy Hickey. More concerning, though, is the gap back to Lauren Zorner and company. There they are. It's those 3 just at the back of this group. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cassidy Hickey has 2 more riders in her group. See if anyone pits here. Little foot down for Hickey. She's going to go in. Kellerman going to go in, and Musgrave's going to skip it. So Hickey and Kellerman, the 2 riders, going to take a bike here. Didn't look like they exchanged much information, so right back to work. Hickey goes. Man, that one cost Kellerman some time. We'll go ahead and call this contact right here with your 3 leaders coming together out of the pit. And just like that, Cassidy Hickey back in the group as the mechanics furiously try to get these bikes ready for the next pit.
So Brad, as this lead group comes back together, we have Cassidy Hickey, Kaya Musgrave, and then McKenna Kellerman, who's a little bit of an unknown quantity. Not much of a cyclocross racer. She comes from a mountain bike background, has competed, I believe, at the World Championships for Team USA, but is relatively new to the sport of cyclocross. Only a couple of cross races, I believe 9 in her whole career. So this is a phenomenal result for a bit of a new sport for her.
Well, let me point you to someone like Lydia Cusack, who proved that you don't need to race a lot to get good results. Only a few races under her belt, one of which was a UCI World Cup win. So some targeted efforts for these riders. Hickey staying on it. This might become 4 up here now. So there goes Musgrave and Kellerman. Maybe about 8 seconds back. See your next ones.
Interesting strategy. You can see some of the riders just at the edge of that frame, running pretty much that entire section now into the stairs because the course is just getting so chewed up that it's becoming very hard to ride. Cassidy really is trying to just attack this race. She's coming from the front. It looks like she's just trying to put down the power any section that she can. She does not want this race to be a group race. I think that she'd really like to be leading from the front. She'd like a gap. Just as I say that, small mistake for her, but the good news is if you're going to make a mistake, hopefully slow down the people behind you as well, and that's exactly what she had to do.
There's a good bell apparatus right there.
Yeah, lots of bells.
Nicely done. A little pass going to happen right here. We're going to have a new leader on course as Kaya Musgrave. Well, she thought about it. I thought Musgrave was going to get by Cassidy Hickey there, but gets caught up on the outside, and Hickey holds on to the lead here. Oh, this is a great race.
McKenna Kellerman, it looks like now able to pass both race riders. Now she's in the lead.
Kellerman not only going to make the pass, she's going to keep going here. How about this?
Kellerman is a very good mountain bike racer, and I think when you get into conditions like this, you're like, oh, I've been here before. Even if you haven't been here before, this is going to feel familiar for her. That's my bike.
Mud is the universal language in bike racing, I guess, across all disciplines, except for those weird skinny tire people.
Gravel?
Got mud, yeah. It rains. This is a great ride from Kellerman.
Very gutsy so far. Love to see it.
This is such a tough section of the course right here, not only because it's a slow uphill drag, but it's so bumpy. It's the mud has not set in on this part, and you really lose a lot of power going over those. I don't know if it's rocks or frozen or what's making it so bumpy over there.
Yeah, just frozen grass, but it just sucks the life out of your legs.
Foot down for Cassidy Hickey. She struggles a little bit. Recovers, got to keep that going. Brutal. Now Kellerman.
Kellerman into the pit. Cassidy into the pit.
Let's see if Musgrave goes in. Remember, Musgrave skipped last time we saw him.
It's an interesting tactical choice not to be pitting. Obviously, it saves you that little bit of time to not go into the pit, but you're going to be on a slower bike, a heavier bike, and one that is more prone to mechanicals. I do think that Musgrave went into the pit on that lap just because we didn't see her gain any time over the riders that did go into pit too.
There's why. They're going into the pit right there. You can see on this bike how important these pits are going to be today for Madeline Fisher here.
I mean, that can be a pound of weight or more on the bike, which makes a big difference, especially when you're picking it up and carrying it or having to ride it up these steep hills.
And like you said, the grass back there really long too. So not only are they picking up blades of grass, but they're big blades.
So Kaya Musgrave has been dispatched from this group. It's really Cassidy Hickey and McKenna Kellerman at the front now.
Trying to get a look at who Musgrave is with now.
It's like a CXD rider, if I had to guess.
Let's go back. Which CXD rider is it? Brenneman,
I think that's going to be Sarkisov.
Bond, and Sarkisov all got front row call-ups here. Take a look as they go through the barriers.
Yeah, that's Captain Sarkisov.
Yeah. So now, 2 groups forming, a race for first and second, and a race for third and fourth here.
Cassidy Hickey back on the front, turning the screws once again. She really does not like having any company. She wants to control this race from the front. She wants to be alone, and she's not content to sit around and let things play out. She is working very hard to try and dispatch McKenna Kellerman right now.
Hickey is super strong endurance rider, has a triathlon background, so she's got that VO2, she's got that power, she's got that long, sustained effort to ride big power rides on the front like this. And onto the pavement for our 2 leaders. McKenna Kellerman, maybe the wild card of this group from a second row start to the front of the bike race here with Cassidy Hickey, but they've got to worry about these 2 behind them because they've got Kaya Musgrave and Catherine Sarkisov trying to make their way up, although Musgrave and Sarkisov got a little time in between them. And then a long gap back to 5th place, as I think this is going to be Chloe Frazier in next. Check that. This will be Mia Asseltine, I think.
And then I believe Ella Brenneman just behind her.
There's Zorner up onto the pavement. So
Doesn't
whatever,
look like Zorner is having the best day. I actually, I don't know if Lauren had to pit for any mechanical issue or if she was having what we sometimes call just a body mechanical.
Onto the stairs. You really get a good look for how steep that little descent is into the U-turn and up onto the stairs there that you don't really see from the drone up above. Oh. Doesn't get much better than that right there.
It really does not, especially when your dog's light. If your dog weighs 30 pounds like mine does, suddenly that backpack becomes a lot less idyllic.
This one might come back. 1 and 2 are not gone yet. Kaya Musgrave still has a shot at the top step of this podium today.
Absolutely she does. With conditions like this as well, it really feels like where anyone is a moment away from disaster.
Chloe Frazier and Lauren Zorner up next. It looks like Zorner is going to lock in here and try and ride with Frazier as long as she can. Good right here from Samantha Clark as well, a Milligan rider. Oh, a lot of mud on the back.
Our riders now opting for a, oh wow. They're now pitting every half a lap. Tough pit for McKenna Kellerman. That alone could be enough for these 2 riders.
I was just going to say, if you've got the chance to make up that gap, it's got to be worth skipping a half lap pit if you have the chance to regain contact with these riders.
Potentially. especially if your bike isn't feeling that heavy. The half of the course that they're heading into now is definitely muddier.
Yeah.
I think where a lot of the mud is picking up. So
almost there. And now it's going to be Sarkisov contributing to that chase. There's Sarkisov around the corner, just straight carrying the bike. Interesting strategy here. You see the three rode it, and then Sarkisov just decided to run it.
yeah, and unfortunately for Kaya Musgraves, trying to ride it ended up causing her to go down. So for Catherine Sarkisov, she just kind of knows that this is a running section. The best thing that you can do in that situation would be to shoulder your bike so that it's out of the way, and then you're not pushing it through the mud and making it dirtier.
But now equidistant gaps from Hickey to Kellerman. Kellerman back to Sarkisov. It's one of the things I love about cross too, all the different disciplines coming together. You have mountain bikers like Kellerman that aren't doing these full cross campaigns, but boy, can they come out and rip it up. And when you have these wild cards, you never know who to watch. You don't know whether you need to take them seriously when they make big efforts early on. It's a real advantage for someone like Kellerman to be kind of this dark horse.
It is, and you really only get that once in your career. You get one real dark horse moment, maybe if we're talking like at a national level, and then all of a sudden very quickly people are like, oh, Kellerman's here? Okay, well that spells trouble. You know, like they say, you only get one chance at a first impression.
That's right.
You only get one chance at being a dark horse before people start to know that they're going to mark you pretty closely.
Go ahead and put a mark on Kellerman. She goes through. Sarkisov up next, and still has Musgrave with her.
Hard to imagine when 99% of this course was rideable first thing this morning. This course just became a runner's favorite. Not the same course that we had here in 2019 or 2018 when we raced here last, but still a lot of running. Louisville loves its running.
What kind of pressure you think they're running out there right now? In a lot of the pre-race interviews we got yesterday and the day before, we heard a lot of people say like 20, 21, they were getting high. Safe to assume they're going to be under that at this point?
Oh gosh, oh yes, well under that. I mean, a lot of these riders.
Like what would you run? If I'm your mechanic and I'm like, Ellen, top of your head, what do you want? What would you ask for?
I mean, I would be, so if they're running tubulars, I would be riding tubulars here. I would probably be 18 or 19 or 20. I weigh significantly more than these riders. Your weight is a very big indicator of how much tire pressure you need. So for a small rider, they could be running 15 or 16, and there's very, very little to flat on out there, which is also another indicator. If there were a lot of hard compressions, it could be a reason to run a little bit more, even if you are searching for traction. But this is a very soft course, and if you're a smaller rider, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Well, they've been using the pits quite a bit in this group, so that may even be changing as the race goes on.
Yeah, they have the potential to say, you know, drop it a pound or drop it 2 pounds of pressure.
Hickey back into the pit.
Quick pit exchange, and she was on the pedals out of there. She sees that bit of separation, and she's trying to run with it.
All right, first two through the pits as we are getting ready to send these riders out on their last lap of racing. We're going to take a quick break here from Louisville, and we'll have your U23 women's finish after this.
the race in your U23 women's field here at the 2024 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships, live on FloBikes from Louisville, Kentucky, where we are watching a dominant performance from Cassidy Hickey on her way out right now, but she does have some company behind her in a surprise McKenna Kellerman, having a great day out here in the yellow jersey trying to chase down Cassidy Hickey. Head down as all these riders head out on their last lap of racing. Kaya Musgrave struggling a little bit after a very good start to her day. Hickey has not been immune from mistakes either. You'll see a lot of mud on her backside went down. And it looks like she maybe slid a little bit out there. Sometimes once you go down, the quickest thing to do is just keep scooting until you get to the bottom of it.
There's always something that just feels a little bit worse about when you fall on your butt and slide than like a regular fall. You're like, well, that feels silly and embarrassing. But, I mean, she made it look great. She's out here. She's crushing.
Yeah, you know it's not embarrassing? Winning the bike race.
Winning the bike race, yes. But there's something about it that you're like, how did I get here?
There's your top four right now. Looking at your leader on screen for CCB. Hickey looks calm too. I mean, she looks pretty comfortable. I'm not really seeing the form start to drop. Her facial expression pretty good. It's hard to tell with some riders. You can't always tell, but on the surface, looking pretty relaxed.
Yeah, Cassidy is incredibly composed. I had the good fortune of working with her a lot when she was a bit of a younger junior. She's just always had that air of a much more mature and experienced rider. So our rider's now inside of one lap. Make any critical mistakes.
This one really blew apart. At halfway through this race, I would have guessed that Hickey had a chance at having some company to the line, but that's looking less and less likely. Still going to pit here. Better safe than sorry at this point. She's got the time to give up in the pit. A lot worse than losing in significant time to a drivetrain issue, or better, I should say. Nice exchange for Kellerman as well.
Wow, but
look at this though.
Sarkisov that was a massive gap that she bridged right there.
Sarkisov saw it happen. She saw her go into the pit and immediately got on the accelerator to try to make up some of that time. So we'll be monitoring that one as it looks like the race for third going to be heating up here.
You know, and just, you know, for a rider like Catherine Sarkisov, who has been a junior national champion in the past, she knows that you can't let riders get too comfortable. So she's going to be keeping the pressure on McKenna Kellerman as well as Cassidy Hickey. Just in case anything happens, she's like, I just want you to know I'm right here.
Foot down here for Musgrave. Talked earlier about how Cassidy Hickey was kind of sticking to the burned-in line. Some other riders were, you called it using the whole course or using more of the course out there. Looks like she's kind of sticking with that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, and it seems to be working well for her at the beginning of the race when things were a little bit more slippery. I think that was maybe a little bit made it a little bit harder for her, but now like we talked about with the wind and just people riding the course, I think that things are starting to tack up a little bit. It's still heavy, but now we're starting to see more ruts than we are like top slick mud.
And there is the contact that we were talking about earlier. What may be the tightest battle inside the top 10 in this group.
at this point. Ooh.
Wow, great, honestly, great save by Cassidy Hickey here. The key in cyclocross is like really no matter what happens, you have to keep moving forward, and at no point during that slip out and kind of fall down did she ever stop making forward momentum.
Running versus riding debate happening in front of our eyes right now.
Yes, wow. Well done by McKenna Kellerman, because that could have gone a little bit sideways. When you ride, kind of, we've seen this with Kaya Musgrave on a lot of these laps, is she's kind of getting pushed into the tape, but McKenna was able to get off quickly, so that worked out okay for her.
Now Sarkisov going to have to figure out where she's going to make the pass. Remember, they're on their last lap of racing here, so they're running out of places to make the pass here. I wonder if Kellerman decided to do it sooner rather than later. Hickey back out of the saddle, keeping the pressure on. Keep the hands clean. Maybe got a little mud during that slip out there.
That's the worst.
A little smile, I think, from Ella Brenneman as she rolled through. Quick look over the shoulder. Got some company here. This one's not over.
No, she definitely lost a bit of time with that slip. She managed it very well, but this goes without saying, but not the fastest way to ride that section. So I'm not surprised to see this gap coming back down just a little bit.
Here comes Kellerman.
Wow, Kellerman is not out of it yet.
This is that tough section we talked about. I think Hickey has a small advantage here. And Kellerman going to shine in the mud. She's going to shine on those technical sections, probably a better bike handler with her mountain bike background. I won't make a joke about triathletes and their bike handling skills, because Cassidy Hickey has left that life behind. She's now a full-on bike racer in my book.
Yeah, she's a very, very well-established cyclocross racer at this point, and very talented road racer as well. So you're seeing that just out of every corner. She's hammering. I mean, there's so much on the line here. We have about half a lap to go. And she's opting not to pit, which is an interesting strategy. I think it's the right one. It's a little bit of a risk, but with Kellerman this close behind, she needs every second that she can get.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of lead. Passes and lead changes.
Gosh.
Hickey goes down now. Kellerman's going to be on the way up. Hickey's got to get back on this quickly. She looks over the shoulder. I can't believe that she had this much time to work with. Kellerman's got to be there soon. There she is.
Oh my gosh, it is so close. And Kellerman is giving everything on this section. You can just see her body moving back and forth, trying to bridge the gap to Cassidy Hickey.
It does not get much better than this.
And Sarkisov actually makes the pass, so Sarkisov could be the one to make contact.
Well, they're both going to trade blows over the top. Here comes Catherine Sarkisov about to get onto the back wheel of Cassidy Hickey, who looked like she had a runaway victory in her pocket until she had 2 meetings with the earth here in Louisville. And all of a sudden, we got 3 riders together on the front of this bike race with just a quarter lap to go.
Oh my gosh, Brad, I'm at the edge of my seat, and you know what I'm thinking about right now? If this comes down to a sprint, that's not great news. We were talking about tire pressure, and there's nothing worse than trying to sprint when your tires are at like 15 PSI.
They've only got a couple more chances to pass. There are not many more opportunities to get around unless you can do it on one of these short sections. They'll have the barriers coming up here shortly. There could be a mistake there.
There's a lot of very tricky corners actually between here and the finish as well. So you need to be careful if you do make the pass. You don't want to go so fast that you blow the next corner.
Sarkisov giving everything she has to close this down. She knows this race is not going to be won on the pavement. It's got to be won before you get to the pavement and off of the grass here.
Wow, this is so unexpected. All of a sudden, both of these riders, Kellerman and Sarkisov, back in contention for the win.
And don't count out Kellerman here. Sarkisov is going to do the work to chase back up, but Kellerman is still in there.
Different line choice from Sarkisov to Hickey as well.
Last few corners. Sarkisov is there. She just needs the space to get around.
She's running out of daylight,
There
but
she
I think
goes.
that she's going to try to make the pass.
Just can't find the inside line. Kellerman starting to drop back. They'll take it onto the pavement, I guess.
It's a pretty long finish straight as far as these things go, and it's a little bit uphill, which is going to be to the advantage of the sprint.
Kellerman coming on strong as well. Hickey will be first onto the pavement. Sarkisov giving everything she has to try to make the catch on Cassidy Hickey.
Oh my
She's
gosh.
going to try and come around in the last
pass.
meters. It's going to be a photo finish.
Oh.
Contact on the line. And I don't know who got that one. I think...
Oh,
I
no.
think Hickey was there.
Yeah, but wow.
But
That could be a disqualification, actually.
We're going to have to wait and see what the officials want to do about this.
Oh.
Not something you see a lot in
No.
cyclocross.
A terrible, terrible end to an amazing race.
Well, those three going to come through. This will be Kaya Musgrave, I think. Be good for fourth place on the day. And Ella Brenneman up next, off of the grass and onto the pavement. What a bizarre sprint.
Wow.
Brenneman going to roll through next, and then comes Chloe Frazier. The Bear CX kit onto the pavement all alone.
All right, Bill, we're going to hold for you to let everything, let the dust settle here, and let our officials do the business. But everyone up here, a big round of applause for all our athletes, especially Catherine and Hickey.
Go back and take a look at how this one played out. Hickey comes over to the left a little bit.
Yeah, she definitely deviated from her line. Oh, horrible, horrible hit for Catherine's head. Oh, horrible hit for Cassidy's head.
Oh, and this will now be in the hands of the officials to determine, I guess, how this is placed. If there are relegations, how far back you relegate them and what that's going to do for the podium. But an unfortunate end, as you said, to a great, great race. It looked at one point like Hickey had it in the bag. 2 mistakes on the last lap. Let the chasers catch her. And then a straight up sprint on the pavement between Sarkisov and Hickey to the line.
Wow, I do not envy the officials in this moment. Tough decision. Probably a lot to be discussed. I'm glad both riders are up and able to walk away. Really hard to see them hit their heads like that.
I think this post-race debrief going to hit a little differently. I'm sure that these riders further back would know what would have happened, but we'll keep our eye on it. We're going to step back here from Louisville, and we'll have your results and U23 men when we come back.
Look at that. And that. And those. And wait, where did we get something to eat? Where do we sleep? Where are we gonna hang out? Oh, now we're talking. How about that? And that is everything you ever wanted in a weekend getaway. Plus everything else you'd ever want to. Louisville, Bourbon City.
forward to every single day.
It's what I know. Like, it's who I am.
All I'm thinking about is the finish line.
I race for progression and I race for improvement.
Just to have fun and go really, really fast.
I race for team.
I race for women.
My favorite is definitely cyclocross.
Techie mountain bike riding.
It's like a balance between pushing yourself and then other people.
People are stoked to see you out there.
You may not win, but you learn.
Adrenaline.
Welcome back, Louisville, Kentucky, and Joe Creason Park, where we have just wrapped up a chaotic U23 women's finish. It was a calm race for the most part, but an exciting finish to say the least as two riders go to the line together. They are still working out how those results are going to end up because there is a potential for a relegation by the officials. They're looking at that right now, reviewing the footage, and as soon as we know something, you'll know something. It's a unenviable job to have today. I would not want to be the official in charge of making that call.
No, absolutely not. Because really, no matter what decision you make, there's going to be people who say that you made the wrong one.
Let's go back and take a look at that U23 race that just wrapped up. It started with the whole shot off of the pavement where we saw, luckily, a pretty safe start.
Yeah, Lauren had a pretty quick fade after the first lap, and we quickly started to see our usual suspects, or the racers that we would become familiar with for the rest of the race, start to establish themselves at the front.
One by one, we saw the small mistakes turn into bigger mistakes, turn into bigger gaps, turn into bigger problems for more and more riders. As that front group was whittled down one by one, we started to see more riders having to run sections like this. Riding became less and less popular as the race went on.
Yeah, it really did. So much running really by the end of this race. And you know, I noticed early on, Catherine Sarkisov was very far back at the start, so very impressive ride through a good portion of this field throughout the race. Of course, the dark horse of the day, McKenna Kellerman, who finished third, thankfully not involved in that crash. She comes from a mountain bike background and had a very impressive ride today.
This pass from Cassidy Hickey on one of the toughest sections of the course, the bumpy uphill run, got her back to the front of the race and then started putting time into the chasers behind her. It was 5 seconds, then 10 seconds. At one point, she had built up a 14-second lead on the front of this race, but slowly but surely, names like Kaya Musgrave and McKenna Kellerman started reeling her back in. And then the separation back in second as Kellerman took off on her own. But it wasn't until the final lap when we saw the two link up, chase down Cassidy Hickey, make contact, and then it was really into the closing corners that we saw the eventual decision made. This was the beginning of the end for Cassidy Hickey. It started with that crash. That would allow Sarkisov and company to come back up, and then the end of the sprint where they would try and duel it out on the line, but contact made between Sarkisov and the pink jersey of Cassidy Hickey. So again, reviewing that right now, and once we get word on what the officials are going to do about results, we will finalize those and get them to you. Tough call to make and tough to watch. You hate to see riders crash in any type of racing, but it really speaks to the importance of nationals, the pressure on the line here, and just how absurdly hard this is. There's got to be an element of having raced so hard for the better part of an hour. There's not a lot of oxygen going to the brain in that scenario.
No, and especially when you have a national title on the line, things happen. But I think that I'm not an official, and honestly thankful for that, because this is not an easy situation to be in. But there has been a precedent set for relegation of some sort for riders who don't hold their line in a sprint. I'm not super well versed in it, but that is a concern that I think is being discussed by the officials, if I had to guess.
There's our custom bell maker right there.
Yes.
Saw him earlier on the course.
That looks loud. Has a tire on it though.
How would you like to be in that car ride home?
Oh my gosh, especially with the vuvuzela and the big cowbell next to it. They're a three-piece band.
Well, officials still in discussion about that U23 women's finish. We should be on time for our U23 men's start coming up next. Sounds like those riders should be making their way into the grid shortly. And we'll start to line them up. In fact, here they are making their way in, getting the tire check as they roll through. Making sure these riders do not exceed the maximum tire width allowed on this course. I was trying to read the Colonel's sign earlier. I saw 12 herbs and 13 spices, but be the 12th herb in the 13th spice, maybe. Try my best,
I'm just
Colonel.
seeing what you said about maybe the Colonel has seen better days.
It's like a grungy Colonel.
Yeah.
I like it. Like
Yeah.
a punk Colonel.
Yeah, I hope he's not serving the food, but I'm glad he's here, you know?
One of the other great parts about cyclocross, the great fans. Gonna have to do it. All right, so our U23 men starting to make their way into the grid. Let's talk about some of the names on this list. A lot of familiar names coming into this one. We've seen a lot of these guys come up together through the 17-18 ranks and into the U23s here.
Yes, I mean, all eyes honestly are going to be on our defending champion, Jack Spranger. But if you remember last year, we had a thrilling U23 men's race with Dylan Zakrajcek kind of having, at least in my eyes, a breakout ride, earning second. I think he had a small setback during the race, but they had a very heated battle, and Dylan Zakrajcek has really established himself on the domestic circuit this year. Not to be forgotten is first-year U23 Henry Coote, also racing for Compedge, Dylan Zakrajcek's teammate. He's having a breakout year. He won the elite UCI race at Really Rad this year. I think that he is going to be trouble for our two older athletes. Of course, we have Miles Mattern for CXD Trek Bikes. You look a little bit further down, like Calvin Conaway. A lot of these riders could maybe come alive in these more unpredictable conditions.
Especially with these unpredictable courses out here, you never know what you're going to get. So going to be a good one with our U23 men. Is it more slippery now than it was 10 minutes ago out there as the sun continues to melt?
I would have to suspect, without doing a soil sample, that it's probably less slippery, but it's going to be heavier, and you're going to need to be thinking on your feet a little bit more. The course that these riders previewed is not out there anymore, so they're going to have to be able to quickly jump off the pedals, run, pick their bike up. They're going to need to be amenable.
This is also one where if you looked at the forecast and you thought, I don't need those extra wheels, or I'm not going to take the extra bike, or I don't need a mechanic, I'm not going to pit that much, well, you were wrong, because you need to be pitting almost every lap, if not every half lap on this course. That's what we saw with the U23 women, and I would expect the same with the U23 men.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, our mechanic said, I'll be darned if I drive all the way to Louisville and I don't have the tires that we need. So usually you don't leave that stuff at home, even if you don't think you're going to need it.
Looking a little further down our start list here with 49 starters in our U23 men's race. That means they'll go 6 rows deep in this one. But that hasn't slowed down a lot of riders. They've absolutely proved that you can come back from a 3rd, 4th row start and still find your way into the front group. So it is possible for the riders in this group as they are staged up and just about ready to go. We're going to take this opportunity to take a quick break, and when we come back, your U23 men's start up next on FloBikes. Welcome back to Joe Creason Park, where we are locked and loaded for a U23 men's race. Up next, they have just been slotted into the grid, and we're within just a couple minutes of this start here. Looks like they're getting their final instructions from the officials down on the line. Ellen, we talked about some of the top names in this field, including the defending champ and Jack Spranger, but Krychek going to be a big conversation as well as we look at Daniel English up on the front row. The Rock Lobster team got the last call up, selected the inside right line.
On the front row, it doesn't matter all that much. This is Calvin Conaway. I've been seeing him since he was a young junior. Now he's a first-year U23.
And it goes to Miles Mattern for the CXD Trek Bikes team.
In the short sleeves, this is our silver medalist last year, Dylan Zakrychek.
And then we'll go to his new teammate next to him in Henry Coot, wearing the matching Comp Edge Racing jersey. Bear CX next to them for Jack Spranger, your defending champ. And then Cervelo Orange Living with Luke Walter next to him.
Adam Moat. They call him Moat Man.
Moat Man, well, he's in a little moat here off to the left-hand side. He's going to have to figure out how to get out of that for this start as we are backing the camera off and ready to get this one underway. Inside 30 seconds to start. Foot down for everyone and waiting for the random green light here. Big sprint up the left side of the picture here.
Spranger is going to take the official hole shot. So far, no carnage. We hope that continues. Wow, and it's already strung out, Brad. Probably the top 10.
Look how long this group is. 49 riders taking off together here. As nice as it would be to say this is a good time to move up, that train is moving.
Yes, it takes a lot of effort to pass people at the start.
Spranger still up on the front, that multicolored Bear CX jersey.
Really good start from Calvin Conaway right on his wheel.
Look at these guys diving the outside, trying to move up any way possible. And Luke Walter starting to move up. Back up to Spranger and Calvin Conway, the rider in orange, right behind him.
So this will be interesting to see what our U23 men do on this corner, because we had some interesting lines during the U23 women's race. Doesn't look like anyone's reinventing the wheel here. A couple riders running, which is what we saw Lauren Zerner do on the first lap. That may have been more out of necessity than strategy. That could have just been for any number of reasons, but it looks like it is very rideable now.
Yeah, some of these riders won't have a choice. If you're stuck in traffic or someone in front of you decides to run, you're probably going to have to run too, and you like it or not.
It's the best way to keep moving forward. Yeah, you can see them setting up wide for this corner, like we had talked about, kind of like the ideal line.
Some weird lines going on out there. And then a mad scramble out of that corner to close down the gaps and get up there.
Issue for a CMU rider coming into the pit on lap 1. Looks like it might have been a rear flat, or he indicated with a rear flat, but.
Trying to go wide to avoid that pit. And then get back into it.
Jack Spranger, Calvin Conaway, Luke Walter, our top 3 leaders.
Little slip. Even when you think you're being safe carrying the bike, it's still dangerous.
Yes. Yeah, there's probably a couple riders in this field as well who forgot their toe spikes, that's not going to be good today.
Mad dash up the Belgian stairs here. One rider going a little too wide. Spranger holding on to the front here. Obviously comfortable leading the way. Luke Walter moving up as well. That's the white jersey right behind him, the Cervelo orange living kit. Walter has made the pass on Calvin Conaway. And now Walter has a problem. Left and right out there. There's no good way around this course.
That was a really good pass. Oh, wow. For that Bear National rider. He went low and kind of rode all the way around. So Brad, we've talked about a couple of riders like this so far today that we haven't seen a ton of racing from, but that are performing very well at nationals. One of those riders, Jack Spranger, our defending national champion, has only raced twice so far this year. He raced at the Pan American Championships and the UCI race the day before Pan Am Champs. So this is only his second event of the year.
Looks like it's going pretty well for him. This light training load seems to be pretty successful for a lot of riders, although we shouldn't say that Jack Spranger wasn't riding or racing his bike at all. I'm sure he had plenty of training, probably some mountain bike races in there as well.
And on his wheel is the rider that I was sort of expecting to see a good ride from today, so I'm thrilled about this, is young Henry Coote. I believe still, at least was formerly coached by Curtis White.
Nice move here from Miles Mattern, picking his way through the group. Just picked off Luke Walter. A little foot down for Calvin Conaway. Mattern's going to go after him next. Miles Mattern's hungry. He's trying to move up here. Meanwhile, back to the front. Coote and Spranger going clear. Spranger in the multicolored kit, Henry Coote in the black Comp Edge Racing kit. And sure enough, behind them, Miles Mattern has made it to the front of the group. Saw that CXD blur, just making it before they made it into the pit here. So that battle for third is heating up. Onto the pavement for these two. I have to imagine at this point, Ellen, there's a slight sense of camaraderie because it's still early and they're going to have a chance at like getting rid of the riders behind them. So kind of like you said, you're not going to race against them in this scenario.
Yeah, I think it's really, really rider dependent. Some riders will be like, let's work together, let's establish a gap, like let's make it a 2v everyone else. And some riders are like, no, I'm gonna win no matter what way you put it to me, so I don't care if this becomes a 15-person group, like if you don't pull, we're not going. So we can tell that this course is drying out very quickly because in the U23 women's race, they were pitting sometimes every half lap, at least every lap. These riders skipped on pit 2, which is the faster of the two pits because it's slightly downhill. And their bikes look okay. The course is drying out very fast, but it's making basically clay out on course. Wow, Miles Mattern hopping the barriers. Dylan Zakrajcek right behind him. Calvin Conaway with a very interpretive way to go across the barriers.
By any means necessary. A few more are going to jump it. Ryan Drummond able to ride it up and over. I don't know if anyone had better form than this. Watch the left side. Back over it. The no-look hop. That's a first for me.
That's pretty legit. Like we've talked about, no matter what, you just have to keep moving forward. It doesn't have to be pretty. You have to keep moving forward in the sport of cyclocross. And Calvin Conway exemplified that very, very well.
Mission accomplished. One lap down for the front of our bike race as Spranger and Coot now trying to hold off Miles Mattern, the CXD rider, making his way up. Behind them, Dylan Skrzyjek trying to chase. This one's still pretty tight inside the top 20. I'm noticing we're not seeing as much mud coming off of the back tire either. We talked about how this one is drying out, so this is incredible. Now it's going the other way. It's getting less messy after we watched the entire junior race get more and more messy. Now it's starting to tighten up out there.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to a lot of the elite women that I know prior to the U23 block of racing, and a lot of them were like, I don't know what I'll do here or what I'll do there. And I was like, it's not going to be the same course. Whatever you think it's going to be, it's probably not going to be that. So just be prepared for anything. Easier said than done.
A few more little bobbles on the stairs. And now back up to Miles Mattern. Must be with Skrzyjek now, because this is Spranger and Coot on the front.
Yeah,
Skrzyjek into third here.
Into third, yes.
Huh. And Miles Mattern was coming on like a freight train. It's very impressive to see Skrzyjek was able to dial that back from him. So 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4, about a pit length between the two groups.
Little indication from Henry Coot to his people in the pit. Oh,
Mattern
wow.
wants to go.
Wow.
Mattern came to race
said,
today.
Excuse me, coming through.
And then further back, Luke Walter fighting with the group. There goes Calvin Conway, just out of the picture. Back up to the front.
Very excited to see them on this section just because it's been very dramatic so far. This off-camber hillside, Mansion Hill, spelled a lot of trouble for pretty much all of the racers on the first lap. I think it'll probably be a little bit easier for them on lap 2 where there isn't that same pressure.
Mattern pulling again. Down again.
Oh, wow.
That section where we just saw that slip out there, remember they were riding it, then running it, and now they're back to trying to ride it again.
I think that's like part of the beauty for people who watch and appreciate and understand cyclocross is that this course is unpredictable if nothing else, so you just have to be adaptable, especially to win a national title. You need to be able to ride the wave of change, and that's something that we're seeing demonstrated very well from the racers who are winning this race today. Henry Coot wants to go by. Oh, and maybe a little contact, but everyone stayed upright. Wow, Henry is going. I think I could talk about Henry enough that he would be embarrassed if he watched the live stream back.
Lay it on me.
But oh no. See, it's the announcer's curse, Brad. I can't. But One of the first races I ever saw, actually the first race I ever saw him at was Northampton a couple years ago, and he went up against these like super legit, well-supported juniors as this kind of like brand new green like young kid, and he just like raced with this tenacity and like bridged these monstrous gaps. So to see him kind of come up and establish himself as like at the front of the U23 race, I'm like, you could see it then. So it's really cool to watch this unfold as a first-year U23. He's racing bravely. You love to see it.
That's my kind of bike racer right there.
Mm-hmm. He also famously caught a chicken on a group ride. That
I'm liking this guy more and more with every
yeah,
story you tell.
I know. I wish I knew this much about Jack Spranger too. I'd love some more anecdotes, but you know, this is what I came to the table with this morning.
And now Spranger keeping the pressure on Henry Coote.
Small separation. This is not enough of a separation to be a threat, but it does go to show that Henry Coote is putting the pressure on Jack Spranger.
Just one slip up away. You're always one mistake away from losing the lead in a cross race like this. See Coote really using his upper body on that section, grabbing the bars a lot, really flexing, using that core, as they say.
Yeah, it's such an interesting balance, you know, with riding technically. It's like you want to have a strong upper body to support the bike, but you don't want to have it so much that the bike can't move around beneath you. It's really an iron fist, velvet glove sort of scenario. Wow, riders still not pitting. I think that goes to show just how different this course is, even from the U23 women's race.
Holding just a couple bike length gap in between them here. Remember, Spranger led the entire first lap, pretty much sitting on the front. Henry Coote kind of sitting back in that chase group behind. Then it was very clear that Coote wanted to make the pass on Spranger when he did it big, that's for sure. And now it almost looks like Coote is waiting for the inevitable pass back.
Oh, mistake from Coote on that corner that he messed up on is actually very tricky. It's hard to see, but there's a big frozen rut in it that kind of just puts you right into a stake.
So now Spranger back to the front. Coote in his second. Over the barriers, both gonna run it.
So interesting strategy from Coote here, but what could be happening is he's kind of testing the waters to see like, okay, can I ride this section better than Jack Spranger? If I do, where do we go from here? So we can kind of see that he established a lead and then let the race come back together, and then in a couple more laps, he can play that card again, hopefully.
Group of three behind them has come together. And that's going to be interesting if they start to push each other. That could start to close this gap up to the two leaders who really aren't putting too much pressure on each other. I mean, like Henry Coote is not, you know, you see Spranger looking back right here, but Coote's not really in a hurry to come around. Yeah.
No. Yeah, they seem very composed. They're definitely not throwing down just yet, but this is threatening. I mean, Dylan Zakrajcek, Ivan Sippy, and Miles Mattern, all three of those riders on their own are a threat. You put them together, I think our leading duo may need to give them some consideration.
Luke Walter trying to join that party up the road. all by himself. Tough spot to be for the Cervelo Orange Living rider. All right, so as they head out on the next lap, we're going to take another break here from Louisville, and we'll pick up your U23 men's finish for the rest of the race when we come back.
I ride because I love it.
I ride for the friendships that develop on the bike.
I met all my friends through cycling.
I ride my bike because it's part of my soul.
I ride because it's awesome.
I ride to find stories. I ride to find rhythm in my life.
I ride because it makes me happy.
I ride for adventure.
I ride to be a part of something that's bigger than myself.
Traditional schools weren't built for athletes like you. They box you in, slow you down, dull your dreams. But you don't play by someone else's rules. You're here to push limits, break records,
Well, I cracked.
and own every inch of your journey. US Performance Academy was born to fuel that fire. An online school that aligns with your ambition, respects your grind, balances your dedication to athletics and academics. This is where you learn what you're truly capable of. Let's go. US Performance Academy, official academic partner of USA Cycling. GoUSPA.org.
Live look above Joe Creason Park as our U23 men out on course with two riders getting away, as we've been watching Jack Spranger and Henry Coote battling on the front of this one, but they've had some company slowly but surely working their way up behind them. A group of three chasers in full-on chase mode right now, trying to bring these leaders back and coming up to the halfway point of this race. So I would not count out a scenario where we all of a sudden see a group of five at the front of the bike race, Ellen.
Yes, if this race has been if the races so far today have been any indication, the riders at the front may not be the ones that end up at the front at the end.
It looks like that chase group may be starting to spread out a little bit here, starting to separate. That's going to be a problem if they're hoping to work together. There's separation on the front as well, as we look at Jack Spranger trying to chase down Henry Coote here.
This is where Henry Coote passed Jack Spranger on the last lap, so now he's already going into it with a bit of an advantage. Clearly he feels good on this section.
That turn right there was barely passable just 2 laps ago, and now they're riding it like it's paved.
I'm afraid of how fast the elite races are going to be if the course continues to trend in this direction. So now we're heading into the part of the course that has a lot of elevation. So starting with this hill that our leader Henry Coote is on now. So hard to tell on camera, but he's heading into a downhill now, and then a significant bit of elevation on the next several straights and corners.
I love this section too. You really pick up speed, something you don't see on a lot of courses with that long downhill run. See Coote just take a brief second to kind of reset. Deep breath, look behind him, over the shoulder, get a look. Just a second, but sometimes that's all you need.
He looks very composed. He doesn't look like he's leading the U23 national championships right now.
Doesn't look like he's being chased by Jack Spranger, which is what's really happening here, which for most people would be a horrifying
It would be a very
experience.
stressful incident, but somehow he's just out on a nice little casual ride in the park.
Got to give Spranger some credit here, too. He's staying calm, not panicking yet. Took his gamble early, getting to the front, riding aggressively. Look at Coot.
He's talking to the pit. He's telling them something. I wish I knew what.
Still talking. Still talking.
Not coming into the pit yet, though. He might be saying, please prepare this for my bike next time.
Seems like a complex request. It was more than just a
Yeah.
tire pressure number.
He's like, do you guys want
He's
to hear
still
any
looking
jokes?
back. He's like, did you get it?
Please reply by EOD.
I think he was looking back for Spranger, who now has some company with him.
That's
And
Ivan Sippy.
Sippy, yeah.
So he was able to dispatch Miles Mattern and Dylan Zakrajcek.
There's the chasers. Coot went at just the right time here. Spranger's having trouble.
Oh, wow, he is, yeah. Ivan Sippy now moving into second.
Pretty soon, Coot may be looking back saying, who is this? Where'd Jack go? Well, you can see Sippy now, so he'll be aware of that Colorado Mesa jersey behind him.
Ooh, wow, very good save. Almost did Calvin Conway over the barriers.
Just a little slide when he tried to plant his foot right there. You saw him lose just a little bit of traction. Part of that is because he tried to cut that corner so close. You saw those guys went wide and they end up on our right, their left of the barriers, but we saw Coot try and cut it on the inside. More like that Miles Mattern line. All right, so Coot about to make his way back onto the pavement.
All right, well, if anyone's got intel as to how this transpired, we would love to know. But what we do know is 3 laps to go. Henry Coot is all by his lonesome here on the home straight. Here we go for this young man. That's Dayton Dedrick Hall.
And now it looks like Spranger is
Colorado Mesa leading the charge. That gap only about 8 seconds.
going to go back in.
Spranger on the wheel. Spranger kind of looking over the shoulder of Sippy as they got around that turn, trying to get a gauge on where Henry Coot is. Miles Mattern still in the picture here. Miles coming really towards the finish. The Zakrajcek falling back just a little bit.
So 7 seconds now separating Henry Coot, our race leader, from Ivan Sippy and Jack Spranger. Which, if the previous races have taught us anything, that's not really enough to feel super safe, but is absolutely going in the right direction.
Spranger has really lost his spark. He was a very aggressive rider early on here. He was making passes, diving corners. And now it looks like he's just going to sit on Ivan Sippy here for now.
Yeah, he had this, like, he was pedaling really hard. He had, like, this intensity to him that I'm just not seeing quite as much now. Could be strategy, could be reality. All right, Henry Coote finally going into the pit after a lot of conversations with his mechanics.
Whatever he wanted, they got it sorted out.
All right, our other two riders, Sippy and Spranger, not going in the pit. I don't believe that they have pitted yet during this race.
Back to Coote. So comfortable. But these guys are not out of it yet. I would not be surprised to see Sippy get up to Coote before the end of this race. It's trending that way. Ivan Sippy certainly working his way up.
I have a fun anecdote for you, Brad.
Lay it on me.
Ivan Sippy and Jack Spranger are roommates and best buds.
All right.
So they found each other on the race course, and I guess they have found each other off the course as well.
It's meant to be.
Really was. I'm sure that they'd rather be coming together at the front of this race. If Henry Coote could just get out of the way, that would be great. But you love those little anecdotes.
That makes a little more sense because I think you're seeing Spranger probably look at this wheel and he's like, this is as good as it gets. You know, this is my bro, this is my guy, I know this wheel.
Maybe that's why he looks so relaxed. He's like, he probably rides on that wheel all the time.
I think we just saw a pass at the front.
That might have been Dylan Zakrychek.
With Miles Mattern. That would make sense. Sorry about that.
Yes, confirmed.
There's Spranger and Sippy a little farther up ahead of these guys in the race for second.
So this is a section of the course where physically the riders are very close together, but the gaps will extend, you know, where there's that yo-yo rubber band effect. But it does, Henry Coote is still physically pretty close to these riders on course. I'm going to be really curious to see what the official time is at the close of this lap. One rider, if I were Henry Coote, I would be worried about Ivan Sippy right now. They are now tied with the fastest lap of the day. The opening lap for Henry Coote was 8:51, but on lap 3, Henry Coote and Ivan Sippy both did 8:39s.
Not a speck of mud on Coote.
No. Yet.
The only bobbles he's had have been foot down. He does have mud on his left shin. You see where he went down in that kind of off-camber section.
I guess it's hard to get mud on yourself if you're never riding behind someone
That's a
to
good point.
splatter mud
There's
on
no
you.
spray, right. Meanwhile, Sippy and Spranger. Roommates and competitors.
Ivan Sippy, another mountain bike racer. We're starting to see, I think, more and more mountain bike racers starting to kind of dominate at the front of these races. I mean, they're cyclocross racers, aren't they? They just sometimes do other disciplines. We're all cyclocross racers at heart.
We all just want to ride our bikes in the mud at the end of the day. really not much to say about this Henry Coot performance. It has been perfectly unremarkable, which is, in these conditions, in this situation, exactly what you want for a guy holding on to a 15-second lead.
Yeah, he's making this course look very straightforward somehow.
Spranger back to the front with Sippy. A lot of looking over the shoulder for Henry Coot. He likes to have a good idea of what's going on behind him. Likes to keep a good pulse on the race. What kind of things are you looking for, Ellen, when you look across the course at a chaser behind you, or look across the course at who you're chasing ahead? I mean, are you looking for weakness? Are you just trying to see the gap? Like, what kind of information are you taking in when you look at your competitors?
So for me, when I'm looking, I have like a point of reference. Like I'm going to look at the same spot on every lap. I'm trying to see, am I ahead of where I was, or are you further behind from where I looked last time? Like you're trying to kind of create your own gauge of distance. Obviously, you'd love to be able to tell if someone's like super hurting, but really the glances are so quick, it can be kind of hard to take in that much information. But yeah, if you look over and someone's like collapsed over the front of their bike and they're like breathing hard, then yeah, that's going to be good intel.
Back onto the pavement for Coot.
I think that we've kind of reached the pointy end of this race with these two. If they've been playing nice together and they've been a little bit composed, letting Henry sort of go out on his own, maybe wear himself out, I think we're starting to reach the end of that civility, and soon, if they're going to make a concerted effort to reel him back in, it's going to start happening now.
So Krychek and Mattern back there hitting the line next. As we go back up to the front. This is definitely going to be the tightest battle right here in this group of two.
Yeah, so they went a decent bit slower than Henry Coot did on that last lap. So the gap now at 13 seconds between Henry Coot and our chasers, Jack Spranger and Ivan Sippy. Like I had said, on lap 3, Ivan Sippy did an 8:39, which was the same lap time as Henry Coot. But on lap 4, Henry did an 8:40, so within a second of his previous lap, whereas our chasers did 8:46s.
No, I got a bunch of stuff down here.
Spranger looking over now. Those folks step back a little bit as the Spranger train rolls into the station. Back to Coot.
That gap feels significant.
Yeah, I don't know if I see this one coming back for second and third here. This is looking more like a battle for silver than a gold medal battle here.
Henry just looks very, very composed. Like we said, it's like he's out for his warm-up and not the actual race itself. He looks completely unbothered. And like we've talked about, he's made very easy work of this course.
Power up the hill. Look over the shoulder. Get another inventory on the chasers. Another day at the office for Henry Coote. Back to Mattern and Zakrajcek.
Well, so as a point of reference, like we were talking, Brad, when you're looking to see, if you're looking over your shoulder in a race, what are you looking for? On the last lap, on this section that the riders are on now, where they come back onto the bike path and then drop off of it, they were not quite, but almost within touching distance of Henry Coote. Like they came very close together because the course accordions so much right there. On this lap, Henry Coote was completely through that section and onto the next one as those riders got there. So that's the sort of intel that you're sort of hoping to see if you peek over your shoulder. Now Ivan Sippy seems to be putting the power down. He said, Jack, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go try to catch up with Henry.
Well, sometimes you just got to do the dishes yourself, you know? Ivan Sippy going to take off here into second place and open up the gap here a little bit. Big gap here for Sippy.
Yeah, that was established very quickly as well. Wow, Ivan Sippy is a man on a mission.
I think Spranger might have just told him he's not getting his half of the rent this month. These guys are all over this course now. From Henry Coote all the way back to Ivan Sippy. And then back to Jack Spranger. It was only about 3 minutes ago that those guys were wheel to wheel between Sippy and Spranger. Now Sippy has said goodbye up and around the playground.
Jack Spranger just doesn't quite look like himself today. He just seems a little bit off. I think that he had a tough mountain bike season with a bit of illness, and I think that maybe that could still be plaguing him. He's just not quite as zestful as you would expect from the defending champion. You have to imagine that there's something that just didn't come together for him today. Excellent form on the remount, though.
Very strong form up and over the barriers.
So Henry Coote about to drop onto the pavement and get the bell for 1 lap to go. It's like a beautiful moment and an incredibly stressful one to be leading the race at the national championships and get the bell.
Well, just about 9 more minutes of stress for Henry Coote as he heads out for his last one.
And he will be off the pavement by the time Ivan Sippy is on the pavement, and that is a thing of beauty. Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, it's got to feel good. Not a terrible way to start this last lap. Ivan Sippy tightening up the shoe, maybe a BOA issue. Spranger hanging in there.
Wow, so for reference, our opening lap was an 8:51 for Henry Coote. We've seen him do an 8:39 and an 8:40, but Henry Coote did an 8:34 on that lap, but Ivan Sippy did an 8:36, which is 30 seconds faster than his first lap.
Well, I went to school in Ohio, but even I can tell that that means our leader is doing 2-second faster laps than the chaser. And I don't think that math is going to add up to make the catch. So Sippy's going to need to lift his tempo here because Coote's not going to let off the gas. It's going to be up to Sippy to improve those lap times. I think Henry Coote is probably able to turn out 1 more of those laps, if not faster.
He's been extremely steady. The only inconsistency in his lap times is that he's going faster just about every lap.
Over the flyover for Coote. See if he's going to pit here.
Oh.
Negative. Thought about it until about the last second. I think that's a little deceptive on that line. See, I've seen a lot of riders that go wide naturally. I think that's
yes, they're like grazing the entrance of the pit.
Maybe a little wider opening than we can see here. There are the glasses for Sippy.
Oh, the glasses are off for Sippy. That's how you know he means business.
Spranger's gone. But he is going to be in good shape in third here.
So our riders now entering into the Mansion Hill section. Really the big technical features on course sort of are all pulled together into one very critical section. But I think this is really where Henry Coote established his lead, was able to ride some of these hills very well with a lot of finesse.
Spranger putting that bike down a little earlier each time up and over those stairs. There's that section again where we watched more than 50% of riders wash out at the beginning of this race, but it is tacking up as the race goes on.
So Henry Coote really threw the most technical and treacherous parts of the course. He now has a decent bit of elevation gain, still a couple of technical off-campers, but really that big concentrated area of crash potential is behind him.
At this point, better to give up a second being careful than give up 14 seconds.
Absolutely, yeah. He has the benefit of not needing to take any risks right now.
Still spotting the competition, maybe spotting the descent here as well, looking at his line. One of the best tips I ever got about riding my bike was just look where you want your bike to go, right?
Yes, don't look where you don't want your bike to go. Like when you're crashing, don't look at the tree and say, oh, I hope I don't hit it. And you can ask me how I know.
Big effort for Sippy, he's feeling it. It's a great shot. Love to see the emotion in the faces late in the race here. You can really see the fatigue at this point.
Yeah, and it's a great comparison compared to like the composure of Henry Coote.
Coote looks like he just started.
A lot of upper body movement from Jack Spranger. Not always, but it can be a good indication that a rider is pretty cooked.
Sippy gonna skip the pit as well. And there's really a brief, like, hour-and-a-half window here in Louisville where the pits were so important to the race. That time has passed. You see a lot of very relaxed mechanics back down there.
Yes.
Remember during our junior races, they were
Stressed.
hurried, back and forth, taking half-lap pits, but pretty chill down there right now. Much like Henry Coote is at the front of this bike race.
You stole my line.
Here's a good look at the gap that second place Ivan Sippy has to make up. It's a big one.
I'd say he's running out of real estate, Brad, unless something unspeakable happened to Henry Coote. Ivan Sippy really, I believe, is focused on maintaining his second place over Jack Spranger.
So he learned from his mistake, back to the middle of the barriers that time. He's not trying to cut that inside line. Remember, his foot slipped that one time where he tried to plant a little early, coming off the corner. Corrected that, and now taking a conservative line. Sippy over with vigor as you watch Coote bounce his way up and over some of that elevation change.
Well, he's definitely not coasting into the finish. He's still really giving it the beans for the final couple
got all these
hundred
people
meters.
cheering you on.
Yeah, you have to flex on him a little bit.
Oh, there is the pavement in sight for Henry Coote. As Ivan Sippy is going to watch him roll his way to a Stars and Stripes jersey. Has time to stop the Garmin and everything, as Henry Coote going to make sure he's got accurate files for this historic victory today, as Coote will pick up the Stars and Stripes jersey with a shout out to his team, Comp Edge Racing. Great ride for Ivan Sippy as well. Rode with his friend, roommate, and competitor, Jack Spranger, for as long as he could, but eventually Sippy says, I gotta leave you behind, bro, and rolls in solo for second. There's Spranger onto the pavement, be good for third today. The defending champ gonna walk away with a bronze medal this year. Miles Mattern up next behind him. The CXD Trek Bikes team, another top 5 result for that squad. Looks like another Comp Edge jersey. That should be Dylan Zakrajcek. Last look behind for him, and he'll finish with no one in the picture. Daniel English up next, the Rock Lobster team. Some high fives for them. Got Luke Walter in the white jersey behind him. It's an interesting one. Kept the head unit in his back pocket. Smart.
More like back unit.
Calvin Conaway up next for North Peak Racing. Conaway had a good start. He was in the mix early on, coming off of lap number 1. A few bobbles took him out of contention, but held on for a good ride today.
He also has a great clip now to use on social media of his newly patented Conaway barrier method.
That's right.
If you're going to mess up, you have to at least get it on video.
No look, behind the back, one-footed barrier jump. Show me one of those in Europe. I think that's Noah Shelton up next, their CX team. These guys going to sprint it out. And that looks like Fort Lewis. Maybe Adrian Megan getting the best of it.
It's a lot of wheels.
A lot of clean wheels.
A lot of clean wheels. That's going to be the comp edge team if I had to guess.
Because they're incredibly organized and well run and
And they have a lot of equipment.
have their gear.
And a lot of athletes in this race. Including our winner, Henry Coote.
Yeah, well.
Luck favors the prepared, as they say, Brad.
That's right. And what's the first thing we do after finishing a bike race? Talk more about bike racing with our bike racing friends. The debrief just past the finish line. Henry Rapin's checking in for the Boulder Junior cycling team there in the orange. Red, sorry. Not a bad way to spend the afternoon.
Sitting in a circle with your friends in the grass.
Last few riders still working their way through on course as our U23 men wrapping up. We'll have a little chance for some pre-riding after this one. The elites will get their chance to take a look at the course. So we'll be stepping away for that and then be back with your elite women and elite men's coverage after that. So there are your top 10 on the day. Henry Coote getting the win with Ivan Sippy in second, and then Jack Spranger taking third for the Bear CX squad. Miles Mattern going to slot into fourth behind him, and then Dylan Zakrajcek from Comp Edge Racing, the teammate of our race winner Henry Coote, going to end up in fifth. Dan English goes through for sixth. Then comes Luke Walter, Calvin Conway, Noah Shelton, and Nathan Cusack with a great ride to get inside the top 10 here for the CXD Trek Bikes team. Great ride for them as you see the gaps across the line. 2:28 just to stay inside the top 10 ahead of the leader. Not bad out there. So a tight race at the top of your U23 men's race as we wrap that one up with, again, another dominant performance on the front as we're joined in the booth here by Henry Coote, fresh off the win here out there. Henry, congratulations. Take me through the separation. When you first got away, you looked really, really comfortable riding on your own. Is that where you wanted to be today?
Yeah, of course I wanted to be there. Oh, sorry. Of course I wanted to be there, but I didn't really expect it to happen that quick. It wasn't really part of my plan. I really wanted to kind of stay calm for the first half of the race and remain in the group and then take it as it came, but I looked back and I had a gap and I didn't really know what to do because I wanted it, but I also don't want to go too deep too early. So I just went with it, and then the gap kind of like closed a little bit, and it was a little stressful, but I realized I had it in the tank, and I just went for it and rode away, and I tried to stay really calm, and I think I managed myself pretty well.
I would say better than pretty well out there. We have been marveling at the ever-changing course conditions out there. Did you see it change during your race? It looked like it got less slippery as the day went on.
Yeah, so 2 hours before the race, everyone was thinking to run full mud tires. I decided to not run full mud. I stayed with a mixed tire, and I think that paid off really well. I went in to change bikes, but I stayed on the challenged Flandrian tire for the whole race.
How much of the other races were you watching? I mean, how much intel did you try and gather before your race, or was it just kind of word of mouth, talking with the other riders and teammates?
Well, to be honest, I kind of had a game plan in my mind last night, and I didn't really pay attention to the races this morning, and I just knew what I wanted to do. So
that's all that matters, and it worked out today. Congratulations.
Thank
What
you so much.
is next for you now that you got a Stars and Stripes under your belt? What's the rest of the season look like for you?
So I'm flying to Europe next week, or this week, I guess, on Monday, and I'm going to be racing the World Cup circuit out there in hopes of making World Championships. So.
Nice. Well, time to pack up and head to the airport because
Yes.
you got a flight in about 36 hours. So
Yes.
congratulations
Thank
on the
you so
win
much.
here. Looking forward to seeing that Stars and Stripes jersey over in Europe, and couldn't think of a better rider to represent the United
Thank
States.
you. I really appreciate it.
Well, congrats. A great ride out there today as we wrap up our U23 men's race with Henry Coop from the Comp Edge Racing team. We'll let you get back out there and celebrate your win. We're going to take a break here from Louisville, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about our elite races coming up next.
And wait, where do we get something to eat? Where do we sleep? Where are we gonna hang out? Oh, now we're talking. How about that? And that is everything you ever wanted in a weekend getaway. Plus everything else you ever want to. Louisville, Bourbon City.
Something I look forward to every single day.
It's what I know. Like, it's who I am.
All I'm thinking about is the finish line.
I race for progression and I race for improvement.
Just to have fun and go really, really fast.
I race for team.
I race for women.
My favorite is definitely cyclocross.
Techie mountain bike riding.
It's like a balance between pushing yourself and then other people.
People are stoked to see you out there.
You may not win, but you learn. Adrenaline.
The adrenaline.
Live pictures from Joe Creason Park as we have just wrapped up our U23 block out there today. I need to sit down. I need a little rest. I get it. I feel for you out there on course. Big day of racing here at the National Championships. Little change in the schedule this year from past years, putting our juniors, U23s, and elites all on the Saturday day of racing here. And I got to say, I think it worked out for the better. Timing-wise, you couldn't have had better conditions here for our elites because this course is starting to get burned in.
I think that some of the elite racers are going to be a little bit disappointed with the storm rolling in tonight. They may have wished for the precipitation that is sure to greet our itty-bitty juniors tomorrow.
Let's go back and take a look at how our U23 men's race just wrapped up, where we saw Henry Coot put on a dominant performance out there. It really started from the pavement, where we saw Jack Spranger, the defending champ for the Bears CX team, get a good early start. Spranger really was in charge of the first half of this bike race.
He was. He came out super strong, was able to establish early dominance. I think that we sort of expected a similar performance to last year, but that ended up not really being the case.
We saw names like Calvin Conway up there in the mix, and these guys all looking good early on, but then we saw the slipperiest part of the entire week so far. It was about a 20-minute window where there was very little riding happening here in Louisville.
Mostly crashing and a little bit of running. And then things seemed to smooth out, and suddenly the course became extremely dry, not even really necessary for the riders to be pitting.
And the separation on the front as we saw the friends and roommates link up behind our eventual winner, Henry Coote, who got a little gap, and then it turned into a medium gap, and then turned into a big gap. And before we knew it, Henry Coote was on his way to a solo national championship victory. Looks so comfortable out there, perfectly unremarkable, we said earlier.
Yeah, he made it look very, very easy.
And Sippy giving it his all, leaving Spranger behind on the last lap as he tried to make it up to Henry Coote. Wouldn't get there. And Spranger was left to fend for himself back in third, trying to hold on to his spot. But Henry Coote would have the chance to celebrate alone on the pavement. Make sure this low power didn't show up in the Garmin file.
Yeah, you don't want to tank your average.
Some high fives and hands in the air for Henry Coote as he gets the win for Comp Edge Racing. Let's go back out to our podiums underway right now. We had our U23 women's race earlier today, and looks like they're putting them up on the blocks right now.
So Catherine Sarkisov officially awarded the win in our contentious U23 women's race. McKenna Kellerman in second, and then that is Cassidy Hickey in third, although it says Kaya Musgrave on the screen. It is Cassidy Hickey. Cassidy Hickey, racing for CCB, was awarded third after that unfortunate crash across the finish line.
This is going to be because of the relegation. Hickey was relegated down to third because, remember, she was involved in that sprint for the win, but the officials deciding to slot Hickey into third after that crash on the line. There's the Louisville Slugger from Greg Fonte. The Louisville Sports Commission, one of the great champions of bike racing in Louisville, Kentucky over the years, and one of the great trophies with the Louisville Slugger. Got to get the pictures right. You only get one shot at this.
Yeah, you don't want some weird jersey malfunction happening in these photos.
Are they going to do the slugger pose, though? That's the question.
You hope.
Nope, just more pictures. Over on the Gooder Hill, they've been having a party back there all day. I saw some inflatable giant Gooder sunglasses.
Next to the giant Adirondack chair.
Right.
So it's in good company.
Every giant chair needs a good pair of giant sunglasses. Been rocking my Gooders on and off all week. It's like an hour of sunshine, and then an hour of clouds, and then an hour of sunshine. We're in the overcast hour right now. Some of our elites getting their last looks at the course. It may not do them any good, though, because this is the current situation west of us, barreling down on that gray dot, which represents where we are right now here in Louisville, Kentucky. So there is some rain coming here to Joe Creason Park. Whether or not it makes it here before the end of the elite men, I don't think it's going to hit for the elite women. We still got a good ways back there, but this could be very interesting for the end of the elite men's race today. We're going to be monitoring that as the storm system continues to push its way east. maybe our last look at a dry section here. Safe to say nothing frozen out there anymore. I think the ambient temperature has been enough to pretty much melt any frost or any frozen soil that may have been out there. So it is softening up a little bit, but this section is still really, really bouncy. A lot of this may even be into dried mud now.
Mm-hmm. That section has gotten so chewed up. A lot of this stuff was easy to ride on Wednesday, Thursday, maybe even Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And then the freeze thaw overnight just brought this course to a completely different level of chaotic.
Is there any point in pre-riding this course if you're racing tomorrow? I mean, whatever information you get about the conditions are going to be useless.
I think technically they're not supposed to be pre-riding the course right now, so that's a whole other issue, but kind of no.
Back out to our U23 men's podium. Jack Spranger up first. Ivan Sippy going to get the silver medal for second, but the top step belongs to Henry Coote, Comp Edge Racing. Going to pick up a Stars and Stripes jersey before he jumps on a plane and heads over to Europe.
His first national title, I believe.
Perfect podium form for all three of them. Nicely done.
Well practiced.
Hands in the air for U23 men. Henry Coote, Ivan Sippy, and Jack Spranger. Another Louisville slugger to be given away here. Each race does have engraved on the end of the bat the race name, the date, the location. So not only is it a cool item, it's also personalized, customized for each individual race. That's super cool. How is yours displayed? Like, how do you keep yours? Like by your front door in case any unsavory characters come by, above your bed?
Don't ask, Brad, I'm the worst person to ask. It's somewhere. It's
with all your other baseball bats. Yeah.
It's with all of my other stuff that I don't have displayed right now. There we go. That's what you're meant to do when you win a bat on the podium. You got to do some corny stuff with it.
They brought him back to get they're going to get the Louisville Slugger pose together.
Yes.
Little photo direction first.
We love it.
Well, they swung for the fences out there today, and it worked out for our podium riders. A crazy finish in the U23 women's race with contact being made on the line, and then a cleaner finish, luckily, for the U23 men as a solo rider, Henry Coote, rolls his way across the line. So certainly hope that our elites will have some different outcomes at the finish, but great racing all around so far today. The conditions continue to change as we get ready for our final two races of the day, the elite women and elite men coming up next. We're going to take a short break here from Joe Creason Park, and when we come back, we'll have full coverage of your elite women coming up at the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. Into our final block of racing here at the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. It's time for the elites. Elite women up first, followed by elite men as we wrap up our day here in Louisville, which has been dynamic to say the least, starting from our junior women's and junior men's race earlier today into our U23s that just wrapped up and now into the elites. Now, the story all day has been the changing conditions, so much different this year than what we saw in 2023, and it's going to continue through the afternoon.
I think so. So far, things are a little bit drier, but they're still getting heavy. And I think really the theme of the day has just been inconsistency.
Let's talk a little bit about how that 2023 race went down because our defending champion not back. So we're really going to be looking at the riders racing for second, third, fourth place last year. Katie Klaus, second place, going to be your best ranked returning rider. But last year was really all about Clara Hansinger. Look how much greener it was for last year's national championships. But talking about the race, we saw a solo dominant victory from Clara Hansinger, but the race was really the race for second.
It was, yeah. At the front, it was truly just a clinic for Clara Hansinger, so it really leaves a lot up for grabs this year with a new champion guaranteed to be crowned.
And again, with the absence of maybe the biggest name in last year's race, going to make things a lot more interesting. And pretty much every name below Hansinger returning back here, so they're going to be looking for a rematch, but without Hansinger to worry about on the front of the bike race. Conditions look similar, but much different last year. Just not seeing the mud that we have here. It just wasn't nearly as wet on the ground. So this is certainly more of a technical course this year than it was in 2023.
Absolutely, yeah. The middle section of the course on Mansion Hill is playing a very big role. We've seen so many mistakes, but also in our U23 men, that was really where our winner, Henry Coote, was able to establish his lead. So now we are seeing the race really winning and losing on Mansion Hill.
Last year in our elite women's race, we saw separation late in the race in the battle for second as Katie Klaus was able to start moving away from her chasing companions. That at one point there was no thought even about bringing Clara Hansinger back. She was clear far and away off the front of this bike race, and so turned into a really good one in the race for second, but Katie Klaus showed that she just had it that day. So Klaus is going to be back with a big target on her back this year. I think pretty much everyone's going to be looking at her as a favorite.
Absolutely, yeah. Odds-on favorite for Katie Klaus, but we also have a couple of other dark horse, maybe unknown quantity racers coming into today's competition.
Well, a very interesting field amassing here in Louisville as those riders making their way into the grid right now. Now, we talked about the course conditions and sort of how different they are this year. I also want to talk about the course layout and how different it is. They made just a few changes this year. If you raced here in 2023, it will be mostly familiar to you this year. But a few of the big changes out there, maybe adding some stairs, changing the barrier location a little bit. But again, it's the conditions that are the story out there today. What did you notice when you got out there to race? I mean, looking at our Gooder course profile, where's this race won and lost today?
Yeah, this course is really broken up into thirds. So we have our start finish leading into the stairs and the flyover. A lot of flat pedaling with a little running. Then you go into Mansion Hill. This is where pretty much all of the technicality and the off camber and a lot of the mistakes are happening. Then going into pit 2, we're going to have a bit of elevation gain and then long pedaling through the barriers into the finish. So kind of 3 decisive sections. And then you go into the finish at the close of the lap.
Really not many chances to pass late on this course either. I've noticed that if you're not in that lead, if you haven't made your pass by the time you get onto the last quarter of this lap, you've got maybe one shot before the finish.
Yeah, once you get into the closing moments of this lap, you have to start taking bigger risks to get by someone.
Well, they will be tackling that very shortly. Our riders making their way into the grid. We talked about Katie Klaus out there, but I also want to talk about some names that are racing up in our elite category this year. You're going to see some names that would have been on the U23 start list last year, but this year they are opting to race in the elite category. Let's start with Lizzie Gonzalez, maybe the best result from last year, choosing to race the elites here.
Yeah, Lizzie Gonzalez in her final year under 23, opting to race up, so I think she's kind of rolling the dice. She's not, I wouldn't say the odds-on favorite, but absolutely has a great shot out there today. So I think she's willing to kind of make a big risk and pursuit of a big result.
Gonzalez going to start right up at the front with Katie Klaus, so she'll have a good position to get this one started. The other one is the rider starting 17th on the call-up, Vida Lopez de San Roman. Tell me about this young superstar.
Vida is was last year's junior national champion, opting to race up in the elites as her first year under 23. She recently won both days at the NCGP. We haven't seen much from her in the cyclocross season this year, but she had an extremely successful mountain and road season. So she's not lacking in fitness, even if she's not even if she doesn't have quite as much experience on the cyclocross bike yet in 2024.
We had a chance to catch up with the race favorite, Katie Klaus, as she took a look at the course yesterday.
Yeah, last year went great. It was a smaller season for me, and I feel a little bit more prepared going into this year with a full season under my belt. Some young guns are coming into the category this year, so it should be super fun to race. I think this course does a great job at adding technical and some power features. I think if it gets slick, that's probably going to be the hardest part, is staying upright on your bike. As of right now, I think I'm gonna plan for 19-19, but depends on the course change, like the conditions and my tire choice.
Well, I'd say a lot has changed out there since Katie shot that interview. I don't know if we would be running 19-19, but I'm sure she made some changes as she made her way out onto course today. Looks like the front row is in place, and we are ready to start introducing you to your top riders, starting with Natalie Quinn here for the CCB, presented by Levine Law Group. Going to start on the far right side over there. I think that seems to be the least popular call-up spot to take. You're farthest away from that inside line. Next to her comes Emily Shields, riding for Ken's Bike Shop in the pink jersey, wearing number 7 on her sleeve. Do our best to differentiate between these two pink jerseys out there. Next to her, going to come Vida Lopez de San Roman, getting the 3rd call-up out there today, wearing number 5. Check that, the 4th call-up today. Behind Raylan Nuss, Vida Lopez de San Roman with the Bear CX national team. Next to her, number 5, Raylan Nuss, the Steve Tilford Foundation Racing team. And Nuss will line up right next to her race favorite teammate in Katie Klaus. The all-white kit looking calm, cool, and collected here, ready to do battle in this elite women's race. Then comes Lizzie Gonzalez for the CCB Levine Law Group team. Maybe the most pressure of anybody on the shoulders of Gonzalez here, who opted to give up her last U23 season in pursuit of an elite jersey. We'll see if that pays off today. Anna Miguela up next for Comp Edge Racing, number 6 in the black jersey. And then comes Anna Dorofsky for the Donovan Racing, presented by AES team. She's going to get that inside line up against the fence. Front row ready to go, crouched down, and now awaiting the countdown to the start. So Ellen Katie Klaus getting first pick of her starting grid. She wants to go right in the middle because she knows she's got this kick. She absolutely knew.
She has a monstrous start. We saw in the preview for last year's race that she got the whole shot, and she's trying to do the exact same thing again. I think it's going to be Lizzie Gonzalez on her wheel. Those two riders are going to have each other very, very marked today.
All right, off of the pavement, everyone's safely around turn number 1. As Katie Klaus gets the whole shot, finds her way up to the front.
Good start for Anna Magale. She took a couple years off. She had a baby, and so this is actually her first season coming back to elite competition, so it's really cool to see her kind of making the return after her World's Team debut in 2021.
Lizzie Gonzalez locked in as well up at the front, had a good start. Try and pick out Vida Lopez de San Roman in here, the other rider that we're going to be monitoring. CCB off to a good start here with both of their riders up near the front.
It's going to be Katie Klaus, Lizzie Gonzalez, Vita Lopez de San Roman, Natalie Quinn, Anna Magale, Raylan Ness.
Well, pretty much as predicted in this scenario right now, but we'll wait to see the gaps that form later in. Just 90 seconds into this one. There's some passes happening. Outside line, trying to go around, but not that much faster. Already the gap's opening. Here it is. Klaus up and over. Looks like Lopez de San Roman and Gonzalez having a little battle back there. Vita wants to come around. She's trying. Meanwhile, rest of the field picking their way through the carnage.
Yeah, I would suspect that Vita is going to want to be ahead of Gonzalez going into the Mansion Hill section. So now that we're past pit 1, we're really heading into the most technical part of the course where a lot of mistakes happened. So I think that Vita, being a very accomplished mountain bike racer, is going to want to be ahead of Lizzie Gonzalez going into this section. Crystal Anthony making her return to elite cyclocross. She was a racer more from my generation, former Worlds team member, so very cool to have her back out here in the elite women's field.
And nice to see some veterans in the race. I saw Lauren Stevens' name on that list as well.
Yes, super unique to have Lauren out here racing as well. She was racing in the single speed race with me on Thursday. She said that this was a unique opportunity for her to get to try cyclocross without. She's doing a different road schedule this year, so it was a unique opportunity, and it's cool to see her capitalize on that.
Katie Klaus up to the front, but Vita Lopez de San Roman is right there with her. These U23 riders are going to have a major impact on this elite race. It is very clear that Gonzalez and Lopez de San Roman will be in the conversation for a good part of this today. In fact, there they are right there, 2 and 3 behind Katie Klaus. This would have been a very similar situation for Katie Klaus too. When she was a U23, she was a very good U23, right? A dominant U23. So it's interesting to see more and more riders choosing to race up, choosing to go after that challenge. That's the only way you're going to get better. It doesn't serve you any good to do a dominant performance in a race that you're not really challenged. So it's nice to see that these riders are targeting that higher level.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's making for great racing already. It's hard to imagine this race without Vita and Lizzie. Lizzie's struggling with this section a little bit.
Most riders preemptively putting a foot down there, better than sliding out. Out a little bit longer. Experience over youth here.
Yeah, sometimes it actually helps to run a little further because where you remount can either be a little flatter or it can almost be going downhill. So when you do get back on the bike, you're already moving faster, so you don't have to pedal back up to speed quite as much.
When here comes Lizzie Gonzalez. Right past both of them, or at least going to try.
Oh, Katie Klaus said nope.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, and she's back to third wheel.
Boy, Gonzalez definitely had the momentum on that one.
She did. Oh.
Quick look over the shoulder. Just checking in, seeing where Lizzie's at.
Say, hey guys, just seeing what's going on. So one interesting thing to notice here is that Katie Klaus has a gel on her leg.
Yep.
So probably halfway through this race, she'll take that gel, which will give her some much needed carbohydrates. It's something that's like newer in cyclocross racing. Obviously very common in road and mountain is to see people fueling with gel or mix. But something that we're seeing more and more in elite cyclocross. So I'm really curious to see how the latter half of this race plays out with Katie having a fuel source that I don't know if the other two are carrying.
Looks like more riders coming up to the group here. CCB about to add Natalie Quinn.
Yeah, Natalie was 4th here last year, actually, so I'm sure she's very, very motivated to do at least one better.
We'll go ahead and call that a group of 4 on the front of this race. And I think 2 more are going to make their way up with what I think is Anna McGale and Raylan Nuss. It looks like Gonzalez did take over on the front from Katie Klaus. First time we've seen Klaus give up the lead since this race started 7.5 minutes ago.
Yeah, now that the majority of the most challenging off-campers are through for this lap, I think that she's happy. And that's actually Natalie Quinn. So I think maybe Klaus was a little bit more willing to give up the lead to Natalie than she was to Lizzie, just because I think that Lizzie and Katie are going to have each other very, very marked. But great move from Natalie Quinn here. She did the trouble of chasing up to this group and then immediately moved through it, which is, I think, a very good strategy. One of the issues that people have in these races is the further back you are in the group, if you're not careful, you'll be getting kind of the impact of everyone's braking happening in front of you. So you end up doing more work being on the back. So rather than doing that, she immediately moved to the front and kind of took control, making her effort just kind of go the distance a little bit more.
Oh, now we wait for the separation to come back to the front group. This group will not stay together for long. It's not going to be these 5 elites riding as a unit for much more than a half a lap. I mean, this one will fall apart. It's just a matter of when up at the front of the bike race.
I think someone's going to start to get a little antsy. They're going to feel a little crowded.
Yeah.
6 or 7 riders at the front of this race is too many.
Anna Dorofsky having a good ride, leading her group. White at the back, and Anna McGala going to tag on in the black jersey. Comp Edge Racing.
That is actually that big a group, and they're on the pavement right now. Klaus still at the front, taking a look back, and you can see there's a little bit of discord in the group.
Raylan Nuss now trying to move to the front. She's going to pass her teammate, Katie Klaus, and it looks like Vita Lopez de San Roman will be leading when they touch the dirt.
So a lot of lead changes in lap number 1 of this one. Katie Klaus led for 7.5 minutes, and then once she moved off the front, all bets were off. So now Vita Lopez de San Roman going to take over here.
Everyone's clearly feeling a little bit antsy.
A lot of question marks in this group. This is, again, Nationals, a very special race. One of the few times you'll see all of these riders together in one race without those pesky Europeans getting in the way. It's such a unique race at the National Championships.
And especially a huge question mark from Vita Lopez de San Roman, as she's only done one other cyclocross race this season, so no one really knows where she's at. And the race that she did do, most of these riders did not compete in, so we haven't seen these 6 riders competing against each other, maybe ever. At least exclusively, you know, without the company of, like you said, those pesky Europeans that make the races so great.
Pretty calm looking group as they rolled through. That was a great shot to see from the side there. You really get a good perspective of how they're riding, who's riding hard, and right now it's a standoff situation. Back to single file up here. Where do you want to be in that? Like, if you've got, let's say, 6 riders in a group, in line, is there a best place to be in that group of 6? You probably don't want to be at the back. You probably don't want to be at the front. Is it second or third spot?
Yeah, second and third spot is kind of the sweet spot here. You don't really want to be the one that's being forced to set the pace. Although there can be advantages and some riders do prefer that. Really what you want to avoid, you don't want to be 5th or 6th here. Like I was saying, you start to do more work because everyone in front of you, when they break, you're getting yo-yoed off the back. So it's a place where you end up doing a lot more work.
And you can see it happening right now to Anna Miguela as Klaus.
Right, Katie Klaus is already halfway down the pit by the time she's coming around the corner.
Here it is, gap opening up. Doesn't seem like there's any reason for Vita Lopez de San Roman to move to the front here. I would just sit right on Katie Klaus as long as I can. Let her do the work, put her on the ropes, play defense until the 4th quarter, and then go after it. Nice crowd over there behind the mansion.
This is definitely the place to watch.
That's the Gooder party over there. That must be why we're seeing that so popular. Little bobble.
Also some separations starting to form. Just a little bit, but in a race like this, it can be death by 1,000 cuts, where every time Lizzie Gonzalez has to close down the gap to Vita and Katie, you know, that's another match that she has to burn.
Anna Miguela having a great ride as well. Holding on to the back, but they're going to need to close this gap quickly because this is a dangerous duo of these two. These are not the 2 riders that you want to let go. And Klaus knows it. She looks over the shoulder, sees the gap, gets back out of the saddle. Lopez definitely checking up here. No urgency at all, nor should there be, especially as a U23 rider racing up in the elites here. I mean, it's already impressive enough.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Katie Klaus is about to ride that hill for the first time in many races, how the course is changing. So she is asking herself, okay, this looks like it's rideable. Should I try it?
Klaus, very well-rounded rider, road experience, mountain experience, solid cross career. Vita Lopez de San Roman definitely skews more towards the mountain side, so we'll be looking at bike handling skills, mud riding, that kind of stuff for Lopez de San Roman. It's amazing how much natural talent carries over for a lot of these riders. I mean, a rider like Vita Lopez identified a long time ago as a standout talent. We've watched her come up through the ranks. But without a ton of cross racing under her belt, looking pretty good out there today.
Yeah, she's a very experienced cyclocross racer just without having done much of a calendar this year. So it comes back very naturally. Some people struggle with the transition a little bit, particularly with the amount of running and the on and off can be kind of hard to just jump back into. But no doubt that Vita is just a true natural talent on the bike, on all bikes.
Interesting to see her back to the front here. Is Katie Klaus going to go second wheel? Trying to push it a little bit. That half wheeling has got to put so much pressure on you. I mean, you can feel it, you can see it. It's just, I think Klaus is really trying to work over this U23 rider here.
Yeah, I wonder if Klaus is kind of using her race experience to maybe just unnerve.
Yeah, I mean, Katie Klaus doesn't half wheel unless like she plans on it, right? There's no accidental half wheeling. She wants her to know she's there, breathing down her neck. They're looking back at what's behind them, too.
Wow, and exciting to see Raylan Nuss leading the charge in the chase group.
Nuss has got both CCB riders with her. So Quinn and Gonzalez there in the pink. Anna Michaela holding strong, hanging in there. Super impressive for a mom to come back to the sport, riding at the highest level here. Going to make this front selection for Anna Michaela today.
Yeah, her return to high-level racing has been extremely inspiring. And I do think that she's really just getting started. I mean, the return to that level of intensity can take a couple of years.
Back over the barriers. Quinn leading the way. There's Anna Michaela. Nice remount and back on it. These two leaders could come back. Raylan Nuss could still reel this one back in. They're not really pushing each other up in this lead group of two, which is good news for the chasers behind them.
This is a lot more in it than we've seen from Raylan Nuss in a very long time. She has not really raced like herself much this season, but I got a chance to talk to her in the pits yesterday, and she said that she's finally starting to feel good. So I'm not surprised to see that she's up here, but it is refreshing after a season of just not really being able to put it together.
Second lap down, Vita Lopez de San Roman going to lead them onto the pavement. Katie Klaus right on the wheel. And then Raylan Nuss trying to leave behind Natalie Quinn and Lizzie Gonzalez.
Wow. First lap for our leaders was a 9:39. That lap was a 9:10. So clearly, as predicted, these two are pushing each other to new heights. But Raylan Nuss still has them in sight and not too far behind. Natalie Quinn and Lizzie Gonzalez, teammates. And in this situation, I would predict that these two are going to be working together at least a little bit.
Nuss is going to get there, no question about it. Quinn doing most of the work to bring back Gonzalez right behind her.
I would say Raylan is as good as back together.
I would say this whole group is good as back together.
Wow.
Now the problem here is that they are holding on by a thread back in third, fourth, fifth. So they're one Katie Klaus acceleration away from splitting it up again. Looks like Gonzalez maybe struggling a little bit here.
Yeah,
trying to stay with Quinn.
Gonzalez's posture is not, it just doesn't quite look like what she did in the first couple laps. She looks very, very tired.
See if she comes around in the second half of this one. Meanwhile, Klaus back up on the front in the white. Vita Lopez de San Roman just not giving up on this one. Will not let Katie Klaus go. I think she understands very clearly how this discipline of racing works, and that once you let a small gap open, it turns into a big gap very quickly.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like Vita Lopez de San Roman had a very long learning curve on that one.
No, I think she knows if you give them an inch, she'll take a mile. And I think these two racers are so focused on each other that they don't seem that bothered that they've had third, fourth, and fifth kind of coming back together and then being dispatched again. Wow, Vita very motivated to get ahead of Katie going into this section.
It's your Gooder weather report. Luckily, we don't need the Gooder shades out there today. They got the giant inflatable shades up there. 54 degrees, mid-December. All things considered, pretty darn good bike racing conditions today. Get back to me in about 2 hours.
And when we see if that massive green and blue lump on the radar makes it our way.
Well, the other thing I'll say, the fans here in Louisville are also professional spectators at this point. They know exactly where to watch these bike races. They've certainly found the best spots on this course. They know where this one's going to be won and lost. They know where these mistakes and slip-ups are being made, and it's on the backside of the mansion here. And a huge gap back from that first group. Let's see what happened to Raylan Nuss. And she's a good way back now. Almost got there. Wonder if this was Lopez de San Roman seeing that group coming back together and saying, you know what, I got Katie Klaus isolated. This is as good as it gets. I'll burn some matches here to keep it that way.
Yeah, sometimes it's not really worth the risk to have other people crowding you. Then they can jump and get in between you and the rider that you're trying to mark. In my experience, that's always made me very nervous. So this is the section that Klaus rode last time. San Ramon didn't. Oh, and Katie Klaus was able to make the pass, but Vita Lopez de San Roman did ride that for the first time.
A quick learner, no doubt about that. That may be her biggest advantage out here today. Of the conversation. That's a slog right there. This is such a deceptive part of the course right here when they do that downhill and then back up a quick rise up to the pavement here. It looks like you're able to pass from second position because that second and third rider, they almost always bring a little more momentum. But so far, Katie Klaus has been able to defend on that little kicker up to the pavement every single time.
Yes, so much of this course is very deceptive if you're watching at home. It's hard to really visualize the level of off camber and the level of elevation gain on some of this course, particularly the section that they're on right now. I think their body language and their cadence is a good indicator of just how steep this section is. Wow, and Raylan Nuss has somehow just about come back once again.
I think this front group letting up a little bit. See, Vita's not sprinting here. Like, this is not a full-on effort for either of these two riders, so they're going to wait. But now Vita Lopez de San Roman finds herself in a Steve Tilford Foundation Racing sandwich. Great to see Steve's name still represented at the top of professional cycling here in the United States. One of the greats in the sport, gone too soon. The Steve Tilford Foundation Racing team lives on, supporting some of our top Americans out there racing across the world, including Katie Klaus.
We'll see the Steve Tilford Foundation represented in the elite men's race coming up next with former national champion Curtis Pipe.
This group all back together. Natalie Quinn going to get in there as well. No sign of Gonzalez yet, so let's call this a front group of 4. And now the tempo's starting to pick up again. Now they're starting to pressure each other.
This is a very, very relaxed group if I've ever seen one. Everything about their body language is just kind of hanging out and biding their time.
Yep.
But it's usually after a rest like this that the biggest attacks come. So this would be nerve-wracking for Raylan Nuss, who's currently 4th in this group. I would not want Natalie Quinn between me and these two riders. Nothing against Natalie Quinn, of course, but you just don't want to be kind of caught on the back foot.
Sure. Simple mathematics. And you crack that whip, rider at the back of the line is going to feel it the hardest.
Yes.
Gonzalez just out of sight there, making her way into the barriers. See how she spots up ahead, looking at that turn, waiting for her. Is there any strategy here for Steve Tilford Foundation Racing? I mean, would they be riding 1 and 4 for a reason? Are they trying to kind of put end caps on this group to keep an eye on things?
They may have some level of strategy here, just because I know that Klaus and Nuss are very close. Raylan Nuss is the director and manager and everything of the Steve Tilford Foundation, so she's incredibly involved with all of the riders. But I don't think that they have a 1 and 4 sort of strategy. They don't have a, you know, a code name for it or anything like that. But they may have some sort of like, well, if we find ourselves in a certain situation at some point, let's try to do this.
It just makes sense, right? To put one rider on the front, keep their powder dry. Look at Klaus looking over. Like, go ahead, Vita, you want it? Take it. It's all yours.
I'm feeling nervous just watching this because I've been in this situation enough that it's bringing up anxiety for me, because you know this is the calm before the storm.
And as they play their games, Lizzie Gonzalez going to try and capitalize on that, take advantage of the slower tempo being set up in that front group. So Gonzalez now trying to make it the second team with 2 riders in there as she wants to join her teammate Natalie Quinn up the road. This will be Anna Miguela rolling through Comp Edge Racing solo with just a couple laps of racing to go. We're going to take a quick break here from Louisville, and we'll have your women's finish when we come back.
Bourbon country. Look at that. And that. And those. And wait, where did we get something to eat? Where do we sleep? Where are we gonna hang out? Oh, now we're talking. How about that? And that is everything you ever wanted in a weekend getaway. Plus everything else you'd ever want to. Louisville, Bourbon City.
Something I look forward to every single day.
It's what I know. Like, it's who I am.
All I'm thinking about is the finish line.
I race for progression and I race for improvement.
Just to have fun and go really, really fast.
I race for team.
I race for women.
My favorite is definitely cyclocross.
Techie mountain bike riding.
It's like a balance between pushing yourself and then other people.
People are stoked to see you out there.
You may not win, but you learn. Adrenaline.
The adrenaline.
Front of the elite women's race, Katie Klaus and Vita Lopez de San Roman doing battle here as Natalie Quinn starting to gap off a little bit. And Lizzie Gonzalez, who you're about to see in the picture, continuing her campaign to try to make it back up into the group. Gonzalez almost got there as the front group started playing games, but now we're starting to see more separation up at the front as I think they realize that they're riding a little too easy. If Lizzie can make it up, the last thing they want to be doing is inviting more riders up into the front group.
Yeah, we saw a 30-second variation actually between lap 2 and lap 3 for our riders. So using Katie Klaus as an example, her first lap was a 9:39, second lap was a 9:10, and then her third lap was a 9:40. So they went 30 seconds slower despite conditions that look as though they are getting a little bit easier or making for faster racing. So I think they were maybe getting a little too tactical and realized that they didn't need that much company at the front of the bike race. Oh, and an attack from Vita Lopez de San Roman, putting Katie Klaus on notice a little bit more.
Beautiful move.
Klaus making a very tight pass going into this tricky corner that's caused a lot of trouble for people. Both of them able to make it through. Really good pass back by Klaus. This section has been key. This is the section that Klaus has been riding. Vita did ride it last lap.
Klaus going to try and ride it again. Lopez de San Roman will follow. Now she's traveled. And it's getting easier to ride every lap. Once you watch your competitors ride those sections, you think, all right, well, I should be able to do this too. At that point, if you're the only one not doing it, that's not a choice. You're making the wrong decision in that scenario.
Yeah, and a huge part of cyclocross is being able to adapt and make a game time call. So if you see someone else riding it, you're like, well, I guess I might need to try it, because suddenly it becomes possible.
Vita Lopez de San Roman changing the way she's riding that run up to, or the little up kick after that downhill section. She's realized that Klaus puts in a big effort there every time, and Vita Lopez de San Roman is now matching that before Klaus can even throw it at her.
Well, if the last lap was relaxed, I think that this lap might be a little bit different. We are really down 2 racing here, and it's truly just the 2 at the front, Katie Klaus and Vita Lopez de San Roman.
See the difference in style. Vita out of the saddle, Katie still sitting. Back to third with Quinn and Nuss.
Looks like a very boring race in the pit, which is always good. But interesting after, like we said, a very dramatic couple of races with people pitting every half lap, every lap. Now all of a sudden, it looks like almost no mud is collecting on these bikes whatsoever.
Raylan Nuss losing the wheel here a little bit.
She had a really great first 3 laps, but I think given that she hasn't been able to really race at the front this season, maybe lacking the depth that she needs to go the distance.
Natalie Quinn out of there. Back up to the front. Lopez de San Roman over Klaus. Oh, and give me a read on Katie Klaus here. Does it look like a rider trying to pass? Does it look like a rider looking for an opportunity here? Or is she kind of waiting, happy to sit on right now?
It looks like she's waiting. If she passes, it should be at least like a very quick thing. Kind of the worst thing that riders can do is sort of get caught up in like what I call like petty passing, where like you're just looking for any opportunity and you waste a lot of energy. So you really want it to be a fluid thing that you don't get too fussed over.
Here they are right now. I think this is the selection. Vita Lopez, Katie Klaus, our silver medal.
They're also now about to head into a pretty big amount of pedaling on course. So going through the start finish and then all the way through pit 1 is pretty much uninterrupted pedaling with a couple of corners, but they're not as significant as after pit 1. So I think Katie Klaus would be happy to have Vita on the front doing the work and breaking some wind for her.
We know nuts will not lay down arms. Bill, they're making a turn towards you. All right, we're now down to a two-rider race right now. Lopez, and Ramon.
Back onto the pavement for your two leaders as Natalie Quinn finds herself all alone back here for the CCB Levine Law Group team. Again, if Klaus wanted to, she could have made a pass right there on the pavement, or at least tried. You would have seen her at least line it up.
So if you look at the flags just to the right of the screen, it's not significant, but there is a bit of wind blowing, so the riders have a tailwind now. Once they go around this 180, they will be into a small headwind. So for Klaus to be on San Roman's wheel is not a disadvantage.
It's a good way to put it. It's not a disadvantage.
Yeah. Sometimes drafting is as much of the physics of drafting as it is the mental aspect of, I'm going to let you set the pace. So if you want to wear yourself out, be my guest, and I'm just going to kind of sit back and take some deep breaths.
And Miguela hanging tough. Great day today. Looks like her kit has stayed mostly clean here. In fact, we really haven't seen many riders go down at all in this elite women's race. Combination of the skill of these riders with the increasingly better conditions.
She still sees Quinn just in front of her as well. So Quinn, I think, is really used to concentrate.
Picking up some more back markers. Amelia Shea working her way on the way up. Still no pitting for either one of them. Now Klaus stepping on it. This is what you're talking about. When she wants to go, she's going to go and make it very clear.
Yes, and she's not going to waste any energy prior to doing that. So their last lap was blistering fast. It was a 9:03. So we have seen such polarizing lap times here. We've had 9:40s and 9:03s.
That speaks to a very dynamic race. It speaks to two riders racing against each other. This is not a fitness competition. This is a bike race. It's a mix of fitness, bike handling, bike skills. And that is proven time and time again today. Little gap for Klaus here.
She's on the pedals too. I think she knows that she has Vita in a difficult situation. I don't think that this spells trouble for San Ramon necessarily, but she knows she has her on the back foot a little bit, and they have less than 2 laps to go. Trouble for Natalie Quinn.
Quinn loses the bike out from underneath her. It's going to allow Raylan Nuss to come up. See, now Quinn's stuck running.
I think everyone was running this section 2 races ago.
Yeah. And even then, barely running this section. Still saw riders slipping and losing their footing. as your leader's coming back down. So now you can see Raylan Nuss has made the pass. And he's starting to get a little more interesting in the race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Meanwhile, though, Katie Klaus on it on the front right now. I love this riding from Katie Klaus because Klaus was once a meek junior herself, right? She was once that rider that would have been taking a beating from the elites if she raced in this scenario. Now she's the one dishing it out here.
Klaus was also, I think this is what you're saying, she could have been the first-year U23 who opted to age up. And, I mean, I've been watching Klaus win national titles since she was maybe 10 or 11. In fact, maybe the first time that we raced mountain bike nationals in Pennsylvania. And now she's an elite dominating the front of elite cyclocross nationals. It's weird when you've been doing this for a while, huh, Brad?
It's weird to see juniors racing in the elites, you know? It's like, wait a minute. But that's the progression we hope to see.
Well, I could race masters now.
There you go. Cannot wait to see Lydia Cusack in this field. Our 17-18 junior women's winner.
Oh, and a massive attack from Vita Lopez de San Roman.
Right on that section. Remember I was saying she's been sort of adjusting her riding on that section.
Yeah, she's been paying attention, which is so fun to watch people observe
super
and then
cool.
apply.
Yeah, she's a student for sure.
She really is.
And Katie Klaus in a scenario where the student becomes the teacher and maybe back to the student again here. Cross, I think, is one of the few disciplines where experience maybe matters more than anything. Like, you can be as fit as you want, you could be super strong and come in, but you got to be able to drive your bike. You got to be a good bike handler to do this. So, really, again, comes down to those mistakes. And I would say, mathematically, odds are Katie Klaus has a lower chance of making a mistake just based on a little bit more experience riding, but these two riders could very well pull out a perfect remainder of this race. We could see no bobbles. I could absolutely see this last lap and a half where there's not a single mistake between these two.
Yeah, I think the real experience happens here where Katie Klaus may be able to keep a slightly cooler head. She's just done this so many times that she might not be quite as excitable. But a rider like Vita Lopez de San Roman is racing in the elite race at the front for a reason. It's because she is skilled and she can go the distance. You know, we've seen her perform on a very high level on the mountain bike and also on the cyclocross bike in Europe. So it's not to say that Vita Lopez de San Roman doesn't also have the maturity to stay calm, but sometimes that experience can just be an asset.
And now I just got to wonder when Klaus pulls out that next move. See, Klaus the kind of rider, she's only going to make 3 moves in the race, but they're going to be 3 race-winning moves, right? When she goes hard.
Curious when she's going to take her gel. She may not feel that she needs it, but I have been excited for that strategy.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about the gel.
Actually, I don't see it in her leg anymore, so I think that she may have taken the gel during the brief moment that we were on break.
Okay. That would make sense about midway through the race.
Yeah.
Back up and over the barriers. Perfect remounts for both.
You can see the crowds flooding to the finish line. We are about to have our riders come through and get the bell, but no one wants to risk missing the finish of this race.
It's the other cool thing. The spectators start to figure out the best flow of the venue later in the day, right? You kind of work out how you're going to get around. So they got the best seats in the house for this exciting elite women's finish as they're getting ready to hear the bell for one lap to go. Vita Lopez de San Ramon, the U23 rider who chose to race in the elites, risking her chance at a national championship, now finds herself in a 2-rider group at the front here, about to hit the pavement for one final time.
Between the two of these riders, no one has tipped a hand yet. Everyone has kept their powder dry, Bill, and they're coming at you right now. We've got our leaders on the home
Klaus waiting.
Vita Lopez de San Ramon leading the train, and they are going to hear the sweetest sound ever for the last 47 minutes out of the bell. One lap to go, riders. One to go. Lopez de San Ramon and Klaus.
Klaus has got her spot picked out. That's my prediction. I think she, now that she's done this 5 times with Vita Lopez de San Ramon, it's the quiet genius, right, of Katie Klaus. She's been watching, waiting, looking for that weakness in Vita Lopez de San Ramon. My guess is that Katie Klaus has got her spot picked out. She knows exactly where she's going to make the pass. She knows she can hold it after she makes the pass. This story is already written in Katie Klaus's mind.
Okay, I like that.
Vita Lopez de San Ramon is waiting to get jumped in a dark alley right now. You know it's coming. You know Klaus is going to try and come over the top of you. You just don't know when.
Right, so then the real question, we see the Cusack siblings spectating now. We saw Lydia dominate her race earlier today. The question is where, and what is Vita's counter strategy?
Katie's still not ready to go. See, she could have taken Vita right on the inside there. She had a chance. Lopez de San Ramon let up a little bit. This is exciting. It's like waiting for the lottery numbers to come out.
Yeah, this is usually where I get too excited watching the race and forget that I also should be providing some sort of insight.
Fans first, commentators second.
Absolutely, yeah. I usually start trembling around this time too because I'm too excited.
There's a deep love of bike racing flowing through these cables right now, so we apologize if that bleeds over into the show today, but you can't contain passion.
We're just grateful to be watching along with you all at home. So this is where Klaus made her pass last time.
See, but look, Vita knew.
Oh, so
out of the saddle all the way through the pit
Klaus
section.
Is sitting down. Oh, this is big trouble for Klaus.
I don't think this was part of Klaus's plan. She thought that Vita Lopez de San Ramon would be playing defense. Yeah, 100%. Perfect way to flip the script here for this young rider. Oh, Klaus is struggling.
She's really struggling. You can just see it in her
visibly,
cadence.
Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, is it a cramp?
Oh, wow.
Her hand was maybe just cleaning mud, but her hand was off the bar. She had it on her quad. I don't see any mud on that leg. I don't know what she would have been wiping off. But in just a matter of seconds, Vita Lopez de San Ramon has now opened a significant gap on Katie Klaus here.
Wow, this is now Vita Lopez de San Ramon's race to lose.
Up and over the Gooder stairs. Gap continuing to grow. Klaus is in big trouble now.
Yeah, I think Klaus has a cramp.
Oh, look at the pain on Katie Klaus's face. You can see it through the screen here. Well, now Vita Lopez de San Ramon just got to keep that bike upright. She has been given an opportunity that most riders would only dream of, going head-to-head with Katie Klaus, and then Klaus blowing up in spectacular fashion on the last lap here.
Wow, she is in a world of hurt right now. Actually looking over her shoulder to make sure that she's still in the clear for second.
Oh, there it is again. It's hard to explain how painful these cramps are. I mean, it is the fact that she's still turning these pedals is incredible, but you can see every time she turns that crank over, it hurts.
Oh, yeah, this lap could not be over soon enough for her. I'll be curious to see if she's even able to ride this section.
Look at the pain face. Remember, she has been able to easily ride this for the first 5 laps of this race, but the last one having trouble, as we do think that is a cramp starting to form for Katie Klaus.
Well, and this has just been the wind beneath Vita Lopez de San Roman's sails as well.
Still riding those sections smoothly, applying her learning throughout the day today. Klaus not even in sight here. She's gonna have to start worrying about what's behind her.
Yeah. She had a good bit of time to play with, but given how hard it is for her to pedal, I mean, even getting up to the top of this has now become an effort. I do think that she's at risk of being caught. If Raylan Nuss especially notices that she's starting to slow down, that could be a little bit of extra motivation.
This is such an insane thing to happen for Katie Klaus, a rider with so much experience, but it really speaks to how unique and unforgiving the body is. There it is again, grabbing the thigh. Oh, Katie, we feel for you here. Oh, meanwhile, Vita Lopez de San Roman back through the pits one more time. Gonna skip the visit to her mechanic once again. I don't think we saw them pit at all this race, did we?
Not that I saw. This is such a tough result for Katie Klaus because she had such a great race, and the result on its own is nothing to be disappointed in, but this is not how anyone wants to achieve that result.
It hurts worse when you get a taste first, and Klaus got her taste in second place on the podium last year. And if she doesn't recover from this cramp quickly, this would be the concern behind her, Raylan Nuss, although I think that's about 15 seconds up to Klaus, something like that. So Klaus got a little bit of breathing room here, but that is absolutely what she needs to be focused on right now. There's no way Vita Lopez de San Roman is coming back. So now Klaus just gonna try to have to salvage a silver. Love watching naturally talented people do what they do. And Vita Lopez de San Roman, one of those people, just a pleasure to watch on the bike, you know. Kind of rider that makes you want to get on your bike when you watch it. You're like, if I could ride that well, that would be so fun.
Absolutely.
How cool is this for a U23 rider who took the gamble to race in the elites, thinking maybe I'll pull out a top 5, you know, maybe I'll find the podium, but now she's still going to get her jersey. It's just going to be the elite jersey.
I think she knew she could win. Yeah, this is remarkable.
Oh, you talk about calling your shots. Vita Lopez de San Roman called hers today, and she will be your new elite women's national champion. The young gun showing them how it's done here in Louisville. Vita Lopez de San Roman, your new national champion, after dropping Katie Klaus and riding solo for the last half lap of racing here.
The next Vita vlog is about to go off.
sure what happened, but something big went down there onto the last lap to give Vita that.
And here's Klaus working her way in. She's going to hold on to this second spot, which, all things considered, that's about as good as it can get for Katie Klaus. The fact that she was able to hold on to this silver here deserves some credit in the face of a cramp.
Yeah, she had a great ride today. Just unfortunate that it ended like this.
Even this hurts. I mean, even riding on the pavement after a cramp hurts. She just wants this to be over as quickly as possible.
She's a good sport about it, though. You know, she looks devastated, but she still gave a wave and some high fives.
Well, not the last time we're going to see Katie Klaus in the elite women's race. She knows she'll have another shot at it as Raylan Nuss rolls through next. Did a nice job of dispatching Natalie Quinn earlier today.
Natalie Quinn for CCB, good for fourth for the second year in a row at Cyclocross Nationals.
We'll see where her teammate Lizzie Gonzalez ends up. Another rider that took the gamble to move up to the elites. It really speaks to the importance of racing above your skill level, because we watched in real time Vita Lopez de San Roman become a better bike racer today racing with Katie Klaus. I mean, we watched her skill points raise every lap.
It's like why she is as good, as excellent as she is that she's clearly paying attention and adapting her strategy. It's remarkable to watch. It's very special to have a race with this many cameras to be able to watch that moment unfold.
Lizzie Gonzalez through next. She'll roll in solo here for the CCB Levine Law Group team behind her teammate Natalie Quinn. Hugs all around after the race. Good news is you don't have to warm up today. Glad it's not too chilly. Anna Magala with a big smile on her face.
She looks really happy. That's so nice. I love watching people be happy for their results.
Yeah. No, this is a rider who's clearly in a good place with where she's riding, right? She's riding for all the right reasons. Wants to be here, enjoying being here.
Her husband said he was up with the baby at 2:30 last night so she could get a good night's sleep. So, you know, the teamwork is in full effect.
Well, Mom had to go to work, and Anna Magala are going to pull out top 10 ride today for the Comp Edge Racing team. Been a great weekend for them. A lot of consistent results across the board.
Big smile for her. You love to see it.
You can see both the physical and emotional pain for Katie Klaus in this scenario today. As the rest of our top 10, I think, making their way through. This will be Caitlin Bernstein rolling her way in next. Nice run into the finish. See all that dried mud all over the pavement. That was from a different era of bike racing here at Joe Creason Park, which was just a few hours ago when the mud started forming, but it is starting to dry up. As we welcome back Emily Shields onto the start-finish stretch for the Ken's Bike Shop team. As she finishes up, welcoming our new elite national champion into the booth. Vita, how's that sound?
Pretty amazing. Pretty special race out there. So exciting to be out with the elites for the first time and kind of just jump in the mix. And I didn't have too many expectations. I just really tried to race as patiently as possible and stayed calm and smart and all the way until the end. And there were moments out there where I totally doubted the result, but I just tried to stay in it, and it worked out in the end, so it's really, really exciting.
How did this decision come about for you? When was the final decision made? Sort of how did that process happen that you decided you were going to race the elites?
Yeah, it was definitely a super hard decision. I was super torn between just jumping in the U23 race and doing more what I'm comfortable with. But I really decided probably like a week and a half ago that I really wanted to do what I was really up for the challenge, and yeah, I think the sound of it meant a lot more to me to just like give it a shot. Why not? And yeah, I'm super happy with my decision in the end.
We were watching you locked in that battle with Katie Klaus up there.
Yeah.
It looked like you were adjusting your riding almost every lap. You were learning in real time the different lines she was taking, the way that she was riding. Were we reading that right? I mean, were you changing your racing as the laps went on?
Totally, and the course totally changed as the laps went on too, but Katie was a super, super strong rider. It was a really tough battle out there against her, and yeah, I'd say like the first few laps I was kind of just getting a feel for things and all the riders in the field, and then yeah, I started to notice the lines and places where I was maybe stronger and could make up time, and I really used that to my advantage. But it was a tough battle with Katie out there, and it was really cool to race her. Yeah.
A small but mighty campaign for you this year. Does that change your outlook for cross for the next few years? Does it give you a little more confidence? Are we going to see more cross racing from you?
I sure hope so. I do love cross so much, and I definitely started my season a lot later than planned this season, but I'll be going over to Europe, which is really exciting, and I love cross. It's pretty special discipline and really special to me, so I hope to do even more next year. Yeah.
Well, based on what I saw today, I would say cross loves you back. Vita Lopez de San Ramon with an incredible performance. Congratulations to our new Elite Women's National Champion. Racing up, taking the gamble, and it paid off today in Louisville. Congratulations, Vita.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Doesn't get much better than that as the gamble pays off today. There's your results with Vita Lopez de San Ramon on the top step. Katie Klaus going to have to settle for second again. Another silver medal here in 2024 for her. Raylan Nuss pulls out a third place for the Steve Tilford Foundation racing team. Then Natalie Quinn into fourth for CCV, just ahead of her teammate Lizzie Gonzalez, with Anna Michaela into sixth. A great solo ride for her for a big portion of the day for Comp Edge Racing. Anna Durovsky ends up seventh place on the day, with Amelia Shea having a great ride, moving her way up into eighth place for Feedback Sports. Very good improvement there, with Caitlin Bernstein into ninth and Emily Shields rounding out your top 10 for Ken's Bike Shop. So about 5:40 back between first and 10th place. We're going to take another quick break here from Louisville. When we come back, our last race of the day, Elite Men, coming up after this. Joe Creason Park awaiting the start of our final race of the 2024 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. The elite men getting their call into the grid right now. Just wrapped up an incredible elite women's race. I want to go back and take a look at that one because we just saw history made as a rider races up from the U23s and ends up winning the elites. It was a big question mark whether or not those U23 riders racing, two of them, Vita Lopez de San Ramon and Lizzie Gonzalez, choosing to race in this elite race. We saw Vita Lopez very early lock into this battle with Katie Klaus, and it looked for a while like that would go all the way to the line.
Yeah, and it just about did, Brad, until disaster struck for Katie Klaus with what looked to be a cramp on the final lap. But until then, this was such an exciting race with two great young cyclists in a very impressive battle.
At one point, we even saw that group come back together. It was 2, then it was 5, then it was back to 2 again as Katie and Vita were able to escape that group one more time. Then we saw Vita Lopez de San Ramon go on the attack, and that would end up being maybe the most important move of the race because it put Katie Klaus into the red zone. I don't want to say it forced the cramp, but it certainly didn't help Katie Klaus's case.
It definitely did not help that cramp.
And high fives all around. What a feeling for a rider who just a week and a half ago wasn't even sure if she'd be racing in the elites, but obviously made the right choice as she crosses the line with hands in the air and no one in the picture behind her. Not only wins the race, dominates the elite women's race.
Incredibly impressive riding from that young athlete.
And Katie Klaus is going to be wondering what if for a long time here, but gotta respect the consistency. Second place last year, second place this year. It's coming. She's going to get one of those jerseys eventually if she keeps riding like this. And remember, it's a body of work. Katie Klaus has a lot of good results under her belt, and we don't judge just on one race. You can see the disappointment. You can see the pain. She did her best to keep a smile and a positive outlook, but any bike racer that races at this level, it's impossible not to have some sort of emotion here.
Yeah, you're so invested in it, so of course it hurts when it doesn't turn out how you want it to.
Raylan Nuss had a great ride as well for third. That puts 2 and 3 under the purview of the Steve Tilford Foundation racing team. So a great ride for that squad. Already seeing jackets tossed off of our elite men's field making their way into the grid. Let's talk a little bit about last year's race before we get into this year's race. Still got a little time before these guys make their way to the front row, but it will be a very similar story here in the elite men's race. A lot of returning favorites out there, including last year's winner, Eric Brunner. It was a chaotic start here in Louisville last year, but we're really going to be looking at Brunner and Strohmeyer. Very similar battle to last year.
They had such a thrilling battle last year. It was one of the most exciting races I've had the privilege of calling. Unfortunately, came down to a little bit of disaster, but very intense battle between Strohmeyer and Brunner, and those are, I would say, our two pre-race favorites going into today as well.
But one thing I've learned of watching the racing today, never count out the wild cards. So while these two are battling up at the front, there's a very good chance that we see a third, fourth, fifth rider come up into the mix and maybe have a Vita Lopez de San Ramon performance for the ages out there.
One rider that I would be looking to today would be not so much of a wild card, but actually former national champion Curtis White. He's really started to come into his own a little bit more towards the last couple weeks of this season. He hasn't been on his best form so far this year, but in the last couple weeks he's started to get better and better, and he may have timed it just right for a big win here at Cyclocross Nationals today.
Well, it took a while before we saw the accelerations. You see this from Eric Brunner back here trying to figure out what was wrong with his bike, and ended up turning into a comeback for the ages out there for Brunner. It's never over till it's over, and Eric Brunner taught us that lesson last year.
He really did. I'm expecting a race maybe similarly dramatic, but hopefully a little less eventful. I don't know if after such a dramatic day of racing that we're up for any more drama today, Brad.
Well, Brunner will be back this year looking to defend his title. We caught up with him while he was out for course inspection here at Joe Creason Park.
I'm looking forward to more elevation on the course this year. I think it's cool how we go farther down the hill. I think it'll lead to a little bit harder, more physical racing. I'm feeling good. I had a little bit of a slow start to the season. I haven't raced so much and had a little bit of illness that I was dealing with during some of the first races. So it's been good to get a training block in at home and feel like I'm really coming around for Nationals this year. It's a little different. I raced a lot of gravel last year. I was more mountain bike this year, and done a lot of running this year, done a lot of training at altitude, and then started the season a little later, so I didn't feel so great in the early races. but I think it's really paying off now, and I feel like the season is just getting going, so I'm really excited for both nationals and heading over to Europe with Comp Edge right after this.
It's been an interesting season for these guys in the elite men's category, and now they're going to meet one more time for one last national championship race here on the line. The last check's underway. Water, jackets, gloves, everything you need to get rid of before the start of the race. You talked about Curtis White. You see there on the right-hand side of your picture, a rider with experience on the top step of the podium here at the national championships. Ellen, how do you come back from that? A rider who's raced at the top level, now kind of racing in that third, fourth, fifth position area. How do you get back to the highest level for someone like Curtis White?
I mean, someone like Curtis has been racing for so long. He's incredibly motivated, and he knows what works and he knows what doesn't. I think that, honestly, so many people here, I'd wager to say all of them, are racing because they love it. So for Curtis, I think that he wants to do it because he loves racing and he loves racing hard.
Well, it's been awesome watching Curtis over the years, and now back to the front row right next to Kerry Werner, another veteran in the elite cyclocross space here. Always having a good time, always in the results. One of the most consistent guys, a journeyman, if you will.
Yes, we actually looked up some of his results ahead of this race. I don't have the exact stat with you, but he has finished, I think, third and fifth, probably more times than most of these other racers have raced nationals.
And I love that these two going to line up next to each other, 1 and 2 from last year. You just saw Eric Brunner, and now the man who gave him a run for his money, Andrew Strohmeyer, for the CXD Trek Bikes team. Looking like he is ready to go. He's not making the same mistakes he made last year. Scott Funston up next for the Cervelo Orange Living team. Another constant, omnipresent rider inside the top 10. He was in there last year, really had a major impact on the way that the race played out. So we're looking for Funston again. Caleb Swartz, another rider who was a playmaker. He had a rough start last year, but he's always in the conversation, always in the mix. And then very end of the line goes down to Owen Brenneman for the CXD Trek Bike Squad. That'll put 2 of them on the front row. Program having a great weekend here. So that'll be your front row. They are locked in, and looks like we are just about to go inside 30 seconds to race start.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to make a little noise when that light goes green. I want to hear a wall of sound.
It's a beautiful view from up top.
Sprint to speed. Right now we are up. We are.
There's your start. Funston got a good one out of the gate.
Make a little noise. We are officially underway. 60 minutes.
I think that's going to give him the whole shot here. White will dip in there. And Eric Brunner a little farther back. There goes the crowd.
It was a rocket start from Funston. We had that nice profile view to see just how quickly he was able to get off the start line.
But he's going to stay on it. I like it. Boy, the white jersey is very popular this year.
It is, but you know what else I noticed was, I believe, although I don't recognize his jersey, I think I recognize his riding style, Gage Hecht, just at the far left of our screen.
Yeah. He'll be in this conversation for sure. Yeah, that's going to be him in the red and green jerseys of, I think, the NCC squad. There'll be a few riders from Team Winston-Salem in this one. Already these guys going single file, front to back.
Werner in that corner, but didn't hold him back too much. Another slip out. If that is Kerry Werner, that's an interesting number of slip outs in such a short period of time.
Surprising from such a good bike handler.
Yeah, Kerry's a phenomenal bike handler.
He's back there just fine. You see that Groove Subaru kit doing okay.
He might have been trying to take different lines just to be able to make some passes. Actually, we can see Jamflin NCC rider Pat Frank with a phenomenal start right now. Other Jamflin NCC rider going into the pit. So we'll see Mac Matthews and Jeremy Bloyd-Peshkin giving him a new bike.
Interesting to see a pit on the first half lap of racing, but
a confident pit, we'll call it, so something obviously not right. Maybe had a plan with like a spare set of wheels or a spare tread or pressure or whatever and said, you know what, I'm going to race a half lap, see how it feels, and then I'll let you know when I come back. Meanwhile,
Very interesting thing happening right here. So we just saw someone running backwards on course, and they can do that as long as they haven't passed the exit of the pit. So if you have a mechanical after the entrance of the pit, but before the exit, you are allowed to go backwards on course and enter the pit.
There's William Seats from Milligan University in that black and orange jersey, making his way up there.
William just got to do a very rare and special thing in the sport of cyclocross.
Yeah, only those that have had a mechanical in a like 10-meter stretch will have the opportunity to go backwards on a cross course. And first lap through, this off-camber section has taken its toll on the field. I can only guess this is Strohmeyer on the front here.
Absolutely. Strohmeyer technically is phenomenal, so I'm sure on a section like this, he's going to be very comfortable, making other people very uncomfortable.
Yeah, typically in that matchup between Strohmeyer and Brunner, we consider Brunner the power rider and Strohmeyer the finesse rider. So this course is going to be perfect for them. You kind of divided it into thirds. You said there's like a really technical section, there's a really powerful section, and then there's kind of a mix in between. So we'll expect Strohmeyer to dominate here. Brunner going to earn his money on the wide open sections of the course, and then this race is going to be won and lost in that third space. Funston hanging with them here. Great ride early on for Scott Funston. Curtis White blocking things off a little bit for Eric Brunner. This guy's cooking. Look at him, he's in the drops.
Yeah. Strohmeyer rides in the drops a lot. That's like kind of one of his signatures, but it did look like he was pedaling the downhill and maybe got bucked a little bit.
Meanwhile, Funston about to be joined here by Brunner and White.
If the previous 5 races have been any indication, I would have to suspect that this race will come back together at least once. It would be very hard to imagine that Andrew Strohmeyer was able to take control of this race and lead for a full 60 minutes. This is a longer race than we've seen so far today.
This men's field has kind of had the luxury of racing together a little bit more than maybe any other field that we've had. Most of these riders have met at least a few times throughout the season. I know we were talking about the Brunner-Strohmeyer matchup. They've only met a few times, but pretty much split right down the middle.
Yeah, they have not competed against each other as many times as probably Strohmeyer and White. The 4 times that they have met, Strohmeyer has won 2 rounds and Brunner has won 2 rounds. So they have both had individually very successful seasons. Actually, Strohmeyer, I believe, has won 8 UCI races this year, but most of those races Eric Brunner did not show up to, so it's really anyone's guess as to how they'll shake out today.
Little separation on the pavement here as we take a look at our gooder weather report. 53 degrees. Hardly any wind out there, which is actually contributing to a wetter course, and clouds staying for the rest of the day today. These guys are about an hour away from getting some rain here in Louisville. This race scheduled for 60 minutes. That would mean that within 6 minutes of finishing, we would see raindrops start to fall here in town. So it's going to be a close one for these elite men as to whether or not they stay dry. It's going to be right on the edge, and if it does come, it'll be in the last lap of this race. We are monitoring this one down to the minute today. Scott Funston moving up to the front. I like it. But look what's happening behind him. Brunner about to join Strohmeyer here. I think he's about to get up onto the wheel. Everyone going to jump him. White going to run him.
Curtis is very conservative about hopping barriers.
Kerry Werner doing a nice job riding it. And then Caleb Swartz flying around that corner, dismounting, getting back on. Swartz a fast runner. You could see it as he went over. That was probably the right move for him. Jules Van Kempen up and over next.
I believe that this is Gage Hecht
Yep.
in the WS kit. Team Winston-Salem.
Scott Funston looks like he's going to lead lap number 1 here. As he comes onto the pavement, followed by Strohmeyer, then Bruner, then White. 1 lap down, going to be about an 8-minute lap as Kerry Werner tries to jump on and hold on.
I would say that all of the usual suspects are now represented at the front of the bike race.
Funston taking a sip off of his bottle through the line. Talked about the nutrition. We saw Katie Klaus carrying a gel in her kit.
That she managed to take, we believe, during the minute and a half that we weren't watching the TV.
And now Gage Hecht going to lead this group through. He's got a nice train behind him. This is a wheel I'd be pumped to have any day.
Oh, goodness, yes. And in that group, none other than Pat Frank racing for the Jam Fund NCC, who is my teammate.
Right on. Curtis White up to the front now. Kerry Werner has made it into the group. He's made contact. And Caleb Swartz is about to be the next guy in here. That's Swartz right there in the white jersey. Seeing the fact that White is looking around here, that's good news for the chasers here. This group of 5 is locked in. Real question mark here is going to be Caleb Swartz, because he is in a very crucial window right now to regain contact. As soon as these guys start racing against each other in that front group of 5, Swartz isn't going to have a chance to get back on because he's got 5 big horsepower engines all linked up together. Right now, though, it's 5 big horsepower engines looking at each other until Scott Funston decides to add some fuel to the fire.
He heard you.
And now Caleb Swartz, who was tantalizingly close to catching the back of this one, all of a sudden sees that slip between his fingers.
Yeah, if you ever really want to hurt someone's feelings, wait until they're almost caught back up to your group and then attack.
Classic move. Onto the off camber. Strohmeyer, Funston, Bruner, White, Werner. Starting to gap off. Curtis White here a little bit. Werner getting caught in that traffic. Oh, they're racing now.
Oh, 3 up on course. That's how you know they mean business. Wow, that gap went out very quickly to Curtis White and Kerry Werner as well.
See if Strohmeyer gambles on the descent again. Now Kerry Werner taking over in the race for 4th. Insane power from Scott Funston here.
This is a really good ride for Scott Funston. He's been here, he's had some good results, but I think that this is coming together very, very well for him. I think for him to be the 3rd rider with the highly anticipated duo, now have a small gap going into these next couple of tricky corners. I have to imagine that he's thrilled.
Still trying to chase a little bit. I believe he's going to be in the company of Caleb Swartz, or rather maybe Curtis White.
Now these gaps opening. White getting gapped off of Kerry Werner.
This is bad news for Curtis White. He's at the back just as things start to heat up. He's at the back of this group of 5 just as things start to heat up at the front. That could spell trouble.
A little foot down here for Strohmeyer earlier. You see Brunner caught behind that, but does a really good job of not falling victim to it as well. He stayed on the pedals, pedaled through it, like you said.
This is what we talked about earlier, Brad, with that second place rider is able to, I don't know, oh my gosh, and we already have contact, Brad. We're less than 13 minutes in, and there's already rubbing is racing happening out here.
That was, that was a little more than rubbing.
It was like a nice,
lean.
long lean. There have been more lead changes in jockeys for position than I think that we're used to seeing in.
Look at Brunner. He's going to sneak in the middle of this group of 2.
Oh my gosh. This is the Kentucky Derby.
This is awesome. This is a crucial time for Funston here. Funston always has a good start. He's a great starter in cross. I mean, he can always ride with the front group. The issue that he runs into is staying with that front group for the remainder of the race. So that's what he's got to battle with right now. And every time Brunner and Strohmeyer fight, he's going to pay the price for that. Brunner doing it right now, putting on some pressure.
I'm a little worried for Funston just because I've seen him now in the last couple of minutes look over. Oh my gosh. They saw Brunner go into the pit and they capitalized on it. There are no holds barred in this race.
It's just good old-fashioned smart bike racing. A classic tactic.
I was a little worried for Funston because he was looking over his shoulder a lot as if he was kind of starting to figure out if maybe he was at risk of being chased, but that was a good effort to put Eric on the back foot and kind of force him to burn a couple matches, so that could be good for Scott Funston.
Able to come back together, though. That's what makes Eric Brunner. Eric Brunner, he is the comeback king of cyclocross racing.
He demonstrated that handedly last year with, I think, at least one significant mechanical. We really thought that his day was done, but he was able to come back and claim the victory. So, yeah, if there's anyone that can overcome adversity in this race, it's going to be Eric Brunner.
Meanwhile, Werner and White still in the hunt here. He's barely dangling off the back. All things considered, pretty good setup still for those 2. They still got a shot at this one. Coming up on 15 minutes in.
They do, especially if this group starts to play tactically at all. They're suddenly very much back in this race, but at the moment, it's downright uncivilized.
Well, we didn't come here to make friends. We came here to win national championships.
Strohmeyer is not looking as steady on the barriers as I'm used to. He's usually the rider that is riding the barriers. Like, no one else is riding them. He's running them, and he does them. Sorry, I said that backwards. No one else is riding them, but he is. In this instance, he's looking a little unsteady, which I'm hoping isn't a foreshadow of things to come.
Kind of table-topped it a little bit. It kind of like got out underneath him.
He's looking down, which is kind of, it's making him go a little crooked.
Back to Owen Brenneman, a little farther back in the group, hitting the barriers right now for CX Devo. There's a good bunny hop right there. Nice job for Nathan Knowles, Proterra racing rider.
And of course, Gage Hecht with the iconic Bart Simpson on his bike. He has a little Bart Simpson figurine that's been on pretty much every bike he's had since he was a junior.
It looks like this group's starting to come back together here, 2 laps in. Caleb Swartz trying to chase, seeing if he can make it up there as the front group continues to pull away here. So the action heating up here at the National Championships. We're going to take a quick break to thank some sponsors, and we'll come back with more live racing on FloBikes.
I ride because I love it.
I ride for the friendships that develop on the bike.
I've met all my friends through cycling.
I ride my bike because it's part of my soul.
I ride because it's awesome.
I ride to find stories. I ride to find rhythm in my life.
I ride because it makes me happy. I ride for adventure.
I ride to be a part of something that's bigger than myself.
Traditional schools weren't built for athletes like you. They box you in, slow you down, dull your dreams. But you don't play by someone else's rules. You're here to push limits, break records,
well, I cracked.
and own every inch of your journey. US Performance Academy was born to fuel that fire. An online school that aligns with your ambition, respects your grind, balances your dedication to athletics and academics. This is where you learn what you're truly capable of. Let's go. US Performance Academy, official academic partner of USA Cycling. GoUSPA.org.
With so much speed that often makes some of the other riders a little bit nervous to follow, but he carries that speed.
Welcome back, elite men on course and onto the technical section here. Live images onto the slippery slopes on the way down off of the mansion here in Joe Creason Park, where our front group is coming back together and now spreading out again because Eric Bruner has just hit the front. And if you didn't bring your watts to Louisville, you're not excited about this development. Curtis White tacked onto the back.
It almost feels insensitive to Curtis White and Kerry Warner to keep letting this group come back together and then immediately attack them again. They're like, I see all the hard work you're doing and I'm choosing to ignore it.
Bruner may not be getting a Christmas card this year. And now he is turning this one into a repeat of last year, so he's going to take Strohmeyer off the front. Scott Funston still hanging tough, but he is starting to get gapped off a little bit. A little bobble for Funston, foot down. Werner in white. Werner in the black, White in the white. Back onto the downhill section. Bruner staying on the hoods this time, keeping access to the, Strohmeyer, sorry, staying on the hoods, keeping access to those brakes. And now Funston starting to fight. You can see the pain written on his face. He's getting into that very difficult section where he always struggles here. Has an incredible snap. You saw him win the whole shot off the line. But these guys just have such big engines at the front. I mean, Strohmeyer and Bruner have some natural talent for sure that Scott Funston definitely has. It's a different type of talent. It's a sprint talent versus an endurance talent.
Yeah, and it can be hard when there's just that steady power at the front. If you're one of those more variable power riders, it can make for a very tough day for you until you can figure out kind of how to play that. But my gosh, Andrew Strohmeyer is so glued to Eric Bruner's wheel. I'm sure he could tell you with detail what his tread pattern looks like, because I've never seen a rider more attached to another rider's rear wheel.
Aggressively holding the wheel. Probably the right move for Strohmeyer here. You're not going to beat Eric Bruner in just a straight-up power battle, like a straight-up race. So it's going to have to be a move that Strohmeyer makes probably on the last lap, so Bruner doesn't have a chance to try to counter it. Now Curtis White might be hurting a little bit here.
Yeah, Curtis has closed a lot of gaps so far, even just in the 20 minutes that we've been racing, and I think that he's starting to pay the price for it. As we talked about, Curtis hasn't had the year maybe that he was hoping for, but it does seem that his luck is finally starting to turn. But it can mean that when the racing is really fast, that he just might not quite have what it takes to go with this level of speed.
White looks like he's now all alone back there. I don't see Kerry Warner anymore.
Yeah, Kerry just starting to come into frame. Kerry Warner actually has set our fastest lap time so far on the last lap. Our top 3 riders doing 8:14s, but Kerry Warner did an 8:10. So I was kind of expecting to see him continue to negative split and move up through this race, but looks like that. Ooh! Oh my gosh.
Brunner overcooks the barriers, goes over the top, loses his front wheel out from under him.
Wow, I was so focused on Andrew Strohmeyer's hopping that I didn't even consider what could happen with Eric Brunner.
Only takes one mistake. Mr. Fast Lap, Kerry Warner back through. And Caleb Swartz up next, going to run it.
He's running him so fast.
Here's where it happened for Brunner. Watch the left side of your screen. He goes way left.
Wow.
Almost saved it, tried to balance.
Very, very lucky that he did not hit his face on the second barrier. That's like unfortunately one of the very common risks. So he actually got out of that very fortunately and is now immediately back on the chase.
Yeah, look how he's going to make this back in like a quarter of a lap.
Not if Andrew Strohmeyer has anything to do with it.
Brunner's not worried about this at all. He looks super calm right now. Andrew Strohmeyer knows, though, this is what I was talking about. You're not going to beat him on power. You're going to beat him on technique, and Strohmeyer's got to turn the screws right now because he's got an opportunity here. What you have to do now is keep Brunner in the red zone. You've got to keep him there longer than he wants to. Scott Funston, you don't need to worry about. He's just along for the ride here. What you need to do is put Eric Brunner in such an uncomfortable place, which is a hard thing to do, but the only way that you're going to keep Eric Brunner from getting back into this group is if you stay on this pace for like 20 minutes solid until Brunner just blows up. And then you're running the risk that you blow yourself up. So it's a gamble for sure, but I'm a risk taker. What can I say?
Yeah, in this scenario, really what Andrew Strohmeyer is hoping for, I'm sure, is that he puts Eric Brunner on the back foot and forces another mistake.
Put him on the back foot and keep him there. That's the key, because he was on the back foot last year. He was on one foot last year. But came back, battled through. Eventually made his way to the front when it counted. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And he's still got 3 more laps to get up there. It's a great view of the gap that Eric Brunner has now got to make up, but this is not even close to the gap that he had to make up last year. So he's done worse.
Yeah, when we watched on the replay, it reminded me of just how long Eric Brunner was on the side of the course repairing his bike. We really thought in the booth, well, it's over for him, and he still came back.
Strohmeyer going to hit it again here. He'll leave Funston behind. Again, that's the right move for Strohmeyer. Every chance you get, put power down. Do not let Eric Brunner make contact. Because what Brunner's going to do is ride right through Strohmeyer. He's going to make Strohmeyer try and match his fitness if they regain contact.
Absolutely giving it everything. Funston starting to crack a little bit. The gap blowing out now. Almost probably about 10 or 15
little bobble.
bike lengths. Now separating Strohmeyer.
Nice save, though.
Funston. Brunner doing a good job to stay on it. I think he may track down Funston relatively.
He's gone. Brunner already shrinking 6 seconds off of this chase. I think that's pretty much going to be it for 1, 2, and 3.
Wow, Eric Brunner has already brought back a significant amount of real estate.
Unfortunately for Andrew Strohmeyer, I don't think Brunner has got much to worry about here. Strohmeyer, I think, doing everything he can here, but he also realizes that he's got to worry about his gas tank, right? You can't burn yourself out trying to match Brunner here, trying to beat Brunner.
Right, and it's such a difficult balance in this situation because he wants to capitalize on that mistake from Brunner, but he also doesn't want to go so hard that if he's caught, he has no chance of being able to go with Brunner a second time. I don't know how you balance that.
Well, even if you have a plan, you can throw that out the window, as we learned with Katie Klaus. You never really know until you get to that last lap of racing, so whatever your strategic plan is will eventually be dictated by your body.
If you want to make God laugh, tell him your plan.
Strohmeyer got a gap here. Best thing that can happen now is that Funston holds up Brunner a little bit, causes a little traffic. Just a slightly lower tempo that Brunner may sit on. I don't think Brunner is going to fall for that trap, though. He's smart enough to go right by Funston here.
I mean, these riders were going 3 up into a corner on the last lap, so I don't know if Eric would let Scott Funston hold him back, especially when he's going to pass him on a section that's a great passing section.
Yeah.
Funston is going to try to hop on his wheel and sort of take that free ride.
Just hang on as long as you can, Scott.
Scott Funston and Eric Brunner, formerly teammates on a team that is no longer exists, but these two are very familiar with each other in their riding and racing style.
Get an idea of this gap here very shortly. Brunner has got to make up to Funston. There it is. So they can see Funston, or Strohmeyer, sorry, right there, as they make their way onto the pavement.
It looks as though Strohmeyer
see him looking
knows that that gap is coming back, so he's not going to continue to burn his matches, especially with the fact that there are 3.5 laps left to go. That's a long time to try and go solo.
Curtis White and Kerry Warner still battling back here. Little note to the pit for Curtis White there as Eric Brunner regains contact with Andrew Strohmeyer, sorry, and they're all back together. Created a hybrid super elite.
I do not want to see an Eric Strohmeyer. It would be an unfair advantage for American cyclocross. At this point, I'm scared for Scott Funston.
I'm scared for Andrew Strohmeyer. Seems like we're both scared of Eric Brunner. Lesson learned for Brunner this time. He's going to carry the bike. Will he ever ride that barrier again this race? I mean, is that the kind of thing you get over, or is that a one-time mistake?
I don't think it's worth it because it's impressive looking, but Eric didn't lose any time to Strohmeyer on those barriers. They're very slow and they're hard to hop, and it's super muddy and chewed up from people running them all week. So it doesn't look like there's any disadvantage, so I don't think that he'll take the risk.
White and Werner having a great battle back here. Same story here. Curtis White, a student of the sport, big on the training and engine building part of being an elite racer. Kerry Werner, great bike handler, great bike rider. Another good matchup, very similar to Strohmeyer and Brunner, so that's going to be a great battle back there for fourth place. These guys grabbing some food, grabbing some gels.
Yeah, it's like a little rolling buffet at the front of the bike race. Strohmeyer said, I guess I'll get in on that.
Strohmeyer's like, I missed lunch.
He said, hey, you guys didn't tell me that we were having a snack break.
Funston and Brunner.
Curtis is about to take a gel as well.
Well,
very
And
clear that
Werner.
this is the place to load up on the nutrition on the pavement here.
So you can see Kerry Werner opting for a bottle, which is unconventional, but is actually something I've been doing this season. It's not awesome. Actually, Funston has a bottle as well, which I haven't noticed until right now. It's unconventional, but especially on a course like this where there isn't anything that you really need to shoulder for, like this is such a short section as well as the flyover is very short, it's worth it to be able to have some carbohydrates in your bottle.
So it's a drink mix in there. It'd be something that would kind of match one of those. You're not running straight water.
No, you're definitely not running straight water. So for me, I'm running Super Fuel, which in a bottle of Super Fuel, it's 100 grams of carbohydrates and 400 calories.
Wow. Strohmeyer into the back marker here as Funston moves up.
I think Strohmeyer is okay to be third as long as Eric is second.
Yeah.
If Eric is first, there's no way that Strohmeyer would patiently be third. He's like a border collie with a sheep right now.
Instinct will kick in.
Yes.
Got to give some credit to Scott Funston. I think this is his best Elite Nationals yet. I mean, he has made it now to 2 laps to go here, still with the front group. In fact, he's going to go to the front here and pedal through it.
Wow, very, very interesting and exciting racing from Scott Funston. He was third here last year, but he's so much more dynamic and involved. He's really a change maker in this race this year. He's not just rolling across the line, trying to like just hang on. He's still in the mix. So this really goes to show, even though he's still in contention for a similar result, much more involved.
Scott Funston at this point did not come to Louisville to get another third place. He's had enough of those. He's had enough elite podiums in his career that he's ready for a win. He's ready for a jersey at this point. So that's why he's going to get physical with Strohmeyer up here.
Wow, that was quite a pass. Yeah, and so for Scott Funston, he may be willing to risk it all in pursuit of the win here. He said, I've had enough thirds. He may be happy going home empty-handed in pursuit of gambling. He may gamble the risk of going home empty-handed in pursuit of a win.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but no one remembers third place, right? It's a great result, a podium at Nationals, but it's not your ultimate goal, right?
And especially if you've done it before and you're suddenly in position to roll the dice.
Your second, third place doesn't shine as bright as your first, yeah. This is the right move for Scott Funston because he knows how this is going to go. If he sits back and lets these two guys race against each other, he knew he'd get dropped out of the group. So I really like that Scott Funston is taking charge here and taking it to Strohmeyer and Brunner. Despite their best efforts to get to the front here, I mean, he's been battling with Strohmeyer for the lead here. It seems like Andrew Strohmeyer wants to get ahead of Scott Funston here. He's not just sitting in. Funston is defending this one tooth and nail.
And in a section like this, leading is an advantage. Like you can just see those small gaps opening up to Eric Brunner.
Yeah, you want to lead on the technical section. You want to follow on the power section.
But even if all of these riders are equally matched technically, it still can just create a little bit more work to be at the back if anyone's pulling their brakes or slowing up at all.
Here goes Strohmeyer again, trying to get up the outside. Not going to get there. And Funston will hold on to it.
Wow, really good pass from Eric Brunner. He just slotted right in ahead of Andrew Strohmeyer. This is what we were talking about, not getting caught up in petty passes. Eric, when he decided to make his pass, he just slotted right in and made easy work of it.
Brunner not quite ready to take over the lead here. He had a line, had a run at it. Backed off.
Little bobble, good recovery.
It's not for lack of trying. This guy goes hard every single race, all race long. He puts everything out there because of representing his fellow.
Up and over now.
Right now, as they're making their way back up to.
Well, everyone really playing their role perfectly in this scenario. Scott Funston doing what he has to do, which is get aggressive, get to the front, start that battle. Eric Bruner doing what he needs to do, which is get back into the group, be in the discussion. And then Andrew Strohmeyer is doing what he needs to do and hoping that he can find a spot on this course where he can use his technical superiority to try to get past these two. They'll start looking around at each other.
Yes, things have taken a very slow turn at the front right now. I believe when they come through, they'll be getting 2 laps to go. They're not quite ready for the bell yet.
You see some of the gaps a little further down at the bottom of your screen. Jules Van Kempen into 7th, Owen Brenneman sitting in 8th, Dylan McNeil riding 9th right now with Nate Knowles inside the top 10. Cade Bickmore holding on for 11th. Gage Hecht hanging in there at 15th, a little under 2.5 minutes down. Michael Larson, Andrew Wolfkula, Terrell Purcell having a good ride. Brandon Fix inside the top 20 here as well. Back over the barriers. Funston still riding it. Strohmeyer going to ride it too. Both of them sketchy at best, I would call it.
And Eric Brunner actually came out in front. From running it, he was still able to maintain or regain the lead.
Meanwhile, White and Warner are still battling. This is the race for 4th and 5th place on course. Bruner onto the pavement.
Same old story, same old song and dance. Eric Bruner on the point. Andrew Strohmeyer into the middle.
Nobody wants to come over the top of Bruner here. Doors open. He looked back. He said, "You guys are welcome to come on up here."
He said, "No, you go ahead. You take it."
Into the middle of that group. He was on the podium last year with a silver medal. And Scott Funston,
as predicted, this lap considerably slower than the lap before. So the last 2 laps were an 8:02 and an 8:04. This lap was an 8:22.
Here's your battle for 4th with Curtis White and Kerry Warner. Treated to a 2-for-1 special today in our elite men's race because those two are going to battle it out. I only wish our cameras could work double time covering both of these at once, but unfortunately we've got to pick one battle out there today.
And the battle at the front is shaping up to be a very good one.
Scott Funston is having the best elite Nats of his career.
Very, very different showing than last year, even though it's the same 3 riders at the front. Completely different dynamic.
Caleb Swartz through next. I think that's going to be 6th place on course.
They showed Curtis and Kerry the back door. I think they showed them the back door for the final time today. I don't see those 2 riders bringing themselves back to the picture. I think we've got a great 3-way battle now, right inside 2 laps to go.
And overhead with Bruner, Strohmeyer, and Funston here. The only 3 people that know how this one's going to play out are the 3 guys down there on course right now. We can make all the predictions in the world about how we think this one will or should go, but just when you think you know what's going to happen, you have something like a cramp or a crash or a slip up or a mechanical or whatever it is. That's the beauty of cyclocross. You never know, and there's so much room for error in this sport. It's not an if, but a when. That's what makes it so exciting to watch, because you never know when it's going to come. It could come at any second, the race-winning mistake or race-winning move.
I would even say, Brad, that even the 3 riders on course still have no idea how this is going to play out. I know how they wish it will play out, but I don't think anyone could have predicted that Scott Funston is going to attack into Mansion Hill once again.
That was awesome. Funston just went from 3rd to 1st in that group. And going to lead him out as Swartz comes off of the pavement and heads back out for one more all alone. Bruner said, that's enough of that.
So now this is threat level midnight for Andrew Strohmeyer. This is exactly what he has not wanted to happen, which is Eric Brunner separated from him by Scott Funston.
Yep.
The Border Collie does not like being separated from his sheep. And you can tell that he's really trying hard to get back through because he slipped on those stairs. And this is exactly what he was afraid of because now Eric is on the pedals. But this is a very good section for Andrew Strohmeyer. So he should be able to close down the couple of bike lengths and maybe even make the pass on Scott Funston. That's Nate Morse on screen. Former high-level junior racer. Doesn't really race much anymore, but always shows up to nationals. Oh, and a bobble from Scott Funston just as the camera panned.
That's going to allow Bruner to go clear.
Oh, Andrew Strohmeyer was able to get past Scott Funston, but this is disastrous for Andrew Strohmeyer. This is exactly why he didn't want. Oh my gosh!
Down goes Bruner now.
Oh my gosh!
Bruner goes hard. His 2nd time into the dirt today. Right back up though.
Brad, just as you said, the moment you think you have an idea of what is going to happen in this race, something else happens that proves that you're completely wrong.
2 mistakes back-to-back for those two. Funston was first, then Bruner. Strohmeyer has been Mr. Consistency so far, though he's had his fair share of dabs and feet down. But nothing major. He hasn't come off the bike the way that Bruner has twice today.
Wow, 60 seconds ago, I didn't think that we would have a group of 3 at the front right now.
Bruner not going to let this one go. He sees what Strohmeyer's doing. Got to get there. He's going to get the pass.
Wow, yeah, he kind of dug that front wheel in.
Tried to save it with his foot, but he just couldn't get the traction he needed.
He was at least able to come unclipped. In a situation like that, if you stay clipped into your bike, it's much slower to get up.
Smart restart, though. Got up very quickly, stayed calm. Just got right back to work. Strohmeyer says, how you doing back there, buddy? And Bruner's going to say, I'm doing just fine.
Yeah, how you feeling? Funston said, hey guys, I'm still here too.
Here goes Bruner. Got it. Can't pit now. These guys know they will get jumped if they try and pit in this scenario.
Oh yeah, you can't pit unless you want to immediately get dropped.
Bruner just let Strohmeyer go back over the top. That was a message that Bruner sent to go over the top of Strohmeyer. That it wasn't about getting to the front of the bike race. It was telling Andrew Strohmeyer, I'm still here and I'm still good. Battle for 4th heating up. Looks like White has found some space over Kerry Warner here. Remember these two riding together last time we saw them in the battle for 4th. It's now about half a pit length between White and Warner number 4 here.
Oh, looks like maybe trouble for Caleb Swartz.
Yeah, he's coming back from mechanical, they're reporting. Took the wind out of his sails for sure.
Eric Brunner was doing something. He might have just been trying to wipe some dirt off his hand, but after what happened to Katie Klaus in the Elite Women, I immediately feel my spidey senses tingling.
Now I have to worry about cramps in cross racing.
Great, another thing to stress about.
Back to the barriers. Strohmeyer getting better every time.
Funston opting to run that time.
At least got to be feeling that fatigue here. So this is Swartz going into the pit. Remember, he had that mechanical. We think it was a drivetrain issue, but got it sorted, got it fixed, and now taking a new bike and back out there trying to bring back Jules Van Kempen.
As Strohmeyer now leads him down this lazy left-hander with Funston locked rock solid now.
Well, Brad, I really did not see this coming. Our riders at the front, Eric Brunner, Andrew Strohmeyer, and Scott Funston, about to come through to get the bell all together at the front of our Elite Men's National Championships with 1 lap to go. I never could have predicted this.
Well, I love a good hypothetical race scenario, but I'm not even going to try with this one. I've learned my lesson at the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships today. Anything can happen, and any one of these 3 guys now has a shot at the Stars and Stripes jersey as Andrew Strohmeyer, Scott Funston, and defending champ Eric Brunner make their way back to the front. Curtis White has dropped Kerry Warner. And White, they're reporting, actually on his way up to that front group. He's shrinking that gap. This could be interesting on the last lap, but it's going to take these 3 playing games. White can't get there by himself on pure power. It's going to take negative racing at the front, but that could very well happen. Although the way that these guys have been racing, I think these 3, it's not going to be negative for long if it does go negative. He's got 12 seconds to make up. Brunner at the back of this group of 3. It's getting a little late to be hanging out at the back for a guy like Eric Brunner. There's Curtis White trying to make his way back up.
Well, this is the part of the race, like we said during the Elite Women, where we start to get maybe a little bit quiet. The racing just gets so interesting that you just want to sit back and watch. This is probably one of the most exciting and dynamic Elite men's races that we have had on the last lap, actually since Curtis and Eric went head-to-head in Hartford.
I was going to say, we added a 3rd character to this story in Scott Funston, right? We've had so many head-to-head battles at the front of this race that have gone all the way to the line, but very rarely have we seen a trio go like this. Maybe since like the Jeremy Powers, Tim Johnson, and Ryan Trebone days would you see a battle like this. Here goes Strohmeyer.
Strohmeyer wants to lead into Mansion Hill so badly. It looks like he should be able to do that. There's one other section where Eric Brunner might try to come by. He is going to. Oh my gosh, there is so many passes happening.
Here comes Brunner. Into 2nd now. Remember, Strohmeyer wanted to lead here because he thinks he's a better bike handler. He thinks he can hold off Brunner on this section. And Brunner's got Funston to deal with now. Strohmeyer hits it up the hill. Opens a little gap over Funston. This is a problem for Brunner.
Washed himself out on one of those sections and fortunately was able to get up very, very quickly, put himself back into the conversation.
A little tight there for Strohmeyer. That allowed Funston to get up on him, but Strohmeyer knows where the next turn is coming. He knows where he wants to be on those stairs. He had the right line to hold the inside. More passes happening here. Oh, what's going on here? White jersey gapping off the back. He'll get back on.
Yeah, some of the riders now are taking different lines because they're trying to make a pass, so it means that they're setting up sort of weirdly for the corner. Eric Brunner tried to pass on the inside of Andrew Strohmeyer, which means it set him up poorly for that corner. Scott Funston was able to take that corner kind of how they've been taking it, so he was able to just kind of cruise right back onto this group.
Here goes Brunner, going to try again. Pressure's on for Strohmeyer. He feels it, responds perfectly. Message received and rejected.
This was the corner that spelled trouble for Eric Brunner last lap. Looks like all three made it through without issue this time. This section has been decisive. No one putting a foot down this lap, which just goes to show this course is just continuing to get drier and faster.
Brunner's biggest problem is Scott Funston here.
Scott Funston he's not making it easy for him. If Eric Brunner only had to worry about Andrew Strohmeyer, this would be very different, but now he has to play offensive and defensive.
And Funston is not giving him an easy ride. He's tried to come over the top of Brunner like 5 times on this section. He's going to try and go again right here.
Oh my gosh.
Funston up the outside.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Scott Funston's having the ride of his life. Now he just needs to gamble big, you know?
The concern here is that Funston forces a mistake maybe on Brunner or even Strohmeyer feeling that pressure back there. Brunner letting off the urgency a little bit. He's realizing you can't go after every opportunity you have here. You got to pick your battles. So I think Brunner is starting to realize he's going to have one card to play here, and he's just got to play that hand big.
I'm curious to see who's going to go on this hill.
Brunner all in. Strohmeyer looking over. He can see Brunner's wheel right next to him. Comes over to try and take the line, but he knows that's the best place to be, on the right side. Got the inside line. Brunner runs out of real estate. He'll try again. Meanwhile, Funston giving himself some lines. This is incredibly good riding by Andrew Strohmeyer. It's very easy to miss, but the way that he's defending that inside line every single time, he is well aware that Brunner is coming for him every corner that he has. You can see that Strohmeyer knows this course perfectly. He always knows the next corner coming, and he's making sure that he doesn't leave a door open for Brunner. It's beautiful racing.
Yeah, and he's not shutting the door. He's just not letting the door get open. So that Eric Brunner has to work a little bit harder to get around him. Okay, now they're going really slow. They have been creeping. The cat and mouse on this section under the flyover, this long stretch of road, has been incredibly tactical. Just as I say that, of course, Andrew Strohmeyer now back on the pedals. Looks like Eric Brunner's finally going to make the pass.
See, and Strohmeyer knew Brunner's got him on that section, so there's nothing that he can do. So now Eric Brunner gets to the front, finally makes the pass, and the first time we've seen Brunner on the front of this bike race in a long time.
Strohmeyer just made the pass again in that corner.
So now Strohmeyer back to the front. Brunner and Funston getting into a little battle back there.
Oh my gosh, Funston in second wheel with a couple hundred meters to go. See, the key here now, 2 of these riders have been running the barriers. 1 of them has been riding. Scott Funston's a wild card though. Is he gonna ride or is he gonna run?
Certainly no love lost between Funston and Brunner this year. A very similar racing style to what we saw with Strohmeyer and Brunner's battle. Nice jump by Strohmeyer there, out of the corner. Jumps it.
Funston hopping too.
Status quo out of the barriers.
That was a massive move for Andrew Strohmeyer to be able to ride the barriers.
And Strohmeyer's got a gap here.
Oh
He is on it.
It's all he needs.
About 300 meters of racing left now. Strohmeyer has about 3 bike lengths over Eric Brunner. Scott Funston behind him.
Andrew looks so composed.
Last
Oh my gosh,
look
and Eric
over the
Brunner's
shoulder.
been able to bring it back. It's gonna be a 3-up sprint.
Brunner closes the gap. Funston still there.
They're all in the drops in anticipation.
Onto the pavement. Brunner gets a good line. Strohmeyer gonna start with a gap, and he will hold on to the sprint. A new national champion in Louisville as Andrew Strohmeyer pulls battles it out at Joe Creason Park, and he will wear stars and stripes in 2025. An incredible battle at the front of the elite men's race.
Wow, Brad, I could not have predicted it. Bunny hopping the barriers right on the pedals. It was just enough to give him the advantage in the sprint. Brilliant riding by all three racers. He looks thrilled. Big hugs, just hands on his head. He can't even believe it.
And Curtis White, an emotional finish for him. I think we're going to be hearing more about Curtis here. And Kerry Warner going to hold on to 5th place. Great ride for him today. That's a solid result for Kerry Warner here. But that's going to be your podium. Andrew Strohmeyer on top. How sweet it is for the CXD Trek Bikes team. What a week it was for them.
They're going home with a lot of hardware and a couple of very fancy new shirts.
He got to the pavement first. He knew that's what he needed to do, and he absolutely unleashed a phenomenal sprint to take an emphatic victory.
Battle for top 10 still unfolding here. Jules Van Kempen about to go to the line with Caleb Swartz. Van Kempen wearing number 7 on the front here. Looks like he got Swartz on the ropes.
6th and 7th on the day, so here are these two coming in here.
Swartz going to try and sprint it out, but there are very few riders that could make a pass on this pavement. I mean, it's just so hard to do. It's coming up onto the pavement, you lose almost all your momentum, and it's just not long enough to make a pass.
Yeah, you have to be a very phenomenal sprinter like Catherine Sarkisov to be able to come around. In general, leading into this is going to be advantageous, as we saw with our winner, Andrew Strohmeyer.
Owen Brenneman through next. I think this will be Dylan McNeil, or number 11 up next.
Gage
That's right on. Good job, Gage.
It's nice to see him back in the bike racing sphere.
It took a little time. Well, I think he's actually an air traffic controller out in Colorado. Not a bad day job.
And that's where really I think the race was won, because he controlled the whole upper field all the way to the pavement. And what a huge, huge gamble to hit those barriers as hard as he did, especially after having some bumbles across those earlier.
Okay, checked.
A big congratulations to that young
You know what? That might have been Kate Bickmore.
title here with a very spirited last lap of racing.
I think you're right.
We are just coming up on 5 o'clock. Don't forget 5:15. We will move to our podium ceremony. We're getting set up right now over on the infield.
Well, either way, clearly enjoying it.
Until you help us celebrate the podiums for our elite men and our elite women. That's coming up in just a few minutes at 5:15. Please grab it against the green.
Nice smile across the line for Sam Brown.
Party here for the day in just a couple moments at the podium.
Guys, do me a favor and slide like 5 feet to the right.
And the battles for the top 10 and 20 spots still continuing out there, finishing up. Well, there you go. A 1-second win for Andrew Strohmeyer today. Scott Funston at 4 seconds back in third. Curtis White gave it a go. He ends up 31 seconds down to Kerry Warner in 5th place for the Groove Off-Road Racing team at 52 seconds. And then Jules Van Kempen having a great ride to move up into 6th place with Caleb Swartz, Owen Brenneman, Dylan McNeil, and Kate Bickmore rounding out your top 10. Great ride for Bickmore, moving up there with Team Winston-Salem. But you see another wide gap between 1 and 10, almost 3 minutes down, a little over 3 minutes down for Kate Bickmore, but still pulling out a top 10 result behind Andrew Strohmeyer, our new elite men's national champion. Take a look a little further down at our top 10 results. Actually, let's bring Andrew into the booth right now, graciously joining us, fresh off a win. First of all, congratulations. Thank you for one of the greatest bike races I've watched in a long time, my friend. What is going through your mind right now?
I don't even know. I'm still trying to process what all happened.
Us too. We'll show you a replay, but even that probably isn't going to be enough to process what went on out there.
Yeah.
So let's start with, I think the wild card for us was Scott Funston. Do you expect to be in that 3-rider group? I think a lot of people thought we would see a repeat of last year with you and Eric Brunner battling on the front, but Funston kind of mixing things up today.
Yeah. No, yeah, he's been there throughout the whole season, and today he brought his A game. He was right there pushing the pace just as much as we were, and there's a couple times he got off the front. I was like, oh no, that could go.
Yeah. So talk to me about your strategy in the last lap. It seemed like you knew when you wanted to be on the front. You had your sections picked out. Was it that back section, kind of the technical off-camber section? Is that where you were most comfortable?
I mean, I hadn't really planned anything going into the race. I had no idea what I was going to do on the last lap if we were all together, but clearly we all knew that we had to lead.
What are you going to plan for?
Yeah, I had to lead into that technical section just so you don't get stuck behind or make a mistake, or if you make a mistake, the people behind have to stop as well. And yeah, I gave it everything just to get to that section, and then yeah, from there it's like, okay, just hold on up these hills, and then it gets tactical. So I think we were all hurting, and yeah, it was whoever had a little bit more left.
Did you think about this race a lot after last year? I mean, was this one that kind of kept you up at night a few nights?
No, not after last year. I didn't really think about it much. I mean, I've watched it and figured out what I did wrong and tried to make sure I didn't make those mistakes again today. And yeah, I mean, after Eric crashed on the barriers and I attacked and I was off the front, and then he started to come back, and when he came back I was like, oh, this is just like last year. How are we gonna make this different?
You're really similar, right?
Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to your team, the CXD Trek Bike Squad. You guys have been amazing this week. How good of a week has it been for you?
Oh, it's been unreal. I've been watching the races all morning, and just all the races go super close. And I mean, to see in the junior women, we go 1 through 4, and then yeah, I take the win in the U23 women's race as well. It's unreal. I don't know. We definitely didn't expect it to come this far when the team started. I don't know how long ago now, but yeah, it's pretty amazing to see.
And you've really been with this team from the start, right? I mean, from the founding of it, a grassroots team from the bottom to the top.
Yeah, from the second year that it started, I joined the team, and it was supposed to be just a local team that would travel around to all the bigger races, and it's turned into this.
Yep.
It's unreal.
Well, obviously, you got some confidence now. What is next for you on the schedule? What does your program look like?
Yeah, on Tuesday, head back to Europe and start my my full European race schedule there. So this coming weekend we have Double World Cup, Halston Zonhoven. So look forward to showing off the new kit there.
Look forward to seeing it. It's going to be an awesome time to watch you in Stars and Stripes, my friend. And thank you again for the show out there. And on behalf of everyone at home, too, any bike racing fan appreciates what you did out there. I know it hurt, but man, was it fun to watch.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Congratulations, Andrew Strohmeyer, your Elite Men's National Champion. We're going to take a quick break here from Louisville. We'll put Andrew and company on the podium when we come back from the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. Crowd starting to make their way over to the podium, the pro team area. Getting ready to get broken down as the circus moves on from Louisville, Kentucky here. It's been a blast spending a little more time here at Joe Creason Park. We've been here several times before, but I think this was our best year yet of the national championships.
I'd have to agree. This year just had this level of racing in every single race that was very special to get to call.
I'm super excited to see these riders go back over to Europe as we have a really good crop of American riders making their way over. And maybe the best part of the day, the rain held off for our elite men.
It certainly would have made things interesting. It's been crazy to watch this storm just get closer and closer.
So we talked about some of those riders making their way over to Europe, and a lot of that will be part of the Mud Fund. That is a big part of what helps American riders make their way over to Europe and really get the chance to race at the level that they need to. If we're going to produce world champions and riders at that level, the only way that they get better is by going to Europe and racing. And the Mud Fund is a big part of making that happen. I want to welcome in the booth a big part of making that happen. Introduce yourself, if you would, because a legend in the sport.
Hardly.
Come on.
Definitively not, in
Come
fact.
on. Well, I think riders like Andrew Strohmeyer might say differently.
Well, hopefully he benefits from it. No, my name's Russell Adams, and yeah, I'm leading the Mud Fund push right now to try and get them over there and get them the experience they need to be better and get that extra edge. And that's what we push for, you know?
Maybe the most successful year this year for the Mud Fund athletes. Like, talk to me about some of the highlights that you've had this year.
Well, how do we not highlight Lydia Cusak's victory in Dublin, right? I mean, that's pretty impressive. We got a lot of bright potential. If you look at like the results that have happened today, I mean, with Vita and Lydia, and I mean, everybody's just banging on the door. So we got to get them over there, and right now we need that support to make that happen, and the Mud Fund does that.
We talked about the importance of that money going in. That's outside of the USA Cycling funds that we have. We have to raise these funds separately to get these riders to Europe. So it's not a blank check that gets written. We have to raise these funds ourselves.
No, that'd be nice. But
yeah.
No, currently as without not being an Olympic discipline, we don't get any additional funding from USA Cycling currently. And so therefore, all the financial support for the USA Cycling program comes from donors. And through the Mud Fund, and do a pretty good job, but we need to do better, and we need to make some more opportunities available, and that's the goal. Make sure our athletes have all the opportunities that they can take advantage of.
Well, unfortunately, plane tickets aren't getting any cheaper. Neither are mechanics or bikes or anything like that. Is an unfortunate reality
of
the sport that it's expensive to go to Europe and race your bike for a long chunk. So the Mud Fund, a big part of that, and Russell, I know you a big part of that as well. So we owe you a thank you for what you've contributed to the program and getting our next generation of Americans out there, because we can spend all the money, but someone's got to be there to look after our kids.
We do our best and put the energy in, so we do what we can.
So I got to assume, are you going to make a trip over for the Christmas period after this?
I'll pop over for part of it, just
right
to be in the pits for either our athletes, well, any of the Team USA athletes, and then I'll pop over for Worlds. So yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well,
fun to watch and fun to be part of, and fun to watch them excel.
Well, it's been fun to watch the Americans, and certainly a good time to be an American bike racing fan.
Got to keep it going.
Let's keep it going. Great crop coming up, Russell. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for all that you do. I know you got to go celebrate with some riders because you've got some alumni and riders that are about to get on the podium.
It's been a very good day for CXD, which is the team I support, and yeah, hard not to celebrate.
All right, we'll get out there and get into party mode. You earned it, my friend. Thank
Awesome.
you again
thanks
for
so
all
much,
your
guys.
hard work.
Appreciate the time.
Thanks for everything you do. Russell, with the Mud Fund, again, if you want to donate, you can find that link on the USA Cycling website. We put that QR code up as well if you want to scrub your way back and go ahead and scan that. We'd love to have that donation, and, of course, tax-free donation as well. Always nice at the end of the year. There it is right there. Really important to know where that money goes to. I think it's really cool that they are very open about how that money is spent, and it is like straight stuff that you need to do. It takes houses, it takes cars, it takes plane tickets, and that's where that money goes. Well, the podium awaiting our elite women and elite men's riders for our final podium. A little sad to say here at the National Championships, but we got a little something to play us out today because we had the honor of watching Ellen race earlier this week in our single-speed women's race. And we were lucky enough to have a camera crew out there, Ellen. It was an incredible performance. Much drier conditions out there for you with the Jam Fund kit. Things were looking really good early on. But eventually we saw you lose some places. Take us through your race in the single speed.
Oh my, I can't believe you're doing this to me. I had a good start. Unfortunately, I think we're about to see I roll a tubular right there.
But good recovery.
Good recovery. I actually didn't realize I rolled a tubular until I got to the top of the stairs. My bike wasn't rolling. It's really cold out. You can see I'm racing in boots.
It looks very cold.
Very, very cold. It was like 22 degrees or something. And you know what? That just kind of like, it wrecked my mojo. I also twitch a lot. I'm not like swearing or anything in this. That's my friend Dan cheering me on. And yeah, I think I finished 6th. It was an anticlimactic end to the season, but I was really excited to get to race out there on course and just know what I'm talking about today when we're talking about the race course.
You know what? You got out there. That's one more start than I had this week at the Cyclocross National Championship. So there's something to be said for that. That's one more start than most people had this week. So take some credit for getting out there. It's been awesome to watch your journey on the bike as, well, obviously I love having you here in the booth, love having you here at Cyclocross Nationals, but I'm glad that your journey back on the bike is in full swing.
Thank you.
Elite riders trying to stay warm right now. It is starting to get pretty chilly out there as the sun dropping down behind the horizon. National Weather Service actually reporting some snow flurries maybe coming down here. It's a little colder up higher in the atmosphere, so try and knock these podiums out as quickly as we can to get these athletes back to their warm hotels and host houses. And for some, I'm going to guess they may even hit the road tonight. Bike racers know no bounds when it comes to the logistics of travel.
Yeah, and a lot of these racers now have to prepare for a very quick turnaround to Europe.
Yeah, a lot of these riders leaving Monday morning. Tuesday, if you're lucky. That gives you one day at home because you're going to spend all day tomorrow traveling if you leave tomorrow morning and then pack your bags and do that turnaround. But the life of a nomad bike racer. Wouldn't have it any other way, right? Talk to me about what the Americans go over for. We call it the Kirst period. It's like a Christmas period of racing. Explain to the folks at home sort of what that block is all about, why it's so important, especially for Americans, why it has such an important place.
Yeah, it's this like very intense, highly concentrated block of racing. It's about 2 weeks long, and there's some like incredibly historic and significant races, but also a high concentration of World Cups. And it's just always been I actually don't know why it's so significant to Americans, but there's a lot of very good races and ones that we've watched on TV since we were kids. So it feels really good, to get to line up at the likes of Namur or Zolder or Diegum.
Photogs gathering, and I think we're just about ready to get going with our podium. We're going to take one more break, and then we'll try and get our riders up on the blocks when we come back.
I ride because I love it.
I ride for the friendships that develop on the bike.
I met all my friends through cycling.
I ride my bike because it's part of my soul.
I ride because it's awesome.
I ride to find stories. I ride to find rhythm in my life.
I ride because it makes me happy. I ride for adventure.
I ride to be a part of something that's bigger than myself.
Welcome back. Looking at overhead images of our elite women's podium as you see Vita Lopez de San Roman zipping up that Stars and Stripes jersey. Truly an incredible performance for Vita today.
Yeah, and only the third elite national champion to be crowned in the last 20 years.
Vita Lopez de San Roman gets her Louisville Slugger.
I love the universal reaction to being handed a Louisville Slugger is just shocked and excited.
And another big shout out to Greg Fonte from Louisville Sports Commission, one of the biggest forces behind having so many high-level bike races here in Louisville, Kentucky, as Vita Lopez de San Roman stands on the podium with Katie Clausen second and Raylan Noose taking third in your elite women's podium. So one of the really cool things about this Christmas period is now you get to wear your new jersey, right? You get to take that Stars and Stripes jersey over and show it off over in Europe, which for most of these riders, you make maybe 2 trips a year to Europe for an American, maybe 3.
Yeah, it really depends on the program and kind of the level of support. When I was racing, I used to go over to Europe 3 or 4 times a year. That was also when we had nationals in January, so we were guaranteed to have to come back home at some point. Now for them, some of these riders will only be going over for the Christmas period and then staying through Worlds, maybe doing a training camp in Spain at some point. I know that that's what the Steve Tilford Foundation has done in the past. Some of these riders may have gone over, like we saw with Lydia Cusack, especially the juniors. They're going to go over and try to hit every junior World Cup that they can, partially because there are fewer junior World Cups, so you really want to capitalize on those opportunities. I would wager that most of these riders are doing, if they're going over to Europe, they're doing 1 to 2 trips per year.
Back out to our elite men's podium. There we see Scott Funston back on the podium in third. It'll be Eric Bruner, the silver medal in second, former teammates. Bonnie Walker awarding the medals. And that takes us to the top step for our new national champion. First time in Elite Stars and Stripes for CXD's Andrew Strohmeyer.
Oh, and a big old bucket hat to boot. Not a bucket hat, I'm sorry, a 10-gallon hat.
It's going to go perfectly with his Stars and Stripes jersey in Europe. Doesn't get more American than that as Strohmeyer, Bruner, and Funston celebrate 1, 2, and 3 in your elite men's race. What a great ride. And the best feeling of all. Got the hat, got the jersey, got the medal, got the handshake. All he needs now is the Louisville Slugger. And I think they are happy to oblige.
I love seeing the creativity of all the poses with the bats as well.
One last shot with hands in the air. It was an incredible day of racing, ending with an incredible elite men's race, maybe one of the best in the last long time that we've been announcing Cyclocross National Championships together. It started with a group of 6 favorites that all formed on the front. Eventually, we saw the selection made, though, and Ellen, I don't think any of us expected what was to come when those 3 riders made their separation on the front. The number of passes in the last 6 minutes of racing was unbelievable.
Dizzying. Yeah, it was so impressive, and it feels so rare to have a race come down, like you said, to a 3-up sprint where there are 3 riders who are so evenly matched, as Andrew Strohmeyer said. You're kind of used to seeing a 2-up battle, but these 3 riders were just so evenly matched today.
And Scott Funston did what he did best with his early effort to really, as you called him, a change maker in this race today. This would not have been the same race if it weren't for Scott Funston.
No, I think that he really kept both of the other riders on their toes and sort of forced them to keep going and keep pushing, even in spite of situations like we have on screen.
And then you saw Eric Bruner take a soil sample over the first barrier, but there's one thing Bruner does, it's recover well. He was cheered on by Colonel Sanders, or some form of Colonel Sanders. But eventually Bruner did make it back up into the group, and That was pretty much the story for the rest of the race. After he was able to successfully close down that gap to Andrew Strohmeyer, came down to a 3-up rider battle to the line, Ellen, and we couldn't have written a better story than how we got the finish today.
It was absolutely brilliant, and for the race to come down really to leading into the barriers and Andrew Strohmeyer being able to hop, putting Eric Brunner on the back foot running, just absolutely perfect cyclocrossing happening out there.
And then we saw Funston give it one last go before Strohmeyer gave it a go and onto the line where he would win and wrap up our national championships. And that'll do it for us from Louisville, Kentucky. On behalf of Ellen Noble, my name is Brad Soner. For everyone here at USA Cycling, thanks for watching our national championships, and we'll see you next year.